What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from kind of sunny but cold California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thursday, March 13th, and I am incredibly early. It's 9:39 a.m., and this is the type of Hassan that you don't normally see. This is the type of Hassan that you normally see on Instagram. That's right. Getting paid via gaming is not how I saw 2025 shaking out. Well, you gotta get it how you live it, baby. That's right. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but if we're being real, there's not really much going on personal news-wise. The entirety of the FaZe boys are also going to be watching, I think, the RAINBOWSIX announcement that's coming up, and I'm excited to watch it. Of course, we got drops on, and we'll be playing some Siege afterwards. That's what we're doing this morning. Of course, I will be. Bro, you sound sick. No parasocial. I'm not. This is just how I sound in the mornings, and then everyone says, Hassan, you're doing an Instagram voice, or this is when what is it? Squeaks calls this vibrator voice. This is just how I sound for a couple hours in the morning, and then I don't sound like this anymore. As you can see, my eyes are also kind of still. I'll be honest with you. The reason why I sound like this is because I was bad last night. I was bad. What do I mean by this? Hassan, what do you mean by this? What do you mean you were bad last night? I was bad because I watched Mickey 17, and in the process of watching Mickey 17, I went to bed really late. I went to watch it in the theater, and it's good. It's not that good. I will admit, like, it's not my favorite. Okay. I think Robert Pattinson is great. I was kind of underwhelmed with the Mark Ruffalo performance that everyone thought was amazing. I really wish that, like, good actors wouldn't try to do, like, almost corny political references, because Mark Ruffalo's a great actor, and, like, it's obvious that he's trying to do an Elon Musk Trump like amalgamation, and I did not like it at all. And I know it's supposed to be a dark comedy and it's supposed to be goofy, but, like, I just did not like it. I mean, it was, I gave it a solid 6.5. And that's because I really like Bong Joon-ho. Bong Joon-ho. I don't want to say his name wrong. But that's it. That's, like, boring take. I think it was so well shot. It had so much, like, the concept is kind of cool. The concept is really cool, actually. The idea of, like a multi-billionaire trying to develop a racially pure space colony or whatever. Like, that's great. It's a dystopia, tech dystopia. It's like Snowpiercer, but in an airship, right? In a spaceship. Like, I like all of that. And I know it's based off of a book. Seeing only 6,000 people in here feels so crazy. It's because I'm 2 hours earlier than I normally am. And I'm also watching RAINBOWSIX gaming. I fell off. That's what it is. It's because I've done falled off. They're reposting your woke Bay era
Because the only difference between ISIS and the Nazis is the color of their skin, Donald. As a matter of fact, white supremacists are responsible for the majority of domestic terror. But I guess that's the reason why the many memos that
Oh my God. Oh no, that's so cringe.
Came from the FBI and the Department of Homeland
Donald, like I'm Justin Trudeau. Oh,
Security,
stop.
warning your administration about the fact that white supremacist groups had carried out more attacks than any other extremist groups, and that number was going to increase, found itself in the trash. Said this once, I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying that white Christians are Nazis, but the fact that you're trying so hard to make it
Yeah, I nowadays I am saying that. You know what I mean? I'm saying that now. Gatsu crash out video? What is
seem
that?
like actual Nazis and their sympathizers should not be condemned is the exact reason why 60 years after the civil rights movement, these assholes don't feel the need to hide their faces under hoods. Anyone and everyone who does not condemn them outright is absolutely complicit in the violence that has already taken many lives and will only escalate from here.
Bro, what is going on? Why are people saying Gatsu crash out vid? Do I have like a big Gatsu constituency now? Is that what's going on? Because I watch his videos and I support him because he loves China? Is that why? Like, or is there just like an inorganic movement in the chat of Zoomers who just get paid to sell me Gatsu videos? They're like, oh, please, you have to watch America's Downfall. I don't even know if I have time to watch this. This is literally, this is going to eat into the Rainbow Six showcase. I watched it. It was good. Yeah, I gotta watch the Rainbow Six Siege showcase today. Okay. Voice change user. I'm not using a voice. I am using a voice changer. I am. Getting two guide log in, you got a sponsor? Yeah. Yeah, it's sponsorship time, baby. I bet there's just crossover their audiences. Nah. Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm tapped in. Let's go. Let's get it. Unk is locked in, dude. Hold on. Let me see. I hit up. There's like hella people on here too. Oh, I have a call out. I have a call out to my manager. My manager double booked me. I don't know what the hell's going on lately. They double booked me. They booked this Rainbow Six thing, which is fine. It's cool. I said I was down to do it because I thought like, you know, a bunch of other content creators were doing it. Okay. Also, that's such a funny way to start the Rainbow Six sponsorship. Henry Kissinger in hell right now is a funny way to start the Rainbow Six. Tom Clancy Rainbow Six sponsorship. But yeah, he also booked me with Alana Hadid. I was supposed to do Alana Hadid's podcast as well, and he's not even here right now because he's overseas. I looked this up last night, late at night, and I freak out. I'm like, wait a minute, you double booked me. And that's never happened before. This is the first time it happened. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I mean, it's fortuitous considering that we have a lot of stuff going on, but it's just also not Bella Hadid, Alana Hadid. Alana is Bella and Gigi's sister, the third Hadid in the family. And yeah, the Hadids love me, apparently. I didn't know that, but initially. But yeah, they're fans. That's not even that's not on some Dua Lipa shit. That's not a joke. That's not like a meme or anything. That's actually real life. But in any case, yeah, we got the Rainbow Six sponsorship. We're gonna be watching the showcase. That starts in 12 minutes. Did you reschedule Alana? My manager was supposed to, and I think I will. Also, obviously, I'm gonna be talking about Russia because not because of Rainbow Six, but because Donald Trump is the brilliant tactician negotiator who really did the damn thing. He did it so good. He did that damn thing. It was a really good idea, sir. Congratulations. Thank you for using all of your time on the negotiation front, yelling at our proxy. It was sick. It was certainly a sick idea. I'm glad. Now you got Vladimir Putin in fatigues looking like Zell Disney and Kursk talking about how he's going to pummel everybody, you know? So what happened to that ceasefire now? You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's so early itself. Is it reasonable hour to watch it from the UK? What's going on? Yes, for the UK lads out there. I'm early. I'm very early. I'm early on a Tuesday. But yeah, Kendrick is now on the new Cardi album coming out tonight. Will you be tuning in? I know you're gaming right now, but this is important news. Yes, of course. Unk is opium. You already know this. So obviously I'll be a part of that. Don't you worry about that. All right, well. Wait, where is the... What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, Rainbow Six. Wait, we're... Bro, I'm not kidding. If my... Oh my God. Oh my God. Where is my management, dude? What is happening? Oh my God. I have to find out. I have to find everything on my own. Oh, my voice is so awful. I'm sorry. Are you sick? No, I'm not. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not. Oh, here it is. Show starts in 10 minutes. Here, I found it. It's just morning voice, chat. This is how I sound. This is how I sound in the mornings. This is RFK. This is how I sound in the mornings. What do you want from me? Have you done any Siege content before? Newish consistent viewer here. I've played it one time. So here, my experience with Rainbow Six Siege, it goes as follows. One time Rainbow Six was free for a weekend in like 2018. And I had heard about the lobbies. I do obviously have a lot of people in this community that love playing it. But I heard about the lobbies, so I entertained it for the free weekend. And let me tell you something, okay? Lots of interesting people on those lobbies. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say lots of interesting people in the lobbies, and let's just say lots of podcast enjoyers. Do you know what I mean? Lots of people who enjoy very specific podcast, like lots of Twitter enjoyers. That's all I can say. I mean, I'm obviously sponsored. Oh yeah, I'm a big time Ubisoft boy. You guys already know this. But we'll see. We'll see what the lobbies look like in a second. Because after the showcase is done, we're going to be reacting to the showcase. After the showcase is over, we're going to be putting the game in the bag. Unk is going to be putting the gaming in the bag early. Do you feel me? Unk is going to put the gaming in the bag early. It's official. Your morning voice sounds too fresh. I didn't know. Didn't get to the gym this morning. Don't let them gain slip, big dog. Okay, how about you calm down? I don't normally game or I don't normally gym in the morning. On this morning anyway. But the problem, yeah, shut up. I do normally work out though. Okay. All right. Wait. Oh, they want. I need to change. Wait. What? All right. I gotta take off the content label. Before I forget, I always have that. This feels like running into a coworker in the real world. Why? What do you mean? I'm genuinely surprised you get so many gaming sponsorships. I would assume that most studios would want to avoid political content creators, especially with leftists. Dog, what are you talking about? I think you guys forget something very important. Number one, a lot of devs are in here, okay? Like literally in this community around you, okay? A lot of people in the gaming side of the world, like the ones that work and make those games that you like, they're here. They actively like my politics. And even on the marketing side, for normies, you know, they're like, oh, this is a progressive guy, which is true. The only devs, ironically enough, the only devs that, and it hurts my heart a little bit, it breaks my heart a little bit. In my experience, the only devs that don't want to work, not devs, but like the only publishers that don't always work with me are Japanese publishers. They are the ones who are like, oh, if you are even in any way, shape, or form talking about politics, like that's unacceptable. Having said that, for most developers, like their politics resemble mine fairly closely. And also, like, think about who these guys, not just Ubisoft, but like everyone. Think about who they sponsor. They sponsor everybody. They don't, like, most people don't care about what the quote unquote controversies of a particular person are. And I don't have any real controversies beyond like you know, manufactured stuff. But I've told you guys this before. I say no to sponsorships. Like a lot of sponsorships. It's so funny that people still it's funny that people don't realize that. They think that like it's funny that people think like that, you know, advertisers don't actively pursue this community. You're sounding like one of those podcast dudes. Your voice is super coarse. Yes, I know. It's because it's the morning. It's early. Why you talk with this bubble voice is kind of awkward. The one time, dude, you know what it is? You know what's funny? God, this community is so neurodivergent. It's hilarious. I mean, I guess I'm also like that as well, but it's pretty funny that even like a minor difference, even a minor difference from what you normally get, whether it's like I'm early, you know what I mean? I started like 2 hours early, or I didn't immediately start streaming politics. Like all of that is just like breaks people's brains. They're like, what the hell is going on? What is going on right now? My entire life has turned around. It's like, it's not minor. It's hilarious. You wake up at 6 a.m. I mean, I do. And my voice, but today I woke up late because I went to bed late because I watched Mickey 17 and I had to make sure that I hadn't double booked, or I realized that I had double booked today. I was actually supposed to start late today, not early. I was supposed to start late because I was going to do a podcast, but then I had to like push the podcast back. But yeah. Did you like Mickey 17? I said it already. It wasn't my favorite. I gave it a 6, like maybe a 6.3 out of 10. It's all right. If you watch it, you'll understand what I mean. It's supposed to be a dark comedy, but I think it gets a little too corny. Robert Pattinson is great, but it's just all right. It's starting.
The world needs elite operators.
That's right, baby. The world really does. The world really do be needing elite
Heroes
operators
to protect the
like
innocent.
me.
Specialists to fight terror.
Hell yeah, brother. They need me, brother. They need me. I'm joining the call, baby. Where's the apolitical hat? No, I can't put on the apolitical hat during an actual sponsored segment, chat. What's wrong with you? That's funny to think that you think I'm gonna put on a Trump hat during a sponsored segment.
The moment is now. Join Rainbow.
I'm tactical, but I'm not that tactical.
The day is finally here. And the time has almost come
Oh
for
my
you
God,
to
that
see
dude's got the full kit on.
next evolution of Rainbow Six Siege. Welcome to the Siege X Showcase. Awesome.
That's an
My name
absolute
is
unit
Patricia
in the crowd.
Somerset, and today I am here with a champion-tiered squad of developers, casters, and creators to show you what Siege X is all about. You can think of me as a squad leader. Shouldn't be too much of a stretch. As the voice of Ash, I'm used to delivering commanding lines. So how about this one? All right, operators, you've trained for this. You're ready for this. The mission starts now.
What the hell is Hassan doing watching this? Is my first thought. I am the least I'm apolitical. Okay? And this is an apolitical game.
Of your favorite content creators have assembled here in Atlanta to usher in an explosive new era of
That's
Siege.
crazy that they didn't invite
Folks,
me to this.
This is the Siege X Showcase. We'll be starting off showing those content creators. First up was Team Skittles. Team Meaty Marley will join next.
Bro,
And get
that's
loud
crazy
for
that they
your
didn't invite me
favorite
to
content
this
creators.
part. You know what I mean? They were like, hey, we want you to watch because you're a very good watcher, but like, I feel a little undermined here. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, we need you. I think it was because if I had showed up, it'd be OP. You know what I mean? It'd be imbalanced.
Got Team Brazil mixing with a little bit from all around.
Yeah. They asked me at first, but then they were like, yo, we have to rescind your invite. Because honestly, if you played, you would kind of, you are the greatest of all time. Like, everybody knows this. Everybody knows you are the GOAT. Okay? Everybody knows you are the GOAT. So if you were actually at the showcase playing, like, everyone else would feel so bad because you would destroy them. Like, you're so good. You're like a drone operator. We can't risk you on the ground. Yeah. Basically, that's what happened. But you'll see. Team Stable Ronaldo, like, that's what it was actually. It was Ronaldo's team that it was Your Rage Gaming who was really scared of my prowess. And he said, please don't show up because I'm worried. Yeah.
Names coming alive right there as we see one of
Oh
our
my
own
God,
right there.
electronic
Uzi,
Roberto?
that's my boy.
What?
Uzi should be a
Wait, what? What are these teams, bro? Oh no.
I think that's the controller players you were talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They said Hassan. They said
I
Hassan,
don't see
your
Pengu.
face.
I used to
Don't
work with
phase
him.
up. Your
You
bitch
used to
too
play
bad.
against him. My
Your
name's
aura
Zintero.
too
I'm joined by
powerful.
Relaxing. We've been long-standing members of
That's
this
what they
community.
said.
We are
They
happy
said,
to
Hassan, you
welcome
can't
in
do it.
to what might be the most exciting thing we've ever done in Siege. On the left side of your screen, this side, because we're mirrored, you're going to see what we're getting up to today.
Wait,
we're gonna be starting
did
off
E-Rob
with
actually
a
get
new
picked before
game
me?
mode.
That's
You heard
crazy.
it here. Not just Siege, but something brand new. After that, we're going to talk about updates.
Do you have
to
drops?
The core
Yeah,
of
I
Siege,
do.
The game that we know and love.
I
and have
think they're
spent much of
unlocked,
the
but I'll
last
check.
10
But
years
I do have
playing.
drops, yes.
And then how about we finish off by showing those changes in action in Siege X in a 5v5 show match.
Hold up.
Honestly, Parker, I am so excited to say the least. I don't know which one I'm more excited for. There's so much that we are going to be showing and exploring. And again, I am just absolutely thrilled to be here with you.
We've got to run a tight ship, so both of us are talkers, so we're going to have to be a little bit brief. But before we get into the action, I'm going to need your help. Do me a favor. Connect your Ubisoft Connect and Twitch
Get
accounts.
Jinxie on a call.
Because
Bro,
later
this is
on in the
Jinxie's
day, we'll be
Super Bowl.
announcing
Like,
a
I don't think he's going to be
very
talking to me
special
about this.
draw for everybody that's watching through either this stream or one of our partnered streams. But before we unveil what it is, make sure your Ubisoft Connect and Twitch accounts are linked together. I, as well, am very excited.
I think that's the only way to put it and put the emphasis on the X.
Yeah. It's going to be a quick day today. It's going to fly by like no tomorrow. And there's a lot to unveil. Of course, a new game mode is something that will surprise people. I think that the updates to the game are going to be pretty spectacular as well. But enough from us. How about we send it to two of the greatest minds at Ubisoft who have helped make Siege X possible, Alex and Joshua.
First of all, let's hear for Ash. I mean Patricia, but it's amazing to have the voice of Ash here today with us. Welcome to the showcase. My name is Alex Karpazis, creative director of Siege, and today is the day we finally unveil Siege X.
And I'm Joshua Mills, game director. After 3 years of work, the wait is over. And we're taking the core Siege experience to the next level.
We have a ton of details to share with you about how Siege is evolving with exciting updates like modernized maps, an audio overhaul, advanced rappel, and much
This feels mega
more.
churchy. Dog, it's a video game showcase.
In a few minutes, you will see live gameplay.
Chat
of those
will act
changes.
like they've never
But
seen a
before
video
that,
game being
we have a
unveiled
very
before.
first Siege X trailer to share with you. This is the new era of Siege.
I am going to play the game after this. So we watched the showcase. Here's how it's going to happen. First, we're watching the showcase, and then I'm going to actually test it. I'm going to be a beta tester. You feel me? I actually should download it now because they wouldn't let me download it until this moment. Hold up.
Once I get a green, we all on beast mode. Feeling lightheaded, come out peak clothes, trailing up a sleeve stuff. Catch me out of reach, fuck big time, started putting pressure on the edge. Big price, started till you're trying to the trench.
Hold on, let me-
Stay yellow, cause I stand on what I'm standing. Team coming up from all across the atlas. Visionary drip, missionary wrist. System to my kids, hereditary rich. Rocking with a legendary clip. What you know about it? We was two legends for the mud. Stand on what I made for. Say I'm through they mind, bet that's what I aim for. We was splitting scraps, now we got a main course. How'd I go from soldier to commander in the same war? Yeah, I cannot go back, I'm too accomplished. So I'm running with the godsend. Give you my respect, I ain't give you my spot, kid. Say my best regards, but we done taking losses.
That's a lot to take in. That's why, over the next few hours, we'll cover all of it. We have 48 content creators around us getting set up right now with 4 live matches. And if you're quick with the math, then you've noticed that something quite doesn't add up. That's because they will be playing our brand new 6 versus 6 game mode, the first permanent new game mode since the launch of Siege. We've taken the strategy, teamwork, high-stakes gameplay that make Rainbow Six Siege so special and built a completely new game mode that's designed to push the limits of what Siege can be. Get ready for strategic plays, unexpected twists, and all-out action. This is Dual Front.
Dual Front is the culmination of years of hard work by our incredibly dedicated and talented team. They explored many different avenues and experimented with expanding the very core of Siege.
I got
In the end,
16
the
copies.
process
Hell
came
yeah,
down to
chat.
asking ourselves
Get all the
a
copies
very
right now.
Simple question. What if? What if we could expand the size of squads and have attackers and defenders work together? What if we had one persistent round to settle the outcome of a match with less downtime? What if we could expand the narrative and universe in-game seasonally? What if? One of the answers to these questions was to design a brand new, ever-evolving map where the action takes place. Welcome to District.
Oops. Drops are on. All you need to do is watch and have your account connected. I'm pretty sure. That's it. Why can't I download this? Oh, there it is. It's not light mode. I'm trying to download the game. They wouldn't let me download it before the game started. Like, they wouldn't let me redeem the beta until the showcase started because of the embargo. Can you download dark mode, bro? No.
District is a new map created exclusively for Dual Front and built to change with ongoing updates. This map is uniquely designed to support the exciting gameplay of Dual Front and create new possibilities we've never seen before in Siege.
Just install on this other
Let's break it
page,
down.
man. Jesus Christ.
2 symmetrical
There it is.
fronts, each featuring 3 sectors, set up the main framework of the map. Teams must capture one front while simultaneously defending the other as they work their way deeper and deeper into enemy territory. The ultimate goal? Reach the final sector and destroy the prototype in the enemy's HQ. The map's layout balances open areas and strategic choke points, demanding coordination and adaptability. And when I say open areas, this also includes outside. Players will now be able to move between indoor and outdoor spaces, extending their defenses beyond the walls of the building and setting up for some devastating ambushes. So if you don't drone, it's time to start. If the enemy does catch you off guard and eliminates you, you will be able to return to the fight as your currently selected operator or select a different operator for a tactical adjustment. Success hinges on balancing offense, defense, and team composition while seizing every opportunity to lead your team to victory. Which brings us to the neutral sector, a central area where a time-limited assignment will offer you the chance to shift the momentum of battle. Here's a preview of our first seasonal assignment.
Intel has zeroed in on an available assignment in the neutral sector. The enemy has started the extraction. Move to intercept. 4 is progressing with the assignment. Move to resecure. Well done. Proceed to extraction. Excellent work. You've completed the assignment.
The neutral sector is a high-stakes conflict zone where bold plays lead to game-changing rewards. Players can tackle the time-limited assignment that will grant valuable bonuses. It's important to keep in mind that taking this risk means leaving key positions open, as every operator participating in the assignment is one less operator in your attack or defense frontline. The race to secure these objectives is intense, and success in the neutral sector can tip the scales of victory, making it a battleground where split-second decisions and daring strategies can define the match. With each new season, players can expect a new assignment in Dual Front. This means new narrative, gameplay, and neutral sector map updates.
Dual Front was built from the ground up to use the strengths of Siege, while adding new twists. If you're new to Siege, this is a perfect game mode to play. Everyone is on a level playing field with a single new map to learn. There's also a limited operator pool, allowing players to focus on a smaller roster. We will be changing the operators in this pool twice a season, so that a new exciting meta is just around the corner. Finally, we all know that every life is a lesson. Respawn is an important part of this mode, allowing players to experiment and learn through play. You can join the closed beta later today on PC and current-gen consoles.
Which I will be. I just purchased a copy of Rainbow Six Siege from here. All my family members, thanks for showing me this game, Hasanabi. That's what I'm talking about, chatters. That's exactly the kind of energy I want to see from the chat. I respect it. I like it. Keep it up. Good work.
Now that you know what Dual Front is, it's time to see it in action. Let's kick it over. Let's kick it over to our legendary casters and see your favorite creators exploring and discovering all Dual Front has to offer right now.
That's right. Keep spamming how many copies you're buying for yourself and your family.
Permanent game mode that we were sworn to secrecy on. We couldn't talk about it. They said, you're not allowed to. And we said, okay, you know what? I want to hear how loud you can get. Now, remember when I said that there would be a surprise later on? Joshua just told you straight up, you can play Dual Front today. All you need to do is connect your Ubisoft Connect and Twitch accounts, and then watch about 30 minutes either on this stream or on one of the partnered streams, and you will get a Twitch drop of a beta code to try Dual Front. Servers go live when we wrap up here, so in just a couple hours. And it'll be available on PC and current
That's all you gotta do
consoles.
is watch, baby.
Kind of sucks for the people in the audience that you don't get to play, huh? Yeah, well, that's okay.
You know,
Don't boo me. You're excited. Hey. But how excited are you for Dual Front? How excited are you for that, what looked like a weapon inspection? They got very, very loud.
I mean, respectfully so. You know, we finally now can inspect it. But, I mean, for Dual Front specifically, I did get to try it. And I'm jealous that they get to play it now, and I got to sit here and talk about it because I truly had so much fun within that time frame that I was able to play. You didn't get to play it.
I didn't get to play it.
You still don't know what it's like.
I have no idea.
Truthfully, it's a wonderful game mode.
Would you say you were excited?
I was more than excited.
Wonderful. We've got 48 content creators here to take us through Dual Front, and in just a moment, we'll be getting into the game. And honestly, because I haven't played it, am just as eager to see it in action as all of you are. We'll be going through how the actual objectives progress. How does that neutral sector actually work? What are the rewards that they get? And how does the matchup ebb and flow? And the one thing that I am most particularly looking forward to is you and I first started playing Siege in year one. We have got to see this game grow from the very beginning. And if you go back and you look at Siege as a regular game,
I'm an
the way that
operator
it was
too.
played back in 2016 is very different from the way it's played now. I have no doubt that Dual Front is going to function the same way. Now, in just a couple seconds, we'll intro our very first set of teams, and it will be fascinating to see how they tackle our newest permanent game mode in Siege. What are your expectations before we get into the match?
To be honest, there's no expectations that can be met truthfully because this is a new game mode. This is an undeveloped area where people are going to be figuring out. We're going to be understanding what it's going to look like, what we can see.
Team Lacey and Team Stable Ronaldo will be the first set of teams. We are in the operator selection phase, seconds
We can
out
gamble
from
on
the
who wins
first
if you want.
look at Dual Front. Operators are locked in. Are you ready for the next era of Siege? Folks, let's get underway with our first matchup of Dual Front.
So this is already super unique. You know, when you start, you have the 6 operators that you are choosing from. I believe, if I'm not wrong, you will always be at the front, so you can always feel like you are the leader in this scenario, leading your team. But again, what's so unique about this is when you think about Siege as a whole, it's always been 5v5. Now you are adding that key element of bringing a 6th player onto that squad, which allows so many different ways to approach Siege and how you want to play it. And again, another big thing is you can mesh attackers with defenders.
Now, while you had some hands-on experience, and you are a former pro player and a former world champion, it's not your expertise that we're going to lean on here, Gabe. We have brought up both Alex and Josh from the keynote to help us understand the way that this works. Gentlemen, first things first. What a day. What a day. I mean, I think you were prepared for the audience to get loud, but would you say you were a little caught off guard with the enthusiasm that we're seeing?
I mean, we've been waiting for this moment for 3 years now, and we're still not prepared for it. This is really exciting. The teams pour their heart and soul into this, and now we get to see it live in action.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's always a reaction, right? You hear the people, you get to experience that full hand, and it feels so awesome to finally be talking about all this.
I'm going upstairs,
Now, the way that you conceptualize this game mode being played might differ from what we see today. But is it fair to say, Alex, that you're expecting
I'm gonna be playing
players
after
to
this.
literally problem solve as it goes along, and that there isn't really a defined correct way to play based on when you built the game?
I mean, we've been playtesting this for over a year now, and we're still learning new things, new combinations of operators. This is the first time we're taking attackers and defenders together on the same team, but we're keeping that attack and defend philosophy alive, where you have one lane, one front to push, and one front to defend. So yeah, it's all new.
Well, and as I was saying, you know, the key element of adding a 6th player to that squad, I mean, Siege for the past 10 years has been 5. I mean, what was the decision to bring that extra element of surprise and putting a 6th member onto that roster?
Well, one of the big goals we had with Dual Front is to actually make Siege more approachable. So, and one of the ways of doing that is to kind of lower that social pressure of having to, if you die in a 5v5, 4v5, that's a big detriment to your team. So in 6v6, you actually get to carry that weight a little bit more evenly. Additionally, obviously, the respawn's going to help with that and help people feel more confident and learn over time. But that's definitely a driving force there.
I just want to touch on something here, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but we've got our first objective at play. Would one of you like to take us through what exactly is happening in the game right now?
Yeah, so the attacking team has actually planted the diffuser, and now we have actual segments to the diffuser timer. So if the defending team comes in and deactivates it, it might save a bit of the progress that they achieved there. And this is one of 3 objectives that they have to secure now.
That would explain why we have the 3 segments on the diffuser.
That's right.
So if you stop it, it'll go back to the last tick, if we want to call it that.
That's right.
And then you basically paused it. So it functions very similarly to regular Siege in the sense that you have to control the objective, you have to get that diffuser planted.
And I love specifically that you guys talk about, you know, regardless of this being a brand new game mode, you guys are still keeping that core value of what Siege has always been in terms of that tactical prowess and what you can do within Siege. And I think just being able to bring attackers with defenders can really set up that strategical stand.
That's not good. Yeah.
Even
I have
more
played
in
Siege
depth
before,
than what
yes.
we've currently seen in
Not well, but
I mean, that's the
you'll
magic
see.
of it.
I'll play it later
when you're
too.
playing this, you have to go on the attack. You get the attack, and then you got to go into the defense within the same lane. So it varies up what you're able to do there, like bringing a Nomad on attack. Obviously, obviously we've done that 1,000 times, but putting her into the defense and making for the post plant, it's over.
Drops are live,
It's almost like they're fighting on dual fronts.
And now we see that the other team has planted the diffuser as well. So both are active at the same time. Teams have to regroup, and understand how they can recapture the site now that the plant's gone down.
The red team succeeded, it looks like, in their very first capture. So now what happens? Oh. Is Uzi going to get it?
Yeah.
They've already lost one tick, as you talked about.
Yep.
And it'll roll back. So like that progress they earned and they fought
You are
for, they get
live,
to
by
keep,
the way? No
but
way, really?
They didn't get all the way for the next
Sorry, I
sector
was
of the
just doing a
actual
social
objective,
media
so
post
that's
because I
lost.
messed
And what
up
I'm
my
seeing now
social media
with
post as
A,
always.
They have that first one secured. Now that timer is going. So essentially,
Classic bad
that
streamer.
now force them to now play the defense, wait for that next sector to open up, and then make that transition with that rotate.
Yeah, that beat there is actually leading into essentially a prep phase for that new sector. So our attackers in that lane are going into prep using their
I made a
drones,
funny
looking
one, though,
forward,
this time.
Or they could rotate in through the neutral
I'm
sector
playing-
over to
I'm playing
defense
after
and
the
help shore up
showcase,
your own
yes.
defense.
Now, I do want to ask you guys, because you've obviously had some time playing through it, what is your ideal lineup that you've ran the most, that you've experimented with the absolute most, whether that's on the defensive side or the attacking side?
They're bouncing. They're just very excited to play the game.
It's amazing running Nomad on defense.
I like it.
You never experienced it before, and just doing that is amazing.
I'm about to say, you'll never hear anything coming from me in terms of Nomad with how much I love Nomad. I think Parker knows that as much as well. I played flank watch aggressively, so the fact that you can use those air jabs on defense to get those sound cues, to get that quick reaction, to net one of those eliminations, I mean, Nomad's massive on defense.
I mean, Gabe, when you played professionally, if there was a spot on a map to be as far away from the action as possible, you were there.
Absolutely. So you would have 110% find me at that neutral sector, where I am not going to be in the thick of it, but I am going to be trying to lurk my way through and see what is open and what isn't.
Now, one thing that you mentioned while talking about the game was that you're going to be swapping up the operators twice a season. Now, what's the thought process behind which operators you bring in, which operators you bring out, and will it be a full-scale swap? Are we talking every operator is gone, or are you just going to bring in a couple and remove maybe some particularly strong or weak ops?
Yeah, so one of the big things is we want to make sure that the Pathfinders that are earned through our newcomer challenges are going to be available at all times. Again, like you always want to be able to have some of your ops to be able to play, but outside that, we're going to be almost doing kind of like a crafted meta or ideas around that. Maybe we put a lot of hard breach up, maybe we put a lot of trap, or maybe remove both and see what happens now. Like, what can you do if you don't have electricity available to you? What can you do if you don't have, like, you know, a lot of area denial and so on and so forth?
So I don't think this was mentioned by you guys, but what I am noticing is I'm looking at the characters, the utility. It's regenerating.
Yeah, this is a way that we can actually balance the operators over a long period of time. We're talking rounds are lasting about 15, 20 minutes. So you can actually stack quite a bit of utility if you don't have this new system, and the team worked really hard on that.
Okay, we'll follow up with that. So are you saying that Capcan can essentially lay down 6, 7 traps at a time?
I'm going to take that one. So one of the things about the regenerative gadgets is that you can deploy based on the max that's been determined for dual front.
Is
so
this
some
all
of those values
pros?
may differ from the core siege experience.
No,
but
I don't
additionally,
think so.
whatever your
I mean,
last place gadget
Nephew
was,
is
if
not
you
a
place
pro and
new
he's
one,
playing.
It'll destroy that
but
one. And then move
Lacey,
forward, just to make
I
sure
think a lot of
things
people
are
forget that, like, Lacey and Ron, for example, before they got on phase, were literally Fortnite pros. Like, they were actually, like, you got E-Rob, dude. Of course they're not pros, but there are a lot of, like, pros of different games, ex-pros. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff like that.
I'm thinking the Maestro. You just swap evil eye cams over and over and over again. You got unlimited laser beams.
We already thought of that. So if you're repicking your operator,
oops.
the operator you were previously, all their
Lacey is
disappear.
ass.
And then you're
Fortnite
jumping
doesn't
back
count.
in with
Okay,
new
dude.
operators
Like,
to do a new strategy.
can you play that? Are you, bro? People say stuff like this, but these guys would cook you. You know, like, it's so funny. You play at a normie level. These guys would destroy
I'm
you.
not a developer. I don't balance this game. I can only imagine how tricky
I think
it
if you're a
has
pro
been
in
to
any
find
kind of
a
shooting
way
game, you're
to make
better than
everything
the
work. But
average
before we
person.
get
You know what I
there,
mean?
one of the beautiful
It's
things
like
about
a
having all
professional
these content
football
creators in
player.
person
A professional
is we get
football
to hear
player
from
is
them
if
live
they've
in
played like a
action.
little bit of
Patricia
basketball, like there's
has an interview ready for us
a
down on
level
the
of athleticism that will allow them to
Thank you,
destroy
guys.
the
I
average
am
person,
here
like the
with
normie.
Skittles. How you doing?
Doing great.
Skittles, I would love to get your first impressions of Siege X. How are you feeling about it right now?
I'm absorbing everything. This is a completely new game. We got a big map, more operators. Like it's insane.
They doing
I am,
balanced
I'm just
apology on
trying
the
to, take
showcase
everything in
event
right now, basically.
I can imagine. Are there any particular things that you're focusing on or interested in seeing in terms of the new updates?
I'm just really excited about the gun inspection. After 10 years, we finally got that, and oh my God, all the skins we have now, it's so worth it. It's so cool.
Very cool. Well, I won't take too much of your time. Get you back to playing. Thank you so much.
Skittles does a lot of YouTube work, and I know that the weapon inspect element will be excellent for thumbnails.
I figured
so
it out.
that
This is
will
what
make
I
it a
was
lot
trying to
easier for
download.
content
Okay,
creators
there it is.
to advertise their stuff. Let's dive into the next matchup that's happening at the same time, and it's a little bit of the old versus the present, one could say. A former two-time world champion of Pengu versus a current major champion of Spoit, as it's Team Pengu versus Team Spoit. And there's a competitive mindset between these two teams that is
so old and
maybe
unprepared.
I would say unlike
Okay,
a lot of
chill
the other
out.
matchups we'll have today.
Would an old person be able to live stream while simultaneously do a Photoshop job like this one? I'm gonna show you this. I'm so proud of this, dude.
I'm fascinated at the way that this mode
Would
is
an
gonna be
old
approached,
person
right?
be
Because
able to
Siege
do this
has
Photoshop
such a
job
wide
while he's
there are
live?
people who are going to play it on PC.
I didn't
there are
think
people who are
so.
going to play it on console.
Please.
There are people who are going to play it
Do you
casual,
understand?
People
Please.
who only play ranked. And then
Look at how
you've
sick
got people
this
who are
is.
playing on high-end gaming
I'm so
PCs,
proud of this,
people who are
okay?
just sitting
I
at
did
home,
this
playing
while I
on
was
their couch,
live.
listening to music, playing casually with some friends.
That's art.
And when you look at a
That's
mode like
art.
Front, do you think it's
I'm
the type
doing
of game mode
art.
that can
You guys
catch
don't
all
appreciate
of those
me.
players
It's
and provide a
messed
compelling
up.
experience for each one?
Yeah,
I'm so proud of that one. I literally thought that was that's so fire. That's so,
in our DNA.
You're coping.
We'll
You're
never
coping if you
change
don't
that.
think it's
But
fire.
Dual Front makes it more accessible. You can respawn. You can repick your operators.
You just
have
pasted a
more
second pig
players
and
on
made
the
it a
table,
circle.
so
How
can
about
try
you
out
chill
new
out,
things.
okay?
So all of this adds up to a game mode that, honestly, everybody's at the same level on the ground floor.
Bro, they are never
and
going to
they're able
sponsor me
to
again. They're going to take
jump
away.
in and have immediate impact.
So I was going to follow up with, I mean, we obviously talk about the casual base and me coming from that competitive background. I absolutely do love the approach here, especially as we do know, Siege is a very complex game, but that's what makes it so unique, so fun when you can actually learn it. But what I really like about District specifically is it's symmetrical. It does really allow you to learn from one end to the other of just the basic functionalities of how Siege is played, whether it's horizontal,
In before midstream contract, Rip and asked to stop broadcasting. They'd be like, please, we saw your Photoshop. We want you to do our marketing. Yeah. They're going to be like, hey, we actually don't want you to watch the stream anymore. We want you to just do the marketing for all of Rainbow Six Siege.
Of operators and continuing to grow as the game continues to go further on. So I do genuinely
They're going to be like, your Photoshop prowess is completely out of control. No one has ever seen anything like
I'm very
this.
excited to see the way that it shakes out.
No one has ever seen
happening
anything like this.
At this current point in time that has caught your eye that you maybe weren't expecting at the tests you've done over the last year or so.
Well, I mean,
I'm so proud of it. I'm going to post it on my Twitter.
I've never seen someone do, like in all our playtests, breaching in onto the stairs of the second sector. Like that side of the site, like I don't usually see people like pushing through there. They usually push from top floor or walk up the stairs, but never breach the wall and jump right into the stairs. So that's kind of the magic of the map, right? So
we've got another interview ready from TikTok to Twitch, and now here in Atlanta, we've got Titanium Rolo down on the stage with Patricia.
I posted it on my Twitter too.
Thanks, guys. You've got it solid. I am here now with Titanium Rolo. How you doing today, Rolo?
I am doing amazing. How are you doing?
Oh, wonderful, especially now that I'm with you here. I'm already like fast friends. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the neutral zone in the middle of the map?
So I think the neutral zone is actually really crucial, and I think that from the times that we've played it, we've not focused on it enough. There's so much focus on either attacking a base or defending a base, but actually so many people go to the neutral zone that if you manage to get control of it, then you can kind of completely control the flow of the map, and I think it's going to be way more crucial than we've given credit for it. And I'm also hoping, since I like Easter eggs, I'll find a couple of Easter eggs around there too.
I wish so many Easter eggs for you. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to playing.
I think it's kind of crazy that I'm literally like the third.
Thank you, Patricia.
The
yeah,
third
the Easter eggs that are hidden in all
largest
of the maps, by the way.
Rainbow Six watcher.
Do you even want to give that away?
Definitely first jump into the beta, check it out yourself, find them, because we have hidden some stuff around the map.
Right. And for a reminder for those of you, we're going to say this a lot. I apologize if I sound like a broken record. But the thing is that the more I remind you, maybe you might actually be able to get to the game yourself. We are doing
Siege
beta
streamer
code
right now.
access for Dual Front. That is on
Aside
right
from
now.
Jinxie,
Once we are done with the showcase, you will be able to play Dual Front,
and then it's
provided
me.
you link your Ubisoft Connect and Twitch accounts, and then
Rainbow
watch either
Six's
this
own
stream or
personal
one of our
page
partner
doesn't count.
streams. You will get the code after about a half hour or so, and you can start playing this game
The
mode
48
later
more popular
today.
ones
I
are
don't
playing in the
wanna know
event
what
right now.
these-
Yeah.
Oh.
Jeez.
Respond
So
to
as
the
a status
peener.
update in
Let's
the
play
match right
Siege,
now,
Siege and
both
Nabi.
teams are trying to capture
you want to
the
play the
second
beta?
sector. And actually, I think
Peter, if you want to play the beta after this, I'm looking to squad up. If you know what I'm saying.
That's the neutral zone. We'll have a new.
We're gonna be squatting up.
And we have to grab a hostage. So while up to this point, it's been like the typical quote-unquote siege where you have to get the case down.
I got attorney today,
now
but
we're
I'm
going
down
back to
later.
the old
All right.
ways of the hostage being involved.
Yeah, and not only just that, but the hostage is Dokebi, because we lost her at the end of the Assault on Hereford event. So this is where that narrative starts coming in when we talk about seasonal update. That way.
I want to say, so when you grab the hostage here, if I'm not mistaken, you have to bring it to the other side, the enemy's side. So what Anne is already doing this wrong. She brought it to her, I believe, thinking that they are going to get that extraction, but they actually need to bring it to the opposite side and make it far more challenging than just as simple as, let's just bring it back to ours.
Yeah, exactly. It used to be, like, you can see as soon as it got the hostage got picked up there, the icon shows up to show you where the extraction point is for you, and the helicopters are coming in the next 30 seconds. And that, oh man, like again, we're talking about audio and everything.
Can't wait for Hasana to ask Chad how to play
match. Oh, get your heart pumping.
when he starts playing. It's true. I will be asking you.
We went through this moment together. When
Chat,
we were
pay
testing
attention
this out
because
the
I
other
will be
day.
asking you
And
how to
it
play
is-
this
when
in
you're
a
talking
little
about the
bit.
heart thumping, and especially like let's acknowledge you can play outside now. Like that is a huge thing that needs to be acknowledged. You don't have a timer letting you know you're going to be shown. I mean, again, these operators, that is just evolving a meta right there. All the shields you're
All right,
seeing.
the closed beta is now available.
What am I watching?
Exactly, but no,
Finish
like I was
downloading,
saying,
it's ready
back
to play.
that, it is very intense when you have to run to the enemy side with this, trying to get that extraction up while they're up and coming, spawning, holding those positions from outside, waiting for an ambush that you're potentially running.
Tag me in,
You
boss.
were
I'm
actually doing a
Emerald
very
rank.
good
Oh
job at
no,
leading
I
that. You're
know.
like, all right, Lax, I need you to get in
Andrew,
front
if
of
you
me.
want
I
to play
need you
with
clear
me
this.
when
I
we
need
do
you to
the
clear that.
when we do
And
the
did end
beta,
up doing it.
pull up.
Yeah, honestly, like
It's gonna
regardless
be,
if we talk about the match being like the game of being
I
approachable.
know Ludwig
we
is
get real
playing as well. I hit him
competitive.
up, but he didn't respond to me
You
because
mentioned
he's
that
fake.
Dokkaebi
He's
is the
fake.
one
He's
to
phony.
grab here because of the actual lore of the game. Now, there are a lot of people here at this event dressed up in cosplay, and lore in Rainbow Six Siege, yeah, give them some applause. They work hard. The lore in Rainbow Six Siege has steadily increased to the point now where, you know, when I first started playing, and he first started playing, there was basically none. Will lore play a part in Dual Front, and will the events of future seasons find
Carried
their
like
way into
Nick
this game?
Paulum and A.
So that's actually what we're trying to do with Dual Front. Bring some of the story into the game proper so that you get to experience the story itself. And so every single season, we'll be
no more
weaving
child
in the lore of
games
Siege
like other
into the
games I
updates
can't
that you see
mention
in Dual
because
Front.
I'm doing
Now,
this is
when
an
a team
ad
does
and you're not
successfully
supposed to say
extract
other
the
game
hostage,
names.
What benefit does that give the team?
Oh, they're at the wrong. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
they both just did the exact same thing.
Do they throw Dokkaebi into the net?
No more child games.
Well, they gotta take it to
Adult games
the
only.
I'm not.
But whenever they do end up getting it to the right, getting hostage to the right extraction point, and then
This game is
having
too
her
hard and
airlifted out,
toxic.
you
I'm
actually
hard and
gain
toxic.
2 sectors of the current objective or the next objective that you're going on. So if you have 1 sector left on, say, sector 2, it'll click forward on 2.
Okay, and so that won't, so like for example, on Bravo's side, they already have 2 of those sectors, or not sectors captured, but they have, you know, halfway through.
Actually, yeah, on either side of the match right now, whoever secures the assignment will win.
Oh.
But like, they just have to get them to the right extraction zone, and there's only 20 seconds left to get it done.
And what happens if you don't complete this task? Then it just goes.
They figured it out.
Sorry, I'm too excited now.
It's a reverse umbrella.
And so this is actually an air tap, and they win. So that's the thing. You can either play for the neutral sector, or you can keep on pushing in one of the fronts and end the game as well.
Bro's literally wearing shorts, man.
You have multiple ways to
You
pull
can't.
off.
That's disrespectful. You guys know. You guys know
We've got more, we got
my
more games
attitude
going
about
on,
wearing
right?
shorts in combat.
So
I don't think
this
you
one
should be wearing
is
shorts
finished, but
outside of
next
the
one up,
outside
we're
of the
going
field
worldwide.
of
Raza versus
athleticism.
Pestily. Now,
Okay,
Team
I
Raza
think it's
have
disrespectful
some
to the
pretty
art of
formidable
war.
players on it. And
I think it's
wonder
disrespectful
how
in
they'll be able
general to wear
tackle
shorts when you're
dual
like,
front. We
imagine
saw
killing a
a
dude
more objective
and you got
focus
shorts on.
in that Pengu versus Spoit matchup than in the
Imagine
first. And again,
you,
it's gonna
you
come
kill
down
a
to
dude
which
and you
teams
got cargo
tackle
shorts on.
these
Like,
objectives.
think
You
about
go
how
for-
ridiculous that
you
is.
fight for each of the sections of
It's
the map, or
disrespectful.
you
I would,
battle, as we
if
just
I'm
saw,
out in the field
in
of
that
battle
neutral zone
and somebody
nonstop.
murks me and they got shorts on, I am
neutral
going
zone
to
was the way to go. They
haunt
ended up
them
winning because
for
But again,
the
that's the
rest
beauty of
of
the
their
game
life.
mode.
Do you
There
understand me?
isn't a right or
I'm
wrong
making
way
sure
to play
I
it.
haunt
You
their
can play it
children.
however you see
7
fit, when you
generations
want.
of haunting.
You make
I'm a
those
ghost.
tactical adjustments of when
Okay,
you're rotating
I'm
players
going
or
to their
seizing a
house.
moment,
I'm
seizing an
actually
opportunity, and then
rearranging
even
their
collapsing
furniture.
forward
You know
back
what I mean?
if
Like
necessary. So
I'm
again,
doing
we're
mind
going
games and
through
shit.
to be seen any way possible.
No
Right? Because
shot.
there is
No
developed
shot. It's
meta
so
just yet.
disrespectful.
Maybe
You
guys are
gotta.
finding that you're
I
gonna
can't.
keep
I
to
don't want to
yourself
see your
and maybe
knees,
run
big
into
dog.
guys in
I don't want to
matches
see your
and
ankles.
quickly realize,
I don't
okay,
want to see
this
your
is what we need
ankles.
to do.
How am I getting domed by a dude and I can see their goddamn ankles?
Players just learn the game faster than
It's
anyone else on the
unacceptable.
dev
It's
team, and so that's
disrespect.
gonna
It's
also
disrespect. The
quickly- we
Western
won't
world has
recognize
done.
it in a week.
The Western world has
Well,
done
this game
so
is
much
finished, so let's
disrespect
hear
in the
what
field
Pengu's
of battle.
thoughts on dual front are.
I am over here with the wonderful Pengu, everybody.
You got to let the boys breathe
Thanks
in
so much for
combat.
joining us
Absolutely
today. How
not.
you feeling?
Absolutely
excited.
not.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a
Have
bit
some
nervous,
respect.
and I came into it. I went 0-3, got no kills in the beginning. I was like, oh, chalk it. But then the teamwork started happening, and next to me started making some calls, and it clicked. We got the W.
Lovely. I'm sort of curious, what do you think about mixing attackers and defenders? How's that feeling?
I love it because it creates even more flexibility than before. Obviously, Siege has been about soft destruction, hard destruction. Now you have stuff like Capcan traps if you're defending, mute jammers. For example, Priest and I, we start defending the bomb site. He's playing castle, I'm playing mute. We're locking them out of the map, essentially. And then if we join them on the attack, we can play more aggressive operators like the Grim, for example.
Amazing. Have you found any OP combos?
I can't talk about that because, like, what if people they copy it and they beat us, you know? So no, can't leak stats right now.
Oh,
He
perfect.
thinks he's
I'm gonna let you
slick.
get back
I've
to it.
already,
Thank you so much.
I've already downloaded his combos, dude. He thinks he's
Thank you,
slick.
Patricia.
Oh, look
You
at
can
me.
take
I'm a
Pengu
pro.
out of
I
the
know what
game,
I'm.
and his
I
former
can't.
team
It's
did,
confidential.
but
Guess
you
what,
can't
dude?
take the
You didn't
player.
realize. You didn't realize, but I was watching. Okay, intently. And I've already downloaded his combos.
The actual match. He's not even giving away
Yeah, he's
secrets
a
in
two-time
a
champ.
show
Well, guess
match.
what? I'm
Like,
about to be a
come on.
3-time champ.
Yeah, exactly. He's saving strats for the next match. Team Raza versus Team Pestily is up next. A reminder about those drops. I mentioned that we have partnered streamers. Everybody here is
I got the
streaming as
Sharingan.
well. And we've got streamers at home that are also co-streaming this.
That's me.
Tune in and get to enjoy the action.
That's me.
I know
They're
that you
talking
wanna
about
hear
me,
us,
dude.
but you've
Hey,
also
what's
got other
up?
people to tune in too.
What's
Now,
up?
That matchup between
Hasanabi
Spoit and
mentioned.
Pengu went by pretty quickly. How
They're
does
talking
that
about us,
match
chat.
up with your expectations of a typical game of dual front?
So one of the interesting things about the neutral sector assignment is it randomly triggers in the middle of a match.
They're talking about me,
Between,
the
I think
number
it's like
5
10
largest Rainbow
minutes and
Six
15
streamer
minutes.
in the world.
Is that right?
It's like first 5 in.
W,
Yeah.
So
W
after 5, it
sponsorship.
can happen at any time.
So they already were pretty advanced in the match, and then it did end. So that's about the time that you can expect. 15 to 20 minutes is the average game length.
The beta
and then
is
you can
out
jump
today,
into the
yes.
next one right
And
away.
I will be
So you
playing
get
it
a
after
lot
the
in a little
showcase is
package.
over.
Hold on a second.
The
Gentlemen, I'm
showcase
seeing
ends
something here on your
in
screen.
an hour, around an hour, and then
Does
I
your
will be.
outfit show
and then I'll be
up on
playing.
the loading screen before you get into Dual Front?
Absolutely. You got to flex whatever
What
you
the
got.
fuck do they pay you to watch this? Excuse me.
I think it's called Skinnergizing.
Excuse me. It's because I'm
Raza,
a
that's your
goddamn
own
pro, dude. It's because they know potential. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it? Mythological? It's because they were like, oh, you're the GOAT. You are currently the #5 largest Rainbow Six streamer on the planet. And we really like that you're a gamer. You're a real gamer. They literally didn't. They told me not to show up to the event because I would dominate too hard.
Are shown off.
So I also did notice when you first initially start out, you aren't just able to quickly run in to a different sector. You are blocked
They
off
said,
right
"Yo,
there. Is that
Hassan,
essentially similar to a prep
You're
phase,
women too
or-
bad.
That's exactly
Your
the intent
swag
there, is
too
that
tough.
it gives time for those in the defending lane to actually do their setup
Your
and get ready.
legal-
It gives time for the intel to be gathered by the attackers.
Your legal choice
I'll
of
let this be
beverage
known
is
that the neutral
too
sector
strong.
is always neutral. So if you want to frag it out as
Your
soon as you
smoke
start,
too
you can
loud,
go and
they said.
do it
Oh,
there.
That's interesting. Well, I'm sure there's a lot
You
of people that love
phase
to
up
hear you
too
say that.
hard.
I just want to get straight into the thick of it.
And just like regular Siege, or core Siege, if I can call it that, destruction is a huge part of this. You talked about it. You talked about it as well.
Hit me up
we just
on
got
Discord,
to see it firsthand.
Andrew.
A lot of these teams are kind of treating this like
Afterwards.
team deathmatch. That's
We're
the
gonna do it at
rappel, by the way,
12.
that was shown that you can now swing around corners.
Amazing.
The very first time in our very first match that we just saw that, the crowd went wild. I don't know if you heard that, but no, destruction, it plays a huge part. I mean, a lot of these teams, again, are treating it like a team deathmatch, but here, you can reshape the map to your advantage.
That's right. And even, we saw it before, you can reshape the neutral sector. In fact, one
What
of the
graphic
things
card
we've been
do you
playing
use?
with is
Fifth
you can
try
jump
law?
into the neutral sector
4090.
before you attack,
I have a
reinforce
4090.
where you need to, or open up where you need to, so that you actually lay the groundwork for the match to evolve.
So I did notice within these sectors, there are still default cameras that are up. And we've already talked about regenerative utility. Is that the same thing with barricades? If a team just is absolutely not attacking, they're more focused on defending, where they just immediately fell off, will those barricades come back up? Or is that through and through, once that destructibility is there, it's permanent?
Yeah, once the destructibility is going in place in the match, it's kind of the story of that match. So we allow that to be the permanent beats that had happened throughout it. So if
Bro
anything's
tried to
being
figure out the
broken
GPU
down,
of a
like
political
we talked about the
commentator
cheat
5
code
times.
where you get a
Excuse
soft
me.
wall, maybe not reinforcing it right away is a
Bro
good
tried
move.
to figure out the GPU of the top #4 top Rainbow Six Siege streamer in the world currently as it stands. His GPU. Okay? This is not, I'm an apolitical guy. I'm a centrist. I don't do politics. I do gaming. Okay? Calm down.
Another interesting thing.
Calm
though, when it
down.
comes to
We've leveled up.
destruction,
We're
you'll see
number
that
4
the
now.
barricades are
Also,
color-coded.
#1 at
That's
Photoshop.
because
Look at
the
this.
team that has their own
Look
color
at
can
this.
tear it down.
#1 at
And so you can
Photoshop.
see a
#4 at
sector
Rainbow Six
evolve
Siege.
over
#4.
time as
Wait,
the
what?
new
Did it F a
barricades
little
of
bit?
The attacking team come out because now they're reinforcing
They
it,
want
and
to
the
hold me
defenders have
back.
to recapture.
Twitch server side issue.
We've spent almost a decade of watching round by round things reset. It's a little bit odd to see persistent destruction in this game. So, I mean, you'd see it in TDM from time to time when eventually, you know, a map would be reduced to smithereens.
I'm gonna
But
put myself
not only
here.
do you see it now, but it plays a
I'm
much
gonna put
bigger
myself
impact
here
than
so
it
it
does
seems
in
like
TDM,
I'm
right?
playing.
TDM is a fun game mode, but here there's much more strategy, as you pointed
That's
out.
right.
And the way you go about it will only deepen people's
Chat, look
understanding
at me.
of how
I'm playing
to play
right
this
now.
game.
You know, Raza just displayed that perfectly of questioning whether or not that was one of his fellow cap cans or another team's trap, and then scanned it to see if it was, found out it was, and then shot that. Again, that's another thing as a veteran player when you're going to be experienced.
I hate that
you
that
are going to have to
happened.
be so aware of the utility that is placed around the map, placed
I'm going
around
crazy.
the sector.
I'm
because you
going
don't know if
crazy
it's
with it.
yours.
Look, I'm
You don't know if it's
deploying.
the
I'm
other team.
deploying.
You always
Okay.
have to be
I'm
on alert.
deactivating.
So
I'm
again, it adds
deactivating.
such
Hold on.
another core development and process that you're going to be
The
going
Elon
through while
Musk
playing
strat.
this 6v6 game mode of Dual Front.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just
We're
blew
just
that
moments
up
away from starting
myself.
our last match of the day. Gentlemen, it's been great having you here, and I'm assuming you'll
Dude,
be
my
riding along
aim
for
is
the
so
last one.
good.
Is there
People don't
anything
understand
that
how good my
you want
aim
to talk
is.
about that we haven't seen yet, by any chance?
Actually, we've seen quite a bit here that we haven't dug into yet, and we're about to, because there are changes that are coming that you might have
just
seen in
blasted
Duelfront.
him
They're
and
coming
then
to the
double
entire
tap.
game.
Let's
so
go.
We'll be talking more
you see
about
that? Look at that
very
lean.
soon,
Look at my
actually.
lean on over here.
Yep, that's
You're
it.
not.
I'm doing
Just
it.
teasing
I'm
people,
doing
teasing
it.
us. We're
Teasing
up there. You
us.
could whisper in our ears before you head
I'm
out.
doing it. You like that
Admittedly,
shot,
we
Jack?
had to tease them earlier on with the new
Yeah.
game mode and all that
It's
special
like I'm
stuff.
hacking, dude. I'm so
But good things come to those who wait. Our very
Elon
last matchup
POV.
of the day is upon us for Dual Front, at least. Team Skittles, who you heard from earlier, and Team Meaty Marley
Anyway.
will do battle. Fun fact about both of these team captains, both of them started their careers hiding their identity, and we eventually got a Skittles face reveal, and now we know what Meaty Marley looks like. The question is,
Yeah.
game.
It was crazy
Will their
when I got the
gameplay
Meaty Marley
be as
face
handsome as
reveal.
they are?
Oh, yeah.
I think
Meaty
they will.
Marley
But
is
something
a
that really
crazy
sticks
name,
out
by
to
the
me
way.
on both these rosters, if you were to ask me,
I
who
love
do you think's
it.
the favorite here? I don't have one for the simple fact that your boy Roy and Atheno
right, I
look a
gotta
little
pee.
deflated
I'll be
in their
back in a
biceps.
second.
I
Hold
don't
on.
think they got their pumping for the day. So you're definitely going to have to rely on the 5 players, I should say, on each side to pick up the weight from both those two.
I have a slight suspicion as to what the devs were talking about, by the way, because they said there's something that we're changing in regular Siege that wasn't mentioned, but it was briefly shown on the reveal video before this. And then we saw what looked like a pipe on fire, which, as far as I'm aware, Gabriel, there's no operator who puts down explosive pipes.
No, there isn't. And I was curious of that too because, I mean, you know, as chefs, we add tons of ingredients to our meals and for people to digest. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here, is that ingredient is now being added into the gameplay that we all know and love in Siege. Again, we don't have operators that are laying down these pipes that can be shot. Is he going to shoot it? No, he's not going to shoot it. Unfortunately.
And as for what that quote-unquote ingredient might be, the devs will be talking about that later on. I do like that we have a big mix of players here in Atlanta. You've got controller players, you've got mouse and keyboard players, you've got Siege vets, you've got former pros, you've got world champions, you've got people who, as far as I'm aware, might not have ever really touched Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I mean, Narcoleptic Nugget, he doesn't touch Siege. I mean, look at the gameplay right there. I know we know him from Siege, but I'm a little disappointed in his gameplay so far.
This was the man whose biceps you made fun of earlier.
Yeah, I know I'm going to regret it because, I mean...
Do you think he could take you in a fight?
Yes, for sure. I mean, look at him. He's so locked in. Actually, I lied. He just missed that.
Well, it was through a wall.
Oh, was it?
There are outlines on operators as well, because as you might have noticed on the top of the screen, the teams can run the same ops.
They can.
So you can have 2 vigils on the board at the same time. We saw in one of our earlier matches, there were 2 docks on the board. And outlines are very important to be able to distinguish, is it a friendly dock or is it an enemy dock?
Well, I mean, that's something that you're going to have to decipher,
Stop
like I was saying,
kissing.
with the utility that's
There's
going to
no
be on the
room
map.
for
You're going to have
kissing.
to keep in
We're
mind a
we're
mental
manly men
awareness
here.
of, okay.
We don't
oh,
kiss.
We're seeing it right
What's
there.
this? No,
We squat
Macy,
up.
get off
He's,
drone!
see, he's not, you know, he's not appreciating. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, okay, so that's interesting. So, you know, we talked about operators not being able to lay anything like that, but in similarity to a Capital Bolt, similar to a Goyo canister, I mean, this creates a completely different new look and what we can see in Siege X.
This has been an interesting matchup between these two teams. They're playing it very slow, which is in stark contrast
That's how
to
I
the
would play it,
first
too.
game that we saw.
I would play it.
That had
I would play it
Uzi
slow,
killing
and then I'd play it hard and
everybody in the
fast.
server. Now, they talked a lot about this neutral sector, and it's coming in pretty quickly. Again, it can spawn at different intervals. This one in just under a minute, and it'll be only 9 minutes into action. Will these teams pay that neutral sector and the assignment that comes with it the same respect that we saw from that Pengu and Spoit matchup? That is the question. Uh-oh.
Love the color commentary, very informative.
Okay, so that
That's
flame
right,
actually does
baby.
get put out pretty quickly.
It's not a Goyo canister.
No, no.
Goyo canister lasts 20 seconds. That looked like about 3.
That I don't even think 3, maybe like 2. But I think we could be wrong. I'll wait to see.
You're
if
gonna fight with
anything.
me over a single
Kaya
second?
showed up.
No.
Kaya showed up to
Completely
watch the
unrelated
Siege
to
play.
what we're just about to talk about that we might see later on. But I mean, so far, this game mode is intense. There seems to be constant action no matter where you're looking, whether you are the one defending or you are the one attacking.
Now, speaking of, Alpha has to defend against the diffuser that's been put down while also dealing with the hostage objective in the middle of the map. That's the assignment that has spawned in. So you've got 6 players on your team. How many do you send to deal with that diffuse kit, and how many do you send to deal with the assignment?
That's the biggest thing. You know, if I'm in this situation, I'm sending at least 3. At least
you get access to play the beta, by the way, just so you know.
For that hostage and keeping 1 on one end and 2 on the other. So
no,
that
the
way
answer
you are
is
still
this game is not political.
all of your bases,
Clearly, look at the
covering
game.
those sectors, making sure not only you
Bronny
can
plays
defend,
this
but you
game.
can still
Oh my
attack,
God.
but you can still go for
Maybe
that
he'll play with me.
sector. And they're trying to go. Okay, they did get it.
And then LeBron will see how good I am
curious
at the
if they
game.
know where to bring
And then he'll say,
extract
hey,
the hostage
if you're
here,
this
whereas
good at
in the
Rainbow
previous
Six
game,
Siege,
they
maybe
were
you're good at
unfamiliar, which I think
basketball
it's going
too.
to be the
And then
exact
he'll
same
ask me to
situation.
play for the
Yeah,
Lakers.
I mean, I think it's worth noting that everybody who is playing this game
that's gonna happen.
has little to no experience with it.
I would have done the same exact thing if I wasn't playing with Joshua.
Yeah, fair enough. So again, it comes down to learning on the fly at
Realistic
differing
scenario,
skill levels,
yeah. Let me
differing
live, man.
platforms,
Let me
etc.
dream.
You will be able to get your hands on this beta for Dual Front later today. Again, link your Ubisoft Connect, link your Twitch account, and watch this stream or one of the partnered streams for about 30 minutes, and then you'll be in. You'll be able to play on PC and current-gen consoles. Now, it looks like Skittles might be able to pull it off.
I think he's going to.
Funny because we listened to the on-boarder, the don't board the helicopter.
But
when
now
the literal opposite is the focus here.
I mean, it's up to that one Brit to shut this out right here and not make sure. And Skittles, I mean,
I got one.
Oh, that was devastating right there. And now he's going to go for it. I mean, again, this is a beautiful thing, once again, is where you're not just focused on the sectors. You do have to focus on another objective, which is, again, it's so unique, and it still allows you to be in control of any scenario at any given moment, to be able to shift, to rotate, to be elusive, that you can't just focus on one thing. You have to shift your focus in other places through and through, which, again, for new players, old players, it allows you to constantly learn and adapt, which that's what Siege has been about for years.
And what you learn about this game mode is going to change very quickly.
Yes.
Assignments will be changing. Oh!
Do it again! Do it again!
Dude, this is my peak. This is how I peak too.
I don't
I'm so
think
good at
they're
peaking.
capable of hearing us. But again, just to kind of underscore how this game mode will be supported, a season in Rainbow Six Siege is about 3 months, give or take, because we have 4 a year, just like regular seasons. Twice a season, the operator lineup will change, which means that for a lot of players, as you're finding your footing, things will shift. And then at the start of each new season, the assignment will change. Right now, it's rescue Dokkaebi, pick up the hostage, get her to the helicopter, save her, but who knows what's next? There's one thing that I've noticed that isn't present, and that's anything to do with secure area. If you look at the original 3 game modes of Rainbow Six Siege, you have the regular bomb, which is the whole premise of Dual Front. You have hostage, which is the special assignment, but where is secure area? Could it be coming next or coming at some point in future seasons?
Well, we're already getting something brand new with Dual Front, and it already being a heap loads of different things involved. So we could see an entirely different brand new mode introduced. Well, I mean, you know what I mean entirely.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, honestly, everything's up in the air of what could be brought in.
And it allows the developers to toy with the game, frankly. The Siege X formula has been around and has been tweaked over time. And you're going to see some more of those tweaks coming up in the next portion of this showcase in the core gameplay update section. But you can't really reinvent Siege. But if you want to experiment, Dual Front is a great game mode where you can take those liberties and try out some new stuff, and who knows? Just as right now, original core Siege has influenced Dual Front, something could be cooked up for this game mode that is popular enough, maybe one day down the line, we see it in the core game. Maybe not. This is us idly speculating, but again, it gives the devs a chance. it gives the devs a chance to
Macy.
talk
This is
about
just another
this
day in
new
the office
game
for
mode.
him. And of course he's MVP.
Of course. We've got our last interview for Dual Front with Fastan and Patricia.
Thank you. Hey, Fastan, how are you doing?
I'm doing very
I
good.
didn't know
I'm
you were
so
gonna
excited
stream
to
so
be
early.
here. The
Hell
game's
yeah,
been a lot
baby.
of fun. It's been great.
Oh, amazing. Thank you for letting me take the time to pick your brain. I actually wanted to ask you about strategy. How's the team strategy been? How's that evolving?
Well, our team's doing really good on the strategy front. I feel like, with the people that we're playing against, people said we were not going to stand a chance with some major winners against us or something like that. We played 2 games yesterday, 1 game today. All I want to say is we are 3-0 up in games because we are taking Dokkaebi as our win condition. If you get Dokkaebi and you extractor, you actually get 2/3 off a sector, and that's been helping us win 3 games in a row, and it's been absolutely amazing so far.
Oh, amazing insight. Thank you so much, Fastan. Really appreciate your time being here. Can't wait for more gameplay.
Well, thank you so very much. And again, it's great to have everybody here under one roof playing this game.
I'm
And we get to
going on
get
a mass
real-time
purge right
opinions
now,
on
quietly.
what we're watching, because
Is it
we
against
only
your
get to
contract
see
that tells
their
when it
perspective,
ends?
but
No.
they get to play it, they get to experience it.
From 10
And
a.m. Pacific
almost
to
every
12.
single
Dude, I
match
posted
played
about this on my...
differently.
Man,
Well, it goes
nobody
into
pays
what I was saying.
attention to
This is a
anything I
brand new
post.
game mode. It's
I
unexplored.
posted in the
Everyone is going
in
to
the
be
Twitch
approaching it
Twitter
entirely different,
comms.
whether it's going to be here or you guys later once this all wraps up.
Okay.
It is an unfamiliar
10 a.m.
area
to 12
for
p.m. Pacific.
everybody.
I'm
so
watching the
again,
Rainbow
there
Six
isn't going to be a
announcement, then I'm
meta
playing
just
the new
yet.
Rainbow Six
Who knows,
for
there
an
might not
hour.
even be a meta in general
And
because
then,
there is many
and
factors
then
to
after
take
that,
into
we're
here
gonna do the
that we
news.
just have not seen throughout Siege's history.
And if you're new to this stream and just catching up to speed, the game mode we just watched, the new permanent 6v6 game mode coming to Siege X, is going to be playable later today. We'll be
Funny
giving
how
out
people only pay
beta
attention to
keys
your
to those
bathtub
who have their
pics, Unc.
Ubisoft Connect
Yeah.
and Twitch accounts linked together. So you can get the keys here. You can get it from the partnered streams as well. You just got to watch about 30 minutes. Then you'll get
Yeah.
access to the beta code. It'll go live when the show wraps up later today. But we've got Patricia ready yet again. As I said, this show's going to go quick. I didn't lie. Patricia, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Intero and Laxing. How are you guys enjoying Dual Front?
Woo!
Pretty cool. You just heard them talking about some core gameplay updates that we will be revealing in the next segment. So all that's left is for me to set the stage. Please welcome back directors Alexander Karpazis
Cheaters ruin
and
games. This game will
Christopher
flood
Budgeon.
them. Does Siege have a lot of cheaters? I thought it was like another game that I can't. Am I allowed
With
to say
Siege
other
X,
games
we're
during
taking
an
Rainbow
ad?
Six
I don't know,
Siege
but I thought
to
there was like a
new
more of a
heights.
COD thing.
Launching June 10th at the start of Year 10 Season 2. This
Parker on the
evolution
right
of
is the
Siege
reason I got
builds
into politics
upon
and found your
everything that makes
community.
the
Wait,
game
really?
So special.
People keep saying
In the
that
first
one of
part
the
our
casters
showcase,
is
we
a
showed you
big
Dual
Hasanabi
Front,
head.
our new 6v6 game mode. And there's a lot more to talk about. Siege X will deliver sweeping updates across all of Siege, with a strong focus on modernizing our maps, refining our gameplay, and evolving our audio, with much
Bernie
more to
Sanders said he
come.
fucks heavy with Rainbow Six Siege X. Yeah, that's true. Bro, Bernie Sanders' brain would
At
explode
its
if you
heart,
sat him in
our
front of a computer to
philosophy
try and
remains the
play
same.
this game.
Reinforce what makes Siege so unique. Its deep tactics, intense strategy, and the thrill of outsmarting your opponents.
But before we dive into what's next, we want to take a moment to recognize those who have made all of this possible. You, our players. And I bet there's some veteran players in this very room.
Me! They're talking about me! Me! I'm a vet.
Your commitment and support over the years has shaped Siege into what it is today. And we have something special.
They're
to show
talking
our
about me,
appreciation.
chat.
Let's take a
Veteran
look
players like
at
me.
Our veteran rewards. This is a special way to celebrate your time with Siege. For each year you've been with us, you'll receive a unique reward to honor your dedication. If you've been with us since year 3, for example, you'll receive 7 rewards from year 3 to year 9. And for those who have been with us since year 1, we've prepared something truly special. A new, exclusive Black Ice skin. This is our way of saying thank you for standing with us through every battle, every season, and every moment that continues to shape the future of Siege.
We also want to celebrate your legacy in Siege with a special badge of honor. This exclusive badge marks the year you joined the fight, a testament to your dedication and journey in the game.
Wait, I would get a 2018 badge then if that's the case.
Whether you're a recent recruit or a battle-hardened veteran, this badge is yours to wear with pride.
No, I got.
Now,
I play Siege in like 2018. I get a 2018 badge.
Recently, we introduced crossplay, giving you the ability to play with your friends no matter which platform they're on. With Siege X, we're tearing down barriers, ready to welcome more players that want to experience the
Noam
best
Chomsky is deep into Siege.
FPS.
I think
We want to make it
okay.
easier to invite your friends to play the game. We want to continue to grow the community, and we want to continue to build this game with veterans and new players from around the world. Starting June 10th, with the launch of Siege X, new players will be able to download the game for
Giannis
free
Varoufakis.
and jump directly into the Siege experience. Free access will help grow the Siege community, but we want to ensure that Siege remains fair and protected, particularly for Ranked and Siege Cup. So, let's break it all down so you know what to expect as a new player and a veteran.
With free access, players can dive into our brand new game mode, Dual Front. Learn the mechanics through our onboarding playlists, sharpen their skills in Quick Match, have fun in seasonal events, and we heard you. Unranked is making its long-awaited comeback. Unranked offers a competitive yet approachable experience for free access players to test their skills and explore the new pick and ban system, which you'll see in action in our show match later on. Free access players can experience core Siege gameplay and access training modes, earn XP, and unlock rewards. As part of the new onboarding process, players can earn and customize up to 26 operators through play. Additional operators can still be unlocked using the currency they earn to continue to grow their roster. The most competitive playlists, Ranked and Siege Cup, are high stakes and reserved for those who unlock the next level of Siege
That's
competition
me. I
through
have
premium
clearance
access.
level 50.
And as always, you'll need to be level 50 to participate. Also, I want to reassure our dedicated players. You will keep access to everything you have.
Bro, you level 5? Chill, dude.
That's right. Don't worry, veteran players. You'll keep access to everything you've earned over the past 10 years. Your access to our competitive playlists, such as Ranked and Siege Cup, your progression, your operators, your inventory, will all be yours to keep and to continue building for the future. No payments or action required to transfer your progress. As Siege continues to grow, we're not just preserving your legacy, we're refreshing the experience for every player. With Siege X, our totally revamped UI will be more than just a new coat of paint.
That dude
How
looks
you
like
navigate
Noah
through
Colwyn.
game modes, browse your battle
That operator
pass,
looks like Noah
and
Colwyn.
interact with Siege is faster, it's more intuitive, and more immersive. The UI overhaul also streamlines your experience as you track your journey as
This
a
whole
Siege
show has
player.
an E3, has
So
such
whether
an
you're a
E3
veteran
vibe.
bringing in new friends,
Yeah, it's a
or
gaming
fresh recruit,
showcase.
we've revamped Siege's global progression system. Clearance levels, reward unlocks, and challenges have been improved, making it easier to track your progress and navigate the early stages of the
Well,
game.
we celebrating not taking people's
Our
content?
focus was
What?
to make getting into Siege as fun as possible, while giving you the tools you need to learn the deep and rewarding systems of the game.
Are you okay?
We're thrilled to welcome new players into Siege with free access. And we know that a growing community comes with responsibility. With Siege X, we're making sure the game is the most secure it's ever been. That means industry-leading player protection, fairer matchmaking, and continued efforts to encourage a positive game that welcomes everyone. First, let's talk about game security.
Last month at the Six Invitational,
Is this
we
an ad?
introduced
Is
R6
this an ad?
Shield Guard,
Is this an
our
ad?
latest
Is this an
anti-cheat
ad?
initiative. To
Chatters
catch up
don't know
on the
how to
current
read,
status
man.
of R6 Shield Guard, let's hear from programming team lead Adrian Fress.
Dog, look at the title. Read 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 the title.
Cheating
Read
and
the
toxicity
title.
has no place in Siege, and we won't rest until it's a thing of the past. At SI, we introduced our new initiative, RAINBOWSIX Shield Guard.
RAINBOWSIX
Shield Guard
Shield
takes a
Guard.
multifaceted approach to anti-cheat. Our QB system distributes different executables to our players, preventing tampering and issuing sanctions when detected. Binary hardening is the act of encrypting and hardening of
There you
game
go.
code
Chatters were asking about
to make
cheaters.
it
Look
even
at that.
more difficult to tamper with. Our security measures have rendered cheat makers' capacity to come back online much harder, with some of them exiting the scene entirely. Gameplay violation, our in-game defense system that allows for
Canadians
detecting
need
players performing
subtitles?
impossible
That's funny.
behavior within the game, like sprinting while shooting. This system basically renders raid cheating a thing of the past, and we are working to keep it that way. Our next line of defense, Mousetrap, detects the use of mouse and keyboard in console pools. Our final line of defense is data. We use AI and analytics to detect irregular and exploitative behavior in the game. With SiegeX, our Shield Guard updates live without the need of a scheduled maintenance. Cheats will be harder, more difficult, and costlier to make, and cheat makers won't be able to anticipate security updates before they come in. Our Shield Guard is a long-term investment. We're here to stay, and we can't wait to share more.
That's a man who definitely, yes, he knows when
We're
XQC speaks, he
taking
understands what he's
anti-toxicity in the
saying.
game seriously as well.
It's like a
and we've made
superpower,
huge
honestly.
strides to make sure that everyone feels comfortable playing the game. We've doubled down on our mission. There is no room for abusive language and harassment in Siege. Here's Lancelo Satjay, Associate Director of Player Protection and Game Security, to talk about the systems we have
They
in place.
woke now. Let's go.
We know that toxicity has become more frequent in-game, especially with a constant increase over the past 2 years. But the good news is, since Year 9 Season 4, the past December, we are now seeing the first decrease in toxicity. This is thanks to features such as our rework reputation system that addresses recurrent toxicity while rewarding constant positive behavior. Plus, our recently implemented automated text chat moderation. Since its release in Year 9 Season 4, the number of unacceptable messages has been divided by 2. We are constantly working to improve and balance detections. We are also dedicated to protect potential targeted players with our privacy setting features. In Year 10, the reputation
Someone in
system
the
is
YouTube
fully
chat
activated. It
typing
means that the
drops
most
is
toxic
so
players,
funny to me.
the one with a dishonorable standing, have been removed from ranked, standard, and Siege Cup matches as they were impacting 25% of games played. Players with a positive standing are receiving rewards and specific car backgrounds. The more constructive feedbacks we receive, the better and fairer our systems are. To do so, use the in-game report function or contact us through R6Fix. We are listening to your feedback, and player protection will continue to evolve to make sure that the game is safe for you, even more with free access.
Anti-cheat and anti-toxicity are top priorities for
Let's
us on
go.
Siege. And I want to thank Adrian and Lancelo and their teams for their work making the game the most competitive
Anti-cheat
and
and
fair it's
anti-toxicity.
ever
That's
been.
my jam.
Now, let's talk about the maps and visual updates we mentioned at the 6 Invitational. We've been listening, refining, and working behind the scenes to bring you game-changing updates to core Siege gameplay. SiegeX isn't just about the new experiences. It's about making the 5v5 Siege you love even better. From mechanics to quality of life improvements and everything in between, we're ushering in a new era for Siege.
One of the biggest changes coming to Siege is our modernized map update. We know how important maps are in Siege, and we've been hard at work improving visuals, readability, and overall gameplay flow to make every engagement more tactical and immersive. These updates will enhance lighting and textures and be more in line with the dark, gritty tone that people picture when they think of Siege, all while maintaining the strategic depth players love. But words can only do so much, so let's take a look at how these changes come to life in action.
Permission to swag out. Permission granted. Permission granted, operator. RTX on.
That's right. At launch, SiegeX will introduce 5 fully modernized maps: Clubhouse, Chalet, Bank, Cafe, and Border.
Timothy Chalamet.
After the season of SiegeX's debut, each new season will deliver 3 more modernized maps. We've done significant work on these environments. We've rebuilt the lighting engine to bring more realistic atmosphere with richer contrast and colors. All major surfaces have been redone, with materials looking more real thanks to updated, physically based rendering standards, displacement mapping, exposure compensation, and increased resolution. For PC players, that means an optional true 4K texture pack for the sharpest, most detailed environments possible. For those watching the stream, we'll be sharing all of these videos today at full resolution so you can see the difference. Building on the technology of lighting and modernized maps, we're also introducing a feature that adds a whole new layer to tactical awareness: first-person shadows.
Now you'll have to think twice about your positioning. If you're entering a room or passing a hallway, you'll be able to see whether your shadow is revealing your location to waiting enemies. This small but crucial detail makes movement and positioning more important than ever. The reason we can make all these changes and still ensure a competitive experience is because of a major change we're doing in making our enemy outlines updated.
When we talk about stealth in Siege, we want players to focus on how much noise they make, not how visible they are. We always want enemies to be clear and identifiable. The new outline system means, even with the more immersive lighting, enemies can't hide in the shadows. This is a big change, but one that over time feels natural and ensures a fun and fair game. As usual, we'll keep listening to your feedback and make adjustments as needed. Another
the rising
big
anti-gaming
change
sentiment
is the rappel update in SiegeX,
in the chat is
bringing
alarming.
more options to the most unique movement mechanics in first-person shooters.
Rappelling has always been a defining feature of Siege, but we knew it could be even better. With advanced rappel, you can now sprint along the wall, and you can pull off what we saw Callie do back in the playbook.
You will no longer be able to
trailer.
hide in the shadows,
You can now
anti-gamers.
transition around corners while on rappel, including when sprinting. Here's those improvements in-game.
Smooth cornering and sprinting makes rappelling on a wall and executing a plan so much more satisfying.
It's all about giving players more control, making movement feel natural, intuitive, and immersive. This is why we've also taken the time to update our basic movement in the game to include momentum as well. No more start and stop movement, but true flow and responsiveness. Let me give you a concrete example of this in action. Picture yourself moving across the bed in the bedroom gym side of Clubhouse. Before the changes, as soon as you ran off the bed, you would immediately stop running, drop straight down, and then start running again once you've landed on the floor. With the momentum-based movement update, you will continue to run off of short drops and carry your momentum with you. This achieves a new level of flow and immersion in the moment-to-moment action of Siege. We can't wait to see the creative plays that these changes will inspire.
Your ass got me to re-download the game after literal years. That's the whole point. That's why it's an ad. Hashtag ad.
Let's
Hashtag
dive
sponsored.
into something that's going to shake up gameplay itself.
Let's go.
Say hello to destructible ingredients.
During an operation, every detail matters. Your intel, your loadout, your position, but above all else, your environment.
How will this affect LeBron's legacy? I don't know. I mean, I guess Bronny plays a lot, is what chatters were telling me, which means that Bronny, considering that Bronny is LeBron's legacy, if he plays too much of this game, he's not going to be able to play basketball well. So I guess it negatively impacts his legacy.
I freaking love these things. Destructible ingredients are shaking things up in Siege, bringing fresh tactical opportunities for both attackers
Bronny getting
and defenders.
diamond.
These aren't just
Siege.
environmental details. They're strategic tools that
Bronny getting
swing the
diamond in
outcome
Siege.
of combat engagements in modernized maps.
Streamers
and
installing sneakers in real life for silent
First up,
gameplay. Yep.
Fire extinguishers.
Look at that.
You'll see these scattered across the map, and when they're destroyed, they release a thick cloud of smoke, giving you some quick visual cover, but that's not all. If an enemy is standing too close when one bursts, they'll be concussed, setting you up for the perfect push. Next, we have gas pipes, and these can really disrupt the flow of the fight. Shoot it, and it releases a controlled flame, cutting off rotations and forcing roamers to move. But here's the catch. Once the fire reaches its peak, the pipe explodes, covering the area in flames and creating a brutal area denial effect. And finally, metal detectors.
I have more elite skins than Bronny. That's depressing to say. That's not depressing.
Than you've come to
that
know
means
them.
you're better than Bronny at something, which
Metal
is cool. I don't think I'm better than
detectors are now
Bronny at
fully
anything.
interactive.
So
you can disable them temporarily or permanently, giving you the control over when movement is detected. Do you disable them to sneak through unnoticed, or leave them on to bait enemies into giving away their position? You can even destroy them outright with explosives. These destructible ingredients introduce new tactical possibilities, giving players more ways to manipulate their surroundings and outplay their opponents.
Each of these destructible ingredients adds a new layer of strategy and creates fresh opportunities for creative play. Whether you're using them to gain an advantage or counter an opponent's plan, they'll keep every round dynamic and unpredictable. We can't wait to see the tactical strategies you'll come up with. Destructible ingredients will be available in modernized maps and in the dual front game mode. And we're not done working on destructible ingredients. We'll be listening to all of you to see how we evolve them in the future. Speaking of listening, audio in Siege is one of the most important tools a player can use to get a competitive edge. That's why we're introducing the biggest audio overhaul Siege has ever seen or heard.
oh yeah, audio perverts eating
Every
good.
gunshot,
Audio pervs
footstep,
eating good.
and explosion will be more accurate, more immersive, and more clear than ever before. You're going to want to turn up your volume and put on your headphones for this one. Get ready to hear the difference.
Oh hell yeah.
In Rainbow Six Siege, audio has been overhauled to convey a greater sense of accuracy in order to give players more cues to reliably detect enemy actions. These audio enhancements add a layer of spatial distinctions, making it easier to tell if someone is coming from your left.
Let's go.
Or your right.
That don't matter to me much because I still
Sound
end up...
propagation has been upgraded, with sound traveling vertically and allowing players to know if an enemy is pushing from above or below. Sound also propagates through openings created in surfaces, offering more immersion. Sound reverberation is more realistic, relaying whether nearby actions are coming from a big room, a small room, indoors, or outdoors, making pinpointing enemy locations more reliable. These audio innovations offer new tools to adjust response tactics, deliberately cause noise to draw rivals into an ambush, or use carpeted areas to limit the sound of infiltration, and use flashbangs to mask the sounds of powerful abilities, making for a more immersive, refined, and satisfying tactical shooter experience.
I get goosebumps every time I hear the new audio. With this audio overhaul, every sound in Siege is more precise and immersive than ever. You'll be able to pinpoint gunshots, footsteps, and explosions more accurately, whether they're coming from the left, the right, above, or below. Intel makes or breaks great plays in Siege. With these enhancements, audio has become an even greater Intel asset and is more reliable than ever. Audio will be able to provide the intel you need to succeed, but to truly dominate, teams need to be able to share that intel, coordinate attacks, and call out enemy positions. But we know that not everyone is comfortable using voice comms.
That's why we're introducing the Communication Wheel, a new tool to design communication faster, clearer, and more accessible for everyone.
In the heat of battle, communication is key. That's why the Communication Wheel is so important. It's your new way to call the shots and keep your squad in sync. Need help with a breach or a rotate? Call out the spot for your play. Is an area clear? Let your squad know it's safe to reposition. Ready to make a push? Tell your team you are moving in and lead the attack. And when a teammate makes the right move, confirm it with an okay or send them a quick thank you to keep the teamwork flowing. The Communication Wheel gives every player the tools to share their strategy regardless of their playstyle, keeping your team one step ahead.
We covered a lot of subjects, but what about weapons? We know how much players love their weapon skins, and now, for the first time in Siege, you can check them out with Weapon Inspect. I know, we've been looking forward to Weapon Inspect just as much as you have. Rifles, pistols, shotguns, Siege has over 100 weapons in the game, and you can inspect every single one of them on the battlefield. Now is the time to flex your favorite skins and appreciate every single detail.
You're about to see all of these changes in action in a 5v5 show match with your favorite creators. But before we get there, I wanted to take a moment to speak directly to all of our veteran players and community. I'd just like to personally thank you for making Siege what it is today. I myself am a year one player, and the last 10 years have been incredible. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you for the revives. Thank you for the adrenaline pumping clutches. And thank you for the EMPs and cover fire as I was trying to open the main breach as my boy Thermite. 10 years of this game and the moments that have come with it are truly something to celebrate. And I can assure you that we still have plenty in store throughout the year to celebrate this momentous milestone with all of you. We've been building towards this moment for 3 years.
Woo! Shout out veterans.
All right. We've been building towards this moment for 3 years, and it feels unreal to finally be able to share it. Siege X marks the beginning of a new era of Rainbow Six Siege. This is our commitment to keeping Siege at the top as the best team-based tactical shooter out there.
Shake every corner, I did.
This is our commitment to the next 10 years of Siege.
I always do.
And this is our commitment to you, our players, for being here this whole time.
I'm
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tactical Corner Clear, dude. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it is a lot of fun to LARP as a tactical guy. I totally
Rainbow
get
Six
why
Siege
people do it.
Has changed my life.
Like,
And
I
I've
feel
had
like
many
I'm in the
players
middle.
from around the world
I feel
tell
like
me
I'm
the
in a
same
Hideo
thing.
Kojima production.
Siege X is the continuation of this life-changing game. And on behalf of the entire team, who are working so hard to build on the amazing legacy, we would like to thank you all. The stories you share, the friends you make along the way, and the passion you have for the game inspires us to always make Siege better. And we
They
have
put
one
my
more
operator in the
announcement.
game, Hank Pecker, 3
As
armor,
you know,
1 speed, primary,
our
M4
esports
secondary,
event,
Glock 17,
Reload,
gadget
will
leaves.
take place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, this May. And
Gadget
today
leaves a
we can
tablet in a
say
room with a live stream of him
that
screaming
we
at
are
people.
excited to announce that this will be the first Siege competition ever played on Siege X. Everything we just presented today will be there. The modernized maps, the overhauled audio, the new rappel mechanics, the works. Reload will also be the place for us to share with you the full roadmap for year 10 and give you an idea
Poo-poo
of what's to
piker
come
shits
after
himself,
the
then bans a
launch of
random
Siege
hostage.
X
Primary
on
weapon
June
MP5.
10th. Before we jump into the 5v5 show
Calm
match,
down, dude.
I'm going to pass it over to Patricia.
Wow. Thank you so much, Alex and Josh. Incredibly exciting updates. Wow. And now, a little surprise for all of you Ash fans out there.
I looked like Batman or
Let's take a
Halo.
look.
Your primary is definitely not an MP5. It's not. It's an AR-15. Wait, is this woke?
Well, an awful lot of information, and I didn't really expect it to get so emotional. But to Josh's point, it's not just the devs whose lives have been made better by this game. It's both of us as well. It's many of you. We're not just a community. In a lot of ways, it feels like a family. And for the last 10 years, so many people's lives have been made better by Siege. So from both of us, a very heartfelt thanks to the dev team, to the publishers, to the developers who've worked on this, to the people on the esports side of things, to the streamers and content creators, but most importantly,
yes, us.
to you watching. Because we
And
wouldn't
chat,
be
that's
here
you.
without you, the community.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surreal moment to be in this historical moment, you know, a decade of Siege, and to think that we're now here with something brand new for each and every single person, whether from the beginning and to now. I mean, it is truly a heartfelt moment, not only for me, for you, and like you said, for everyone around to just be in this moment, to partake in this. And again, thank you to each and every single one of you.
And why don't you give yourself here in Atlanta a round of applause, because you've been great so far today. I know that there was some onion cutting going on moments ago, but this is ultimately a celebration, and you've been spectacular so far. We are not done just yet. We do have a show match coming up. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited. Oh, okay.
I just complimented you. How are you booing me? I'm right. That's very hurtful.
Maybe weapon inspect? Oh.
I'm weapon inspecting my cue cards. They love it. That's a cheap pop. That's a cheap pop. A lot of big updates to the core of Siege. We saw a lot of it during Dual Front, but now you'll get to see it in action in what is called Core Siege, the game that you know and love, the game that you've been playing for some of you maybe a couple months, some of you maybe a couple days, some of you maybe since the game launched in December 2015. We've decided to adopt another dev though. We had both Alex and Josh on earlier, and now we're going to bring in our good friend Chris to talk about something else that is a little bit intriguing.
I love LARPing. I love LARPing.
It hasn't been in the game since the beginning, but it has become a fundamental part of Siege. And I am going to put some blame on you. You're the reason why people's favorite operators aren't available.
This is not a real gun, guys.
We're going to be talking about
gun.
pick and ban. While we talk about the pick and ban, let's get ready for Skittles versus Meaty Marley in our 5v5 show match. Yeah, get loud. Come on, you can do better than that.
I feel like that was like the same energy. I'm surprised it's not as loud.
Chris, there's something very different going on the screen right now. Care to walk us through it?
Yeah, we're now seeing our newly updated pick and ban system for ranked, Siege Cup, and the returning unranked. So each team will ban one operator before each round and up to 3 operators on each side. This new system is much faster to get into the action as both attack and defense ban in parallel. It also offers more strategic options when planning your next round, as you can ban with the knowledge of which site you want to defend or attack.
I just got here very confused
if you
for a
want to
sec.
defend basement on
Yes,
Chalet,
we're watching the
you can
Rainbow
ban
Six
rounds before the
Siege
next
showcase. Hashtag
You can also
ad.
act on
I'm going to
information
be
you gain
playing
throughout the
Rainbow
match.
Six Siege
So if you notice they
beta
have a good smoke,
in a
you can
minute
take
after
him
this
off the
is
table
over.
and force your
And then
opponents
after
to switch up
that,
their defense.
I'm going to get to the news.
We are excited to see how this shakes up the meta. You
Number
can
3 in
ban
the
more
Siege category
ops,
over
it's
Ubisoft.
faster, and you have
Hasanabi heads
more
are waking
intel to
up
inform your
closer to
decisions.
normal start time. Yeah.
We have a specific adaptation of this system for our esports competition. You'll see the esports version of this new pick and ban system in action for the first time at the Reload event in May in Rio, Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chris. Is there anything you want to add just before we say goodbye? We've unadopted you now. You're free to go. While we watch the game, is there anything about the pick and ban that you want to touch on?
I don't want to really touch on the pick and ban because we already went over that, but I will say, once again, thank you so much to our players. Thank you for today. Thank you for coming. The creators, the casters, our dev team, thank you so much.
And we thank you as well. It's a joint effort. There are a lot of people who worked tirelessly for countless hours to make not just Siege X happen, but this Siege X showcase. Lots of people behind the scenes. You get to hear and see our faces, but we're not here without the other people who are operating the cameras, the mics, production, and all of that. So a heartfelt thank you to them as well. So
there we go.
You're supposed to clap. You're supposed to clap too.
Cut on in the end.
Now, one of the things that was touched on by the devs was that destructible ingredients, and we saw it immediately. Meaty Marley meleeing the fire extinguisher, and another one just went as well. Now, you can wait and let those destructible ingredients go off in the cut and thrust of a match. Or if you think that they might hinder you, you can get rid of them real early on. There's variations to it.
Again, it adds that core element of Siege that we all know and love, that you can outsmart an opponent.
Yeah, you guys
just
loved
get
it.
rid of it entirely.
You guys watch him peeking, but when I'm peeking IRL, everybody makes fun of me and says, "Hey, watch out for your back,
I can appreciate that it's not.
Guess what,
necessarily
dude? I peek like that
But again,
too.
the fact that this is now
IRL.
another element in these maps, such as Clubhouse, does change the dynamic of how this map can be played. For me, instantly, when I
Hasan
think about
Peeker.
rotating, you hit that active ingredient to make those pipelines go off, to cut off that rotate, whether that's an attacker, whether that's a defender doing that, it just creates another element to see.
Those knees were shaking. That's what you
Now
want.
the team's
That's
on your
what you
screen,
wish.
as you can see.
You
on the
wish
bottom
my knees were
portion,
shaking.
Skittles, Eldit, Macy J, Varsity Gaming, and Yo Boy Roy
Yeah.
on one side. And speaking
My
of
operator,
Roy,
my operator is OP because I have a small hitbox. I'm famous for never getting headshotted.
Workout in. I think the blood's flowing in the biceps. They're filled now. I mean, he got 2K. He just hit a frost mat, so honestly, leg day isn't looking too great. Can't lift that up unless you don't have a strong core, so we might have to take that back for the next round. But I mean, it was a 1v1.
And Varsity clutches it out.
He took him to the academy.
They did. First round on the new look of Clubhouse. By the way, Clubhouse is one of the 5 maps that have received a visual update / visual overhaul. And as Chris mentioned, we don't just have the pick and ban at the start of the match anymore. You ban operators between rounds. So in round number 1, the attackers didn't want to deal with the Valkyrie, so they got rid of it. The defenders didn't want to deal with Amonte, and now they don't want to deal with the Blackbeard. Hey, let me say this. This isn't an esport event, but even the casual community says, we don't want to play with shields. Let's get rid of them. So a Blackbeard ban and a Bandit ban, and the one thing that you can lean upon from your experience playing is a Bandit ban by the attackers comes in because you are expecting your defending opponents to go to a certain bomb site. Now, it looks like Team Meaty Marley will go down to basement, where Bandit isn't necessarily as critical. Kaid tends to be a stronger operator here, but no Bandit means that church wall downstairs, it's gonna stay
News,
intact.
please, when is the
will
gaming
require
channel
some
now,
other
buddy?
type of
Come back
denial,
at
which,
1
by the way,
p.m.
Meaty Marley his team is not bringing at all.
Yeah, and again, it creates a completely
What is
different...
this? For those who are new to Rainbow Six Siege, don't do that. What is that?
Hey, it's okay to do that. This could be used in a way that we've never seen before.
Do you think that we're about to witness a new competitive esport meta?
Absolutely.
With a triple unreinforced panel and a lone mirror window?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen, you know, what haven't you seen in Siege? It's endless opportunities, abilities. I just saw 3 cap cans at the front of that door. I don't typically see that. So the fact that we're seeing a mirror on an unreinforced church wall, it makes sense. Going for a spawn kill here, but Ross can't get it done. But back to your point of just, you know, getting rid of certain operators through and through without each round instead of it being at the very forefront of it, again, creates such a different level in how you want to approach Siege. And that's always been the beautiful thing about Siege, is you can't get too comfortable. The meta is constantly shifting. And I think we can all agree that you need to be on your toes when you're playing Siege.
Thank you to Rolo for showing us how the weapon inspect plays in. I will say, with all the changes we've seen, the audience did seem the loudest at the weapon inspect. It has been
rightfully so, but I gotta also
very
say,
well received.
The visual enhancements as well. Clubhouse looks absolutely beautiful.
That drywall looks like it was put up yesterday.
I think you could smell it if you were in the lobby.
I can. Smells like a new build. Which, by the way, seems like CJX is. Now, we both come from esports, so we're going to take some time to actually cast this like a real esport match. We'll also take some time to be a bit more casual in the way we go about this. And all of these players currently competing know Clubhouse. It's one of the oldest maps. It came with the game in launch.
I'm not gonna lie,
it was
chat.
The first
I am a little nervous about playing Siege later.
Tweaking it to make
because
it
I don't like. I'm gonna be so butt cheese. Everyone is gonna clown on me. I don't want you guys to make fun of me. Please don't. I'm a little rusty. I'm a vet. I played in like 2018. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran of the Rainbow Six Siege Wars.
Farming clips, but it's
talking about Varsity just got put down.
Yeah. If we're gonna be real for a second,
Diffuser running away. And a counter disable as Macy
you know,
sweeps
I am a
in.
little nervous.
And he blows the doors off of the defense. Macy as well, one of the OGs, making content since the game basically first launched. There's a
We
lot
will make
of
fun of
Siege
you. Don't make
veterans
fun of me.
and Siege royalty, if you could say that, in this lobby.
Without a doubt, and of course Macy's going to know how to play those post plants. I mean, you see his videos that he uploads. Macy does a very good job at capturing how Siege is played at a tactical
I've played
mindset.
consistently
He
since
has
year
a
2. I
very,
average 1 kill a
very
game. Don't
good
worry. Oh my
understanding
God.
of
Okay.
the ability to outplay an opponent. And again,
anyone you
for that
know
post
among the
plant,
sponsored content
easy,
creators,
he
yeah,
gets it done. But
Ludwig
again,
is the
seeing these
one
bans
I
come
know.
out, now, the Dokkaebi makes sense. Vigil on a Clubhouse, little skeptical of that ban coming through. I think there are some operators on that list that you could get rid of that would help you on those defensive halves. But, oh wait, no, I believe that's the attacking half. That is my correction. I don't think for the attackers you really need to get rid of a
Bro,
Vigil
play Capcan and
on
place
here.
your
But
ability
again,
on random
the fact
doors,
that you are now
trust.
able to just get rid of these many operators throughout the game.
Yeah, Nephew is playing.
Again, it's a
I
completely
thought Nephew
different
was
look.
playing from
We
home
are
like
running out of
me,
time for
but
you
it
to
turns
get
out Nephew is
access
actually there.
to the dual
So
front
I can't play
beta.
with Nephew because
So
he's already
if you are
there.
just tuning in, hurry. Link your Ubisoft account with Twitch and then watch either this stream or one of our partnered streamers, and you'll gain access to the beta code after
That's
about
me.
a half hour or so.
All you need to do is watch for half an
that
hour,
Team
and then you
Meaty
get
Marley are able
the
to
beta
bring this
code,
one
the
back.
drops.
Because typically Clubhouse is a defender-sided map. The fact that Team Skittles are already off to the races with 2 rounds is a bit abnormal for what we see out of Clubhouse. But hey, it is a show match. This is not the epitome of competitive, and most importantly, it's not an esports competition.
Well, I think it's just, you know, when you look at Roy and you look at Varsity, he's kind of just taking him to school, and Roy's taking him to the gym. You know, they're both educating Team Meaty Marley on some degree.
Yeah. It's a cheeky little angle that we just saw from Rolo in a spot that was popularized in
Majority
esports called
Report,
the
thank you for the
Adam
raid.
spot, as there was a
What
player
an
named
interesting,
Adam,
what
who
an
at one
interesting
point in time
stream
hit
to
there
raid
as a
into.
vigil, went undetected,
We are currently
and then got
watching
an
Rainbow
ace
Six
as he came
Siege, the showcase, hashtag ad. And later I'll be playing Rainbow Six Siege. You can watch, if you watch for 30 minutes, you can get the beta and you know, enjoy playing the game yourself. Unkraid. I will be doing news coverage after at 1 p.m. Pacific.
We're not even a minute.
Show them the Weapon Inspect RP. Okay, hold on. Watch. Rainbow Six Siege Weapon Inspect roleplay is
There we go. Get the 2-piece
happening
with
right
the C4
now. Hold on.
from
Let me zip
Rolo.
up real quick.
Again,
Oh, shit.
that's going to be a TikTok clip that I'm sure
I just dropped my gun.
she's going to upload
Fuck.
as
for
soon
sure.
as possible.
They're all, hey, they're all farming clips. They're all farming clips.
Okay.
Side swap has now come in, so as was discussed by Chris, but Gabe, you can touch upon, when you're on attack, you ban a defender.
Correct.
When you are a defender, you ban an attacker. So gone are whether you want to remove one or the other. Now it's just locked in, you tackle it head on. Team Skittles, whatever bomb site they go to, which looks like it'll be one of the upstairs bomb sites, CCTV and cache, they don't want to deal with a thermite. Thermite is so strong on this bomb site, not just to open up that CCTV wall, but additionally to open up the other portion of the upstairs, which would be the jacuzzi wall or the construction wall. It's going to hinder the attacker.
Which we are not only seeing a bandit brought successfully, but we are also seeing that mute just for that little extra bit of reinforcement to make sure that any bit of denial on those walls is going to be warded off. But that goes into, once again, the picks and bans. That the fact that it falls off on the half, that you are now seeing what the other team had to go against, what that defending side wasn't successful with, you can essentially get rid of once you get to that level and know exactly kind of the approach and how you want to play your defenses or how you want to play your attackers just based off that first half.
Bomb located by attackers.
Looking like it's going to be a pretty default setup from the side of Team Skills. Nothing too crazy here. I am expecting Varsity to either bandit trick this wall, which I think that's what we're going to see here. He's going to bandit trick the server wall. And then the real question is, how is Team Meaty Marley going to play into this attack?
For those that are unfamiliar with Siege, and I mean, I suspect there's a few people watching who haven't had full hands-on experience with the game, when you reinforce a wall, it means that you need a specific gadget to cut through that steel reinforcement. Thermite is one of those operators. He was the one that was banned by Team Skittles. You see that Rasco, playing that ace, will have access to it. Atheno also has access to one of those gadgets. When a bandit puts down those batteries, it electrifies the wall, which prevents that hard breach gadget from going off. Varsity just put down a new battery, destroying one of the gadgets, but he wasn't able to get both walls in time.
Yeah,
so
my
there is
operator
now an
is
opening
actually
through that reinforced
my operator
wall
has a
that
dog.
the attackers can use to their advantage. But holes work both ways. Defenders can use it too.
And the question is, I mean, we have a lot of intel. We've always stressed throughout Siege, intel, 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 and we have that not only with the Valkyrie, but then with the Echo. So it's a question of they have nothing to find these cameras. They have to be vigilant of where they're planting, where they're going to be trying to entry from, and seeing if they can find this intel where I am going to be expecting Team Skittles to be utilizing that to the best of their ability. And we could see an engagement here happening in construction where we do see Varsity go down. He's now getting taken to the gym from Atheno, and it's not looking too good for Skittles.
I mean, when you're playing on Bandit, your primary job is to keep those walls electrified. And Varsity did that for the most part. To die early, we were about halfway through the round. It's not terrible. I mean, you never want to be the team to give up the first kill. Skittles does trade it back a little bit later, and then
Politics
Roy
Frogs
will give the
mauling so hard they
advantage
moved to
to
admin
Skittles.
stream. Yeah,
They sacrificed
they're
Varsity,
right-wing now.
and I guess the rest of the team was like, now we can play a little
Politics
bit better.
enjoyers are now officially
And they very
reactionary.
quickly turned this around. Now Skittles is on the board for this round as well.
That's what they said.
Every
They're
single
like, "I'll
player
show
in the
him."
lobby with a kill. The team's evenly balanced to this point. And boy, oh boy, what a heady task for Rasco and Atheno. On the right side of your screen, you see our free cam showing off part of the objective, but Team Skittles is just indomitable. Macy J closing out the round again. Team Skittles had surrendered the previous round to Team Meaty Marley, but Team Skittles going back to a 2-round lead.
Again, it's that information game. They were playing beautifully with that, going for spawn peaks, running out, capitalizing on those moments as we just saw in that last where Skittles jumps out the window, grabs that kill onto Atheno. So again, this is going to be important when you're going into this ban phase. What is your opponent using that is catching you off guard? Get rid of that information. We aren't going to get rid of that information. So that's a little unfortunate, but to say the least for Roy, I think he's going to be a little actually, no, they banned that. So Roy is actually banning his favorite character of Castle. That's kind of a questionable choice on my end. Because as we know, he loves Castle. Everyone knows he loves Castle. He makes strats with Castle, and now he's eliminating. So then it makes me question then, are they getting rid of the Castle because they know exactly that they're going to try to copy Roy's strats that we've seen through and through on all social medias?
We are very quickly on match point. With a show match, we are playing by the ranked rules. So if you are new to Rainbow Six Siege, or I guess Siege X, as we call it now, this is where the end comes for Team Meaty Marley unless they're capable of winning on attack. Again, Clubhouse is a very defender-sided map. If you play this map, the defenders should win the lion's share of rounds. Team Meaty Marley dropped the ball when they were playing as defenders. Team Skittles did not do that on their maiden voyage of defense. Will they prolong this series, or will that be it for our show match? I thought the teams were a little bit more balanced. I'm a little disappointed that Team Meaty Marley have fallen by the wayside. Marley in particular, it's his namesake. Both of his kills only coming in the first round.
I was just going to say, it looks like Team Skittles is actually playing into their setup, where on the other end, on Meaty Marley's, we were kind of seeing, you know, a little unorthodox setup. It's not to say that unorthodox gameplay doesn't work in a game like Siege, but from what we've seen just at the basic
Unorthodox
level,
gameplay.
Team Skittles is definitely trying to set up properly and close it out here at a 4-1. Oh! He does catch the mirror, your boy Roy. He did try to do what Meaty Marley, I believe, was successful in, but couldn't get it done. To continue on, Marley is going to clear with this Nomad. No one's droning for him. This is where you need to be droning. This is key. Quick engagement. Buck ends up capitalizing on it. Now they're in a 5v3. This is actually looking very good. So as you know, I was commending on Team Skittles. There we go. We see that ingredient being displayed right there to block off any rotates going down in those main lobby stairs. Wonderful catch from our observers. But again, this is looking good for Meaty Marley. They just have to play this man advantage.
And these players in the lobby likely have hundreds to even thousands of hours playing on Clubhouse. None of those hours played with the destructible ingredients. So I appreciate the fact that they're trying to use them, because it wouldn't be second nature to me. I wouldn't think, oh, I need to shoot one of these fire extinguishers. Oh, I need to pop one of the pipes.
Pre-fire is huge in this game.
Bog standard
Good.
executes. Let's do what
Good
needs
to
to be
know.
done, but they're showing
I will
off
be
some
applying
of the
those tactics
changes
in a second,
to
don't
core
worry.
Siege, and Rasco flattens
In a
Macy
little
J.
bit.
As it's a big round for Marley, and this game is not
Your
over
asset
yet.
gaming
I
Hassan?
think, you know,
Wrong.
I think Marley's
Take a
team
second
heard
off.
what you're saying, that you're a little disappointed in their gameplay.
How about you
and
enjoy
then they
that
go
1 second
into
ban?
probably one of the hardest sites to try to take
Wrong.
as an attacker, and you do it flawlessly. So again, it's going to be a question of what are you going to ban here to try to get you to push it
We
to
don't
an
entertain
overtime.
liars in this chat.
Let's see what we are going to see out of Meaty Marley and from Team Skittles to either help secure the game or push it even further. So now we're seeing the Bandit. I would have rather seen the Bandit come out sooner when you are on that attack, but we are seeing the Ace, so they are getting rid of 2 hard breachers and that ability of Thatcher being able to help assist with those.
I mean, I think the thing with the Bandit ban is that when you go into that second half, you don't know what bomb site it's going to be played on, right? And Bandit really isn't the strongest denial operator on that bottom floor bomb site. You like to see Mute, you like to see Kaid. Sometimes teams won't even run any denial. So if you ban a Bandit on that church bomb site down, or on that church bomb site down below, it's a bit of a suboptimal ban. Now that that bomb site has been locked out, they're not going to go to it again because they, you know they're going to rotate through. You know they're going to go to one of the upstairs bomb sites. Now you can leverage that knowledge into a better ban, and that's exactly what we saw. Bandit is far better upstairs.
I think Team Skittles learned their lesson. They aren't going to play as aggressive. They have a lot of stall. They have Macy on tuber route to be able to use those tuber route canisters and to be able to slow down those hard breaches. Oh, you don't take damage in prep phase. That's actually good to know. That's it. Okay. Yeah, you don't take any damage in the prep phase. That is actually, I think, farly beneficial that you don't take that damage if a teammate accidentally shoots it, punches it, whatever that is. I do enjoy seeing that.
I think it's pretty understandable that in the onset, teams will destroy those destructible ingredients early until they figure out how to use them to their advantage, right? You don't want to be in a position where suddenly a rotate is cut off for you as a defender, or suddenly there's a burst of smoke that you're not accounting for. Take care of them in the prep phase. Beautiful shot by Nugget to get rid of Macy J. Team Meaty Marley on attack.
Minimum watch time for drops is
I guess it's just an attacker-sided clubhouse.
Now, I am
minimum watch time for drops is 30 minutes.
Many things across the board. Now, obviously, with those pipes,
I
they
will
are
be
destroyed if
I will be
it's
playing the
fire.
game in
I am
5,
curious with a Zoto canister, if
and
that
you
then
can
does
still watch
freeze
me
up
play the
fire,
game and still get the
delays it,
drops.
and then it will explode almost immediately after. I would love to see that if we are able to, but not sure if we will, but we will be able to test it ourselves.
These are questions that will
Your
be
Cook
answered
brother, when's the last time you played this? Obama administration? No, I played it in the first Trump administration.
A reminder to everybody about getting access to that
But
beta
like
code.
early
It
in the
is
first
for
Trump administration, like almost. It was close enough to the Obama admin is the last time I played this. To be fair.
play regular Rainbow Six
To be
Siege
fair.
at the moment, but the beta code that will give you access to CJX is for Dual Front. Your favorite creators will continue to stream for about an hour once we're done the official broadcast.
They're talking about us!
Which is in a couple minutes, frankly. Once this show match is done and we talk to the winning team, we'll be saying goodbye, and then your favorite creators will continue to stream. And if you watch them and one of the partnered streamers, you can still gain access to the beta code. All you got to do is link your Ubisoft Connect and Twitch account, and you'll gain access to the beta code for Dual Front. That's available on PC and current-gen consoles.
Well, Parker, I am as excited as everyone else is to get my hands on it, but what I'm even more excited to see
To be clear, schedule is R6 event, hour of gaming, news, Playboy Cardi listening party, yes, Slatty Matty. Yes, I will be doing a Playboy Cardi listening party
to school. It is on
after,
Marley
okay?
for his team
After,
to keep
later
them
in the day.
alive.
If Marley fails here, that's the ball game.
This fool thinks Cardi's actually going to drop tonight, dude. He's not.
Varsity Gaming.
He's not. I know music.
Will win the very first Siege X showdown. Look at how happy he is. You can just tell how much it meant to him.
I mean, look at all of them. They're stretching. It's just another day in the office. Look at Macy. He's like, oh, look, this was easy.
I mean, show matches are for fun. We are here to showcase the new goods, but these are ultimately for fun. Teams are going to play operators that you might not see all that frequently. They're going to play operators that might not be in the meta. They're going to play bomb sites that you might not see very frequently. But we got to see in that particular map what the visual overhaul for Clubhouse looks like. We got to see
Kopi
the
and
new
Boo, you are
pick
not
ban
who I look to
phase
for listening
in
parties.
action. We got to
Okay,
see
bro.
those destructible ingredients and how they factor
This is the
in
premier
to
destination
the
for Rainbow Six
goings
Siege
on
and the premier destination for listening parties to Playboy Cardi. Duh.
Ingredients,
I'm a
whether it's
political
the
big
audio
dog.
overhaul, whether it's the picks and bans across the board.
If
we
you
are
lie about the
entering
listening
a new
party,
era
you are
where
just as
metas
bad
are
as him.
going to be shaped
No,
and
I'm
defined
worse.
all over once again for this.
Well, you heard from him earlier today, and he's the winner. So why not hear from Skittles again? We've got Patricia down on the stage. She's having a preliminary chat with him.
Hi there. I am here with with Skittles and Team Skibbles. Please give it up one more time. How you feeling with this win?
Easy.
I mean, you know your way around Siege so well. 10 years, right? Yeah. Do you have any advice for people who are yet to get their hands on Siege X?
Take everything in. It's a completely different game. There's so much to learn. As you guys all saw, there's like a whole new band system, new lighting, new sound, gun inspection. There's so much to learn now. Just take it all in.
This dude is tall as hell,
Amazing.
bro.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Skittles. It's
What
been
the
an
hell?
absolute pleasure to watch you play. Thank you. All right, guys. So I'm about to take off, about to conclude, but before I pass you down to Intero and Laxine, I just have a quick word of gratitude. I have been a part of this game for 10 years now. I can't believe it. Yeah, woo, Siege. And in that time, I have met so many incredible casters and fan artists and creators and devs and cosplayers, and it really is my honor to be a part of what is very much a global community that is Siege, right? And so I just wanted to say I'm so thrilled for you all, so thrilled to see what's coming next and how it continues to bring you all together. Thank you again, everyone. Appreciate it. Awesome. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the watching part of the Rainbow Six Siege broadcast. We are now going to move on to the playing part of the Rainbow Six Siege broadcast. Okay? That's right. You already know what it is. It's time. You've been waiting for it. You've been saying, Hasan, show us how it works. Show us how it's done. I'm actually going to hit up Lyric too, see if he's down. I just hit him up. Let's see if it works, but hold up. I got Andrew from episode 1 in the building as well. He's going to be guiding me. He's Emerald. I hope Andrew's watching enough that he also has the beta. Andrew, you got the beta, right? Okay. Why is it not turning on? Installing DirectX. I don't think the keys from the stream have been sent out yet. No, it should be fine. I think. If he started watching early, he would have gotten it and he could have downloaded it. Okay, well, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for him to get the key. I'll be playing by myself then before he gets the key. Beta keys are out. BattleEye launcher, yes. Yeah, frames are dropping because it's like my PC is trying to update and do the BattleEye service. Asmon is covering you now. Why is he covering a gaming streamer? What is he covering a gaming streamer, dude? Is Max your music stylist? Who put you on Osama-san, Unk? I like the idea of thinking that you know, I one, listen to music that much, and two, there's a concept such as music stylist. Zoomers are so funny because they think that like there's like a secret conspiracy for everything. Like a person can't. Nobody personally will encounter music in the wild on their own, and then like there must be someone who's like styling their music. Not everything deserves a style guide, okay? You don't have to have like a person who puts you on new shit. You can have. There's a concept that maybe this next generation is unfamiliar with. It's called having friends. Okay. There's also a concept of just like randomly seeing stuff online. Kai has a music stylist? What? I doubt that he has a music stylist. What? Listen to Netspend, please. I want to see your reaction. I have listened to Netspend before. Dude, I'm tapped in. Listen, Unk is literally tapped in. A lot of you don't know. Just because I don't listen to music frequently doesn't mean I don't know about music, okay? I know about music. All right, it's okay, it's working. It's finally turning on, but it's not full screen. So I'm going to have to fix that stuff real quick. But you know, we're waiting. We're waiting to launch it. Creating squad. Thank you for joining the closed beta. Okay, how do I full screen this, bro? What the heck is going on here? Graphics. Overall quality at ultra. Display. Resolution. Display mode full screen. Windowed. Borderless. Okay, this should work. All right, I think it worked. All right. All right, so we're going to do dual front. Let me see. Last time you played on a 720p? Yeah, I did. I had a 720p screen last time I played, low key, but also high key. Hold on, let me hit up Lyric. You want to play big dog? Okay. Okay, you know what? Should I just go in crazy mode and just do dual front? Crazy style?
Brace yourselves, Alpha Team. This is dual front. Your prime
Hold on, let me.
base.
Let me turn on the chat too. Hold up. Sorry.
Style zones. And protect it until the timer runs out to permanently secure enemy sectors. Intel shows that OPFOR has a similar plan, so be sure to also guard our base. Remember, sectors will eventually destabilize, making both sides increasingly easier to capture.
Y'all have to help me.
For this mission, operator restrictions have been lifted. Unit sizes have been increased to 6, and operators are cleared for redeployment in the event of casualties, or for tactical
Press
adjustments.
left mouse button to shoot. Okay, got it. That's good. That's easy enough. What does right mouse button
do? This is a
do?
live combat zone, so be prepared for secondary assignments in the neutral sector.
What is
assignments will provide powerful assets
What is
that
the
can shift the
WASD
tide of
movement?
battle.
Okay, that's
Complete
good.
them whenever possible.
What else?
Dual front will be unlike any challenge you've faced before, so be ready for anything. Stand strong. Stand together.
Q and E is
We're
to
counting
lead.
on
Okay,
you,
got
Alpha
that.
Team.
Click heads. That's easy. I always click heads. All right, it's in matchmaking. Operation prep phase for dual front. Let's look at the operators. Okay, this guy looks cool. He has an Argus launcher that deploys cameras which can pierce through breakable and reinforced surfaces to surveil. Okay. No, I don't want to showcase this operator. Hold on. Okay. On the attackers front, we got Striker. Slow, don't use it. Which one should I go with? 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 Chat. Was that Sam Fisher actually? Because that's crazy. Kawan Hive Launcher launches a fire canister, releasing a swarm of bots that reveals opponents passing through it for a limited time. Nomad Air Jab Launcher, rifle attachment shooting at adhesive repulsion. Lion play Yana. Bro, everyone's got. Okay, this guy looks cool. He uses EMP grenades. Sam Fisher's the third in line. Okay, this guy literally looks like Noah Colwyn. This is the most American. This is the most. You guys can't see his face because I'm covering it, but he looks ridiculous. He looks like Noah Colwyn. Okay, what is the difficulty 1? Let's go with the difficulty 1 character. 40mm grenade launcher firing explosive pellets. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Hibana. Wait, why are all the girl characters difficulty 1? Fuse, charge that's deployed on soft and reinforced surfaces to operators and devices on the other side. I want someone that has like good speed, decent health. Like I want an operator that has good speed, decent health, minimal difficulty. Just play Ash. No, this is her difficulty is 2. Sledge. IQ. Finka. That sounds like a Swedish. Dokkebi. Zofia. Double barrel launcher. Play Thermite or Ying. With breaches. Sledges basic. Oh, match has begun. Okay, we're going crazy. Wait, did I pick one on accident? Did I already pick one? Oh no! Uh-oh. Well, GG's, boys. We're doing it. Okay. Objective location. Should I go with front A or front B? B? Okay, we're doing B. I'm going with Sledge because everybody said primary weapon shotgun. Is that good? Okay, we're doing frag grenade. No, it's not good. It's too late. We're doing it. We're doing it live, baby. Let's go. Shroud on the opposite team, Lamau. Wait, really?
Ready yourselves. You'll be fighting on 2 fronts.
No, he's not.
Prepare your offense strategy and defenses.
Uh-oh. I have no idea what to do here. Bro, I don't know anything about this map. This is gonna be crazy, huh? No headset? No, it's fine. I'm going up high. Which, as you know, with a shotgun is the best thing to do is go up high.
15 seconds of prep left.
Oh god, this is gonna be so devastating for my team, I think. What does 5 do?
5 seconds to prep.
Oh, I have cameras.
Repel enemy forces and proceed to capture Op 4's sectors.
My beautiful evil eye is ready.
Dude, I don't know anything about this map. Oh no, this is so confusing.
Evil eye deployed.
6 to throw drone. Wait, I hear footsteps. Are they my guys' footsteps? Is 5v4? Oh no. Oh.
Loading new magazine.
You just camp in this game, right? That's what you're supposed to do, right? I'm covering. I'm holding. I'm holding this area. It's a good area to hold, I think. Just vibe. I'm so scared. Oh! Oh! Wait. I saw a guy right there. How do I tell him?
Enemy capture of the sector is underway.
How do I go up? No comms is kind of insane. Dude, I'm insane. I'm so nervous.
Sector loss underway. 33% has been taken.
How do I go up? Oh, I found it. Watch this, watch this. I'm about to pop off, dude. Oh, what did you hear? Oh, I'm dead! I'm hit! I'm hit! I'm hit! I'm hit! Oh, that sensitivity is wild. I was about to pop off, dude. It's crazy that I didn't. It's crazy that I didn't pop off right there. You know what I mean? I was about to. I was so close to popping. What were you aiming at, bro? Dude, I don't know. I am unironically, I'm legitimately worried. Like, okay, I'm gonna run and I'm gonna be loud, but loud and proud. You know what I mean? That sort of, that type shit. I got eliminated by Doc again!
Sector 1 has fallen into enemy hands.
This guy's too good. He's cheating. He must be cheating. Why did you think that would work? Bro, you're actually playing against Shroud? Wait, really?
First sectors are being destabilized. Capture 66% complete.
Yo, all right, let's move in. Let's move in. Let's move in. I'm following this guy. He knows what's up. Wait, can you go through that little hole? Here, watch this. I got you. Whoa.
Our sabotage kit has been destroyed. Move, operators. Our next friendly sector is vulnerable.
Am I being too loud? I'll go in for first. Don't worry. I got the shotty. Is my sense too high, chat? Destroys his own defenses and proceeds to make noise. Turn it down your DPI, not sense. Oh shit, he just broke.
Activating jammer.
Deploying jammer.
Loading mag!
Nice. Can I grab his gun? No, I guess not. I'm wide open here, buddy. Oh, wait. Wait, what is that? How do I kill that? How? Oh, I almost got him. At least I killed something. Right? Always ADS before shooting. Wait, oh, you got an ADS? Can I change my operator or at least like change my loadout, dude? What the heck is going on here? I'm gonna autofill. I'm gonna go with sledge. I'm gonna go with this gun and respawn. Okay, I think I need to not do a shotgun.
Swarming mags!
Pre-aim ADS. Oh my god, ADS takes a while, huh? Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Didn't hit confirm? Yes, I did, bro. What are you talking about?
You have captured Sector 1.
Easy peasy. I think I'm going behind enemy lines right now.
Sector loss underway. Proceed to disrupt.
Wait, why is she running? Oh, what? Oh, I thought I had him.
The enemy has captured 33%
Slow the
of
bleeding.
our sector.
Oh! Friendly fire? No. Who shot me?
The next enemy sector has been unlocked.
Wait, who shot me? Bro, increase FOV. I don't know how to do that. Hold on, I'm gonna do that right now. What the hell, bro? Oh my god, my FOV is crazy. It's dusty. Okay. Deploy, soldier. Oh yeah, respawn. Oops. Why am I not respawning?
Move quickly. Our sector loss is at 66%.
Oh! Oh! Slow the bleeding! I'm hit! I'm hit! I'm hit! Fight Schroed?
Sector capture.
Bro, this is the most... Okay, I feel like maybe when I was younger... Someone says Schroed. Kill Schroed. Maybe when I was younger and I played this game, I feel like I got more kills or something. Or maybe people just got a lot better.
The enemy enter our base.
People, I think, got a lot better in the years that I haven't played this game. Because I'm getting one-tapped over and over again. I mean, I'm having fun, but... it's a bit confusing. People are so they're so sweaty. People are so sweaty. People are so sweaty. I know you're gonna say like, oh dude, well, you know, you're exposing yourself too much. You're not like walking slow enough or whatever, but like honestly, it is low key because like the game is kind of difficult, dude. For the average person like myself, the game is low-key kind of difficult, or high-key kind of difficult, not even low-key. How do I get upstairs?
Op 4 now has access to our next sector.
Bro, they have eaten up all of our sectors. Like, it's crazy. We got no sectors.
Capture
Oh, shit.
66% complete.
Yeah, put that up. Put that barrier up. Nice. If they come through... Oh, shit. What? How? What is that? What do you mean? I shot him. Is this like a no movement shooting? Bruh! I shot him. Dude, that was my moment of glory. That was my moment of glory. Yo, hey, yo. Woo! That was some Schroed gameplay right there. Almost. I got robbed, I think. I got robbed. Chat, I got robbed, and you saw it. Don't even deny it. You know I got robbed. I got robed. I almost Schroded him. All right, I'm running. This is a run and gun shooter game for me now. I'm vaulting. This guy!
We're at 33%.
Why is this so scary? Okay, I'm not alone. This guy is also shooting around his enemies. Like, I'm not alone in my... Siege is intense? I know, dude. You got a shotgun camp at this time?
1 minute to be aware. This assignment is critical. I'm reloading.
There's 0% chance I could do a long-range shot. Like, there's 0. My rank is wood 1. Yeah, no, I'm not even iron, bro. I'm not even bro. I'm wood.
Enemy sabotage kit destroyed. Well done, team. 30 seconds until assignment is underway.
All right, we took it.
Swapping mags!
Where? Oh shit! They're above me. He's above me, isn't he?
Assignment begins in 10 seconds.
Wait, hold on. This is me. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment in the spotlight.
Assignment has been issued.
Dude, what the heck, man? I'm gonna go with this guy.
We're losing the sector. 15 minutes to go. Second sectors are undergoing destabilization.
Why is that happening to me? You have to hold an angle? Changing the scope helps. I'm holding! Bro, I got so excited I broke my Zin. Like as I was trying to open it. Opponents win. Guys, let's be real. I could have done better, but I'm also learning. I'm learning. Okay, find another match. This team was not that good. That's what the problem is. Skill-based matchmaking put me at like a really high rank, I think. That's what happened. Skill-based matchmaking put me in a really high rank. And and that's what the problem is. Like, skill-based matchmaking was the problem for me, because like the game thought, oh, you're like one of the best players we've ever seen, like let's put you against Schroed, you know, your mic is unbearable. Yeah, it put me against Schroed and I got Schroeded. I mean, it's pretty crazy that it put me against Schroed, to be honest. Like, I don't know why it did that. This seems like a good character, honestly. Whoa. Red dot. Dot dot. Put ACOG on the MP6. I think I'm gonna go with this guy. I'm gonna go with this guy. I'm not playing against Schroed now, so we're good. Wait, is that Schroed again? Am I playing against Schroed again? Which one is Schroed?
Be advised.
Yes, there'll be politics in a half an hour.
Is incoming.
Dude, I look so cool. Oh!
Prepare your offense strategy.
I'm
and defenses.
MI6, yeah! Let's go, lads! Let's go, lads! I'm attacking! Alright, I'm gonna go after this guy because he has a shield. And I feel like he's gonna protect me because he has a shield. What do we think, chat? Do we think he'll protect me because he has a shield?
$15 seconds of prep left.
What prep? Dude, my prep is just chasing the guy with a shield. Wait, why is he looking the opposite direction? Am I looking at the wrong direction? Oh my god.
Op 4 is on the move.
Oh my god, am I
Position to
out?
intercept and capture the enemy sectors.
Am I exposed? Use your mutes. Oh my god, how do I do that? Is it G? Yeah, okay. He's giving me the signal. All right, I'm with you. Go, go, go. Over and out. What is this? What does this do? Deploy?
Stay clear of the blast!
Initiating jammer.
I put a jammer down, but I don't know what that does. Oh shit. Is there a team kill on this? Oh shit, right side, right side, right side. I heard noise. Let's go, shield guy. Damn it! Let's lower the sends a little bit. Oh shit. Tyler, Ron, Shroud, and Justin getting team diffed. Turn on mic. No, I'm good. This is like Elon playing Path of Exile. Yeah, the difference is I haven't cheated my way. Why is this guy breaking our barricade? Don't break our barricade. I've learned not to do that. That's a bad thing to do, right? Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Oh. Oh, damn. You can just jump off that distance and nothing happens? That's crazy. I'm going in. Behind enemy lines.
Sector is being captured.
Over and out. Wait, that's my sector. They're capturing the sector I'm in. I hear him. What? I got a shot off on him. Come on. The clips are going to be brutal. Stop! This is crazy. They cheating. Oh, come on now. I got a shot off on him, I think.
The enemy has captured 33% of our sector.
Didn't I get a shot off on him? Is that an assist? Do I get an assist for that? How did they kill you so quick? I think I'm just doing something bad. I'm doing something wrong that I just don't understand or don't know. And that's the reason why I just keep dying like foolishly. I mean, I don't know the map. I don't know the movement. I don't know the I don't know the tactics. I don't know how to shoot. I can't aim.
Destabilization has commenced in first sectors.
I pretty much have nothing. I am
Move quickly.
I might literally be the worst possible player.
We are taking the enemy
like
sector.
in the entire planet for this game. No joke, no meme. Like I'll be holding a line.
We have lost Sector 1.
I'm not leaving this hostile zone. I'm fighting my way out of here.
Oh,
almost had him! Don't do that! Disrespectful! I just got shrouded! It's a sponsored stream! Why are you teabagging me? Stream sniper. That's a stream sniper. He's looking at my... He knew. He knew where I was. That's how he got me. Shrouded and scroted. Oh no.
You captured 66%.
Okay, we're gonna capture
Another
60.
friendly sector is accessible by the enemy.
I'll defend this sector with my life. Don't worry. Chad. My goal is to get one kill. Just one. Stream snipers, if you're watching, please die once to me for the clip. Please. Please. Give me one clip, stream snipers. Just one.
The enemy is capturing the sector.
Wait, is that a guy? No. That was just a shadow, right?
Enemy sector unlocked.
Yes, I'm crouched, yes.
Don't shoot!
Fuck.
We're at 33% sector loss.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I got scared.
RUB active. It runs on batteries. I see it.
I got scared. Wait, how do I get up here?
Your ally has deployed a drone at your location.
How do I get off this thing? Okay.
Sector loss is at 2/3.
Just give me a peek. If you're stream sniping, give me a peek from one of these windows and let me kill you, please. Please. The only kill I've gotten is a team kill, and I didn't even get it. Oh, wait, is that mine? Ow.
Sector 2 has been taken by the enemy.
Oh, God. I didn't know I was there! How? I knew she was there. Wait, she knew I was there already? How? Oh, they can see you? You get marked? My anti-war moral compass is guy. That's what it is. Oh my God, that's copium, but that's really good copium chatter. Yeah, no, here's the problem. It's because I'm a humanist. It's because I'm a humanitarian, a humanist. That's the problem. Wait, this seems scary. Harmful fumes. It's printing a bomb. Keep door closed until print finished. Optimal.
The enemy
Peak
has
temperature
access to our
room
next
10
sector.
degrees. Turn off chamber fan when not in use. Okay, I'll do that. I'm a conscientious objector and a pacifist. I'm doing the pacifist run. Oh God, they're killing my people. I have to defend them. I really want one kill, please.
You are losing the sector.
I'm losing the sector. I don't know how to win the sector. Where is the sector? How do I win the sector? I think it's because I don't have a controller. That's what it is. That's the problem.
Enemy sabotage kit spotted.
Where are they at? Oh God. Oh, that's so scary. I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that. All right, my homies are here.
Op 4
We're
sabotage
safe.
kit has been destroyed.
Okay, we defended the sector. Let's go.
If it runs on batteries, I see it.
Oh, swarm. Is that friendly swarm or enemy swarm? Wait. They're trying to come in through here. I heard them. Oh. Gunshots. Oh! Scary. My ears are ringing. Oh! Wait! Oh God! I think I got him! Did it work? He's in there. Damn it! Did I get him? I did! Right? Yeah, and I body blocked this person and then they died too. That's...
Enemy sector is being captured.
You need headphones? No, I don't. I have a surround sound audio system. Yeah, I got two. I got 2 assists. Check scoreboard. I got 2 assists. I'll tell you what, I've never actually been this scared playing a tactical shooter before. It definitely puts the fear of God in you.
Assignment begins in 1 minute. Enemy capture of the sector is underway.
Oh crap. I went the wrong way. I was trying to follow that guy, but I went the wrong way.
30 seconds remaining until your assignment begins.
Quiet like a mouse. Quiet like a mouse. Quiet like a mouse. He played Tarkov 2. That was an even bigger disaster. That's not true. I actually was objectively better at Tarkov. I could get kills in Tarkov every now and then, even by accident.
15 minutes to go. Second sectors are undergoing destabilization. Your assignment has been issued. Good luck.
Grab the hostage. Oh wait, I'm gonna grab the hostage.
You have captured the second sector.
Let's go. We got a sector. I feel like I played a role in that. You know what I mean? All right, now we gotta go defend.
Friendly sector loss is at 66%.
Wait, am I going the right way? I think I am, right? Okay. I'm running to defend. I'm running to defend. That was so...
We have visual confirmation on Op 4 side.
Wait, I didn't get a single shot off on him? Karn, Hassan, come to me. I'm with hostage, says in the team chat. I thought I shot her foot. Logged in just to be target practice. Bro, y'all are ruthless, okay? I lit that person up, actually. I did. I surely. Wait, what is Andrew saying? You're defending like NATO, bro? Chill. No, we almost won. That was close. When you're running, switch to secondary. Okay, I'm gonna find a different match. Best advice I've ever heard on Siege is just to click their heads. Makes the game super easy. I don't know if you're right about that, because I've been clicking on their heads. It just hasn't been working a lot for me. I've been focusing on their heads quite a bit, as a matter of fact. In 14 minutes, I'll be putting the news in the bag. I can't play with Andrew because, unfortunately... they didn't give out any of the the beta keys yet, I don't think. That's what the problem is, I think. I'm playing with people who are like professionals. Wait, oh, it is a streamer. This is a literal streamer.
I wouldn't.
It's like borderline unplayable.
Trust me, I would not. This is on.
I think what that person said in chat.
BM. Yo, how about you be on my team for once? Why am I constantly playing against them? BM is hell, dude. Yo, mods. He's Shroud's friend, Lamau. No, I thought it was a joke. I am playing against Shrewd. I've been getting shrewded. I've been getting shrewded nonstop, dude. Oh, thank God. No Shrewd here, okay? Look at that. J-Shock 9. No Shrewd this game. Bro teabagged me, dude. What the hell? He shrewded and screwded me. He's troubleshooting his performance issues. He's not playing that much. He shrewded me so freaking hard. One kill. Gamers, our objective is to get one singular kill. Will it happen this round?
Ready yourself. You'll be fighting on 2 fronts.
Is there a Turkish operator? Maybe that's the reason why I'm not playing as well as I could be.
Prepare your offensive and defensive strategies.
All right, guys, huddle up, listen up, huddle up. Okay, no one's listening to me. All right, it's fine. Do your thing. That's what I was gonna tell you anyway. All right, good luck, everybody. Will I get 1 kill? I don't even know where I'm going. Am I going the right place? What's up? You got shorts on, my boy. What is that? Oh shit, wait.
15 seconds of prep left.
Was that an enemy?
5 seconds to prep. You're on the clock. Finalize defensive and capture Op 4 sectors.
I didn't mean to throw a C4 at my teammate. I thought it was gonna be the mute thing. No, bro. If I tried to be this bad, I wouldn't be. If I deliberately did this, I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, if I deliberately tried.
You're losing the sector.
Okay, yeah, me and Blissful Rain, and we got this. We got this on lock, King. I got you with the gas. I got you. I got a gas mask. Don't worry.
Reloading! We're at 33% sector loss.
Oh, I got spotted. Oh, I'm shooting at everything! Oh, no! Slow the bleeding, slow the bleeding. Help me, help me, help me, help me. I'm down, help me, I'm bleeding. Oh, I'm dying. Oh my God. Bro, how do you see me through the wall, dude?
Sector loss at 2/3.
You got revved? You got rezzed? You were literally rezzed, dude? Wait, I was? I didn't even realize. I wasn't looking. Hold on, I'm gonna defend this. I'm gonna defend our honor here. Oh shit.
You're taking the enemy sector. Sector 1 is down.
Oh, I'm in a hostile zone. I'm so cooked. No one's coming to save me in a hostile zone. I should just give up. So, I thought I almost got that guy. Pick 7 and pick 0. Which one is 0?
Capture 33% complete.
Is someone else 0? I don't know which one 0 is. Okay. Too late. Wait, what? Did I change my operator or is it the same one? I'm so loud. They're right above me, aren't
Move,
they?
operators. Our next friendly sector is vulnerable.
33% complete. First sectors are undergoing destabilization. Sector is being captured.
Let's fucking go!
You have captured Sector 1.
Let's fucking go! You just got dunked on by a 33-year-old geriatric! Get wrecked! Oh, that felt amazing. That felt amazing.
The enemy has captured 33% of our sector. We have found Op 4's sabotage kit.
Can I get over this? No.
The next enemy sector is vulnerable to capture. Get on it, operators. Sector loss at 66%.
Everyone was talking shit saying I need a headphone. I need headphones. I need headphones. Where are they at now? I got that kill without headphones. I lasered him. Ratatat.
Hostile sabotage kit rendered inactive. Well done.
Oh, they're right next to me. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Look at that. 1 kill, 1 assist, baby. Let's go. We're popping off big time. There's people worse than me on this map. There's people with 0 kills. There's 2 people with 0 kills. I'm officially better than 3 other people on this map. Dude, that was sick. That was sick. I'm still riding that high of that 1 kill. Like, high key, I have potential to become a pro. I think. I don't want to gas my shit up too hard, but I think like I assume Shrewd is gonna be hitting me up later to be like, "Yo, can we play together? Cause like, can you teach me a thing or two about this game, honestly? Cause you're pretty OP." He's in my DMs right now. Luckily I'm a very humble guy. I don't really talk about it too much. But he was like, bro, that 1 kill you got was pretty crazy, pretty nutty.
By the enemy.
Bro, how do I get in here, man? What the hell? Oh, come on, 2nd kill. We gotta get a second. We gotta get a second one. We gotta get a second one. We gotta get a second one. We gotta get a second kill. We gotta get a second kill. We gotta get a second kill. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. What were you saying? I was saying I'm just trying to give them a leg up by helping them eliminate the best player on our team, me, so that it's like the other guys can get some. You know what I mean?
Op 4 has destroyed our sabotage kit. Our next sector is now vulnerable. Defend it.
Oh shit, he's right there. Let's fucking go! 2nd kill unlocked! Will he get a 3rd? Will he get a 3rd? Will he get a 3rd? There's a guy here somewhere. I saw him. I'm pretty sure. Wait, did I throw it? Oh, shit. Almost a third, dude. Oh, damn, she lasered my brain. Oh my God. Okay, that's not too bad though. That's not too bad.
Enemy capture of the sector is underway.
Almost got a third kill. I'll take it. You stood no chance against them. That's what you want me to think. You want me to think that, but that's not the case. This is the last game, by the way. After this, I'm going back to putting the news in the bag. Unk is putting the news in the bag after this game, so don't worry.
We've lost a third of our friendly sector. Enemy sabotage kit spotted.
He's in here. Let's go! Third kill, baby! Oh, almost a fourth, too! That was almost a double! That's close. The kid's popping off! The kid's popping off! Who is this guy? He's a god gamer! Polished off the rust. Yep, that's right. Tactical. Yo, I'm basically a pro. Jinxie has to review my tapes now. Jinxie has to review my tapes and talk about how good I am. I don't even know if I'm going to the right place, but I'm gonna attack this thing.
Mission failed.
No!
Our base has been captured.
Ah, well earned. A defeat that we fought hard for, but we still lost. Also, not the worst player on the team. All right, everybody, that concludes the gaming portion for now for the broadcast. We are now officially ready to put the news in the bag. Unk is back. Oh my Lord, holy moly. Okay, all right. Let's get it twisted. Okay, Friday start. I mean, not Friday. Today's not even Friday. What am I talking about? Is it? I want to shout out to Rainbow Six Siege. You can, like I've said, you can get it. You can play the beta. It feels like a Friday to me. Partially because I wasn't the worst player. Okay, I was not the worst player. I want everybody to recognize that I was not the worst player. That's important. Do we have the Themasius playlist locked and loaded, ready to go? Because it's time to go back to the diamond ranked. We're going to talk about Ukraine, Russia. Wear headphones, please. I'm begging you. Shut up, Megaphonics. I'm not going to do that. All right. Breaking news. Trump meets with NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte in the Oval Office. We'll get started. I'll blast off again as well. And we'll put the news in the bag.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be with a friend of mine who was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. I got to know him very well. We had a great relationship always. Mark Rutte. Now he's Secretary General of NATO and doing a fantastic job. Everybody, every report I've gotten is what a great job he did, and I'm not at all surprised when I hear it. We had to support him, and we supported him as soon as I heard the name. But he was a fantastic Prime Minister, and he's doing a fantastic job. An even tougher job. Which is tougher, being the Prime Minister of Netherlands or?
This job is quite tough.
I would think this is a little
but Dutch politics is also brutal. So.
Yeah, but this is pretty tough.
Yeah.
You're doing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's news time.
We're going to be discussing a lot of things.
That's the news.
We'll be discussing what's happening with respect to Ukraine and Russia. At this moment, we have people talking in Russia. We have representatives over there, Steve Witkoff and others.
Witkoff is in Russia.
In very serious discussions. As you know, Ukraine
I'll put the content tag back on as well, don't worry.
What's happening
the politics
today to
tag.
a complete ceasefire, and we hope Russia will do the same. Thousands of people are being killed, young people, usually, mostly young people. We were just talking about it. Thousands of young people are being killed a week, and we want to see that stop. And they're not Americans, and they're not from the Netherlands for the most part. No. They're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine, but they're people. And I think everybody feels the same way. We want it to stop. It's also a tremendous cost to the United States and to other countries. And it's something that would have never happened if I were president, and it makes me very angry to see that it did happen. But it happened, and we have to stop it. And Mark has done some really good work over the last week. We've been working together, and he's done some really good work, so I'm very happy about that. We'll also be talking about trade and various other things, and I think we'll have a very, very strong day. We're going to have lunch afterwards. That'll go, and then we'll see you all later. But Mark, would you like to say something?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald, again for hosting me, and but also for taking time in Florida a couple of weeks after you were re-elected.
That's right.
And of course, our phone call a couple of weeks ago, and I must say, Trump 45, you originated the fact that in Europe we are now spending, when you take it to aggregate, 700 billion more on defense than when you came in office in 2016, 2017. But that was Trump 45. But when you look at Trump 47,
That'd be hard to tell.
what happened the last couple of weeks is really staggering. The Europeans committing to a package of 800 billion defense spending. The Germans now, potentially up to $500 billion extra in defense spending. And then of course you had Keir Starmer here, the British Prime Minister, and others, all committing to much higher defense spending. We're not there, we need to do more, but I really want to work together with you in a run-up to the The Hague Summit to make sure that we will have a NATO which is really reinvigorated under your leadership, and we are getting there. We also discuss defense production because we need to produce more weaponry. We are not doing enough. And not in the US, not in Europe, and we are lacking behind when you compare to the Russians and the Chinese. And you have a huge defense industrial base. Europeans buying 4 times more here than the other way around, which is good because you have a strong defense industry, but we need to do more there to make sure that we ramp up the production and kill the red tape. So I would love to work with you on that. And finally, Ukraine, you broke the deadlock. As you said, all the killing, the young people dying, cities getting destroyed. The fact that you did that you started the dialogue with the Russians and the successful talks in Saudi Arabia now with the Ukrainians. I really want to commend you for this. So, The Hague is my hometown. I love to host you there in the summer and work together to make sure that will be a splash, a real success, projecting American power on the world stage.
What Mark is saying is when I first went to NATO, my first meeting, I noticed that very few people were paying. And if they were, they weren't paying their fair share. There were only 7 countries that were paying what they were supposed to be paying, which was... Yeah,
it's even worse.
Could be even worse. But there were just very few countries that were paying, and even the paying, it was at 2%, which is too low. It should be higher. It should be quite a bit higher. But you had Poland, and I remember Poland was actually paying a little bit more than they were supposed to, which I was very impressed with. And they've been actually terrific, and some of the others. But most of them weren't paying, or they were paying very little. And I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up there, but I said it's going to be brought up at my next meeting. And my next meeting, the first meeting, I want to give them a little break. The second meeting, it began, and I was able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. I just said, we're not going to be involved with you if you're not going to pay. And the money started pouring in, and NATO became much stronger because of my actions and working along with a lot of people, including Mark, but they would not pay for other presidents, and I don't think other presidents even knew that they weren't paid. I asked, first question, has everybody paid up? And literally, I mean, they told me 7. You could be right, it could be 3, but that makes it even worse. But they just weren't paying. And I said, no, I won't protect if you're not paying. If you're delinquent or if the money isn't paid, why would we do that. And as soon as I said that, you got a little hit from the press because they said, oh, gee, that's not very nice. But if you said the other, nobody would have paid. And the money started coming in by the billions. And, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO, and NATO became strong.
Yeah.
And you remember that. Your predecessor, who I thought was a very good man.
Absolutely.
Actually.
Yes, Stoltenberg. He sends his best greetings.
He was terrific. Stoltenberg, Secretary General. And he made the statement that when Trump came in, the money started coming in like we never saw before. Hundreds of billions, actually probably close to $600 billion came in, and NATO became strong from that standpoint. And now we have to use it wisely, and we have to get this war over with, and you'll be back to a normal, much more normal life. And maybe we're close. We're getting words that things are going okay in Russia, and it doesn't mean anything until we hear what the final outcome is. But they have very serious discussions going on right now with President Putin and others. And hopefully they all want to end this nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's a horrible thing when you look. I get pictures every week. They give me the pictures of the battlefield, which I almost don't want to see. It's so horrible to see young people laying arms and legs and heads laying all over the field. It's the most terrible thing that you'll ever see. And it's got to stop. These are young people with mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and friends, and it's got to stop. So we hopefully are going to be in a good position sometime today to have a good idea. We'll have we know where we are with Ukraine, and we are getting good signals outside of Russia as to where we are with Russia. And hopefully they'll do the right thing. It's really humanity. We're talking about humanity. We're not talking about the money. But then you add the money to it, and hundreds of billions of dollars is being spent and really wasted so unnecessarily. It should have never happened. So it's an honor to have you here. They picked a great gentleman. I'll tell you, I was so happy to hear, because you had somebody. Stoltenberg was really good, and you have somebody that's going to do an incredible job. And I was so much in favor of you. You have no idea. They had another person that I did not like. I was not happy. And I think I kept him from, you know what I'm talking about. I said, this is the right man to do it. And he really did. He was a great prime minister of the Netherlands. He did a great job. And that's what he's doing right now. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And it's a very great honor to have you. And we even have some of our great energy people here today, right? We have the governor, and we have Chris, Chris, right? Supposed to be the most talented man in the world of energy, according to the governor. So I don't know if he's right. And we have General, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of good people that won't be so much involved with this, but they wanted to see what was happening. It's become a little bit of a show, but they wanted to see what was happening, and I think a lot of good things are happening. So with that, if anybody would have a question.
Mr. President, on Russia.
Please, go ahead.
Sorry.
Steve Witkoff's trip to Moscow, you spoke about it. What sort of agreement do you hope he comes away from there with?
Well, we'd like to see a ceasefire from Russia. And we have, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost, and all of the other elements of a final agreement. There's a power plant involved, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant, and who's going to get this and that? And so, it's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. We've been discussing concepts of land, because you don't want to waste time with a ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is what you can get, this is what you can't get. They discussed NATO and being in NATO, and everybody knows what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. So a lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin just said he is open to a ceasefire, but he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you have plans to speak to him soon? If so, when? Are you confident you can get this across the table?
Sure. He did say that today. It was a very promising statement, because other people are saying different things, and you don't know if they have anything to really, if they have any meaning, or I don't know. I think some of them were making statements. I don't think they have anything to do with it. No, he put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. And yeah, I'd love to meet with him or talk to him. But we have to get it over with fast. You know, every day people are being killed. It's not like, as we sit here, 2 people will be killed. Think of it. 2 people are going to be killed during this little period of time. Thousands of people a week are dying. So we really don't have very much time. We have to make this fast. It shouldn't be very complicated.
Thank you, Mr. President. A representative of Canada, the finance minister, are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your
No,
mind?
I'm not. Look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars, we're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The
Wayne
great one,
Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But,
classic.
You know, the United States can't subsidize a country
Wayne Gretzky,
to $200 billion
he's a good
a
guy.
year. We don't need
Love him.
their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they give. We do it because we want to be helpful, but it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country. And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. Just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a long time ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states. Maybe our greatest state. But why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We have more than they do. We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather make the cars here. And there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry, we have to do this, yes.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
you have made it very clear that NATO needs to step up, although great progress has been made in your first mandate. How do you envision this new transatlantic?
Are you talking about NATO stepping up? Well, NATO is stepping up through this man. This man is a man that only knows how to step up. And we have the same goal in mind. We want the war ended. And he's doing his job. He only knows how to.
I like that this Yeet account, by the way, has become so goddamn unimaginably horny with its true purpose that it's basically just like revealing its hand. I saw this like Asmongold says Hasan seems schizo when he blames everything on Destiny and admits something crazy in the process. I go on Destiny subreddit too, part of the Illuminati for him. This motherfucker is only posting about Ethan Klein, myself, and people in Ethan Klein's crosshairs, okay? Literally look at this. Like with the one exception, Hasan has been farming that sponsorship money this week, with 2 being in the last 5 days. That's such a, like, how is this? What is this man doing? Look at this. Ethan took time out tonight to call on IG to call out Matt Lieb, who was a role on Good Mythical Morning with Rhett and Link. Asmongold denied Hasan's request to speak about Mahmoud Khalil. Here's his first attempt. Just a farm, dude. Look at this. How the fuck do people not realize this is just like a farming operation? I mean, I guess people are just also horny to hate. Brother, if you want to do a better farm job, you have to spread it out. You can't exclusively and entirely focus on people that Ethan Klein is targeting and then also put in like irrelevant random shit. You got to, every now and then, you got to pepper in some, you know, real fails or whatever. You know what I mean? You can't just be posting about like every random shit that happens, every random thing that happens on my broadcast. Amazing. Why are you giving tips? Let the motherfucker fuck it up. It doesn't matter. There's no stopping these accounts. This is like one of those like this account operates in a similar capacity to one of those like stake promoted accounts. He will clip this, get hard because you notice him. I know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. He gets like 2K likes per max, but like, imagine, hey, watching my gaming streams. My audience doesn't even watch my gaming streams, and this guy's in here. You can't give this guy any attention at all. You looked at him once, and he's having a mental breakdown. Isn't this the stalker guy? Yeah, he's one of the stalker guys. He's in all the stalker discords, and he literally communicates with the other stalker guys as well. And the other stalker guys give him tips on what to get me banned on. Like, he once revealed his DMs with another one of those fucking stalker accounts, who was like, yeah, you should use this clip. You should use this clip. This will get him banned. Deranged. One day, I hope that you will be mentally well. Okay?
That's why I fought for him to get that job. Because they had some other candidates that I'll tell you would not have done a very good job.
He just wants you to cover the news this way?
Of the move for my family.
Yeah. Yeah. Based. Yeah. I think this guy's got some pretty good ideas. Yeah.
We'll get you a clip. We're going to get him a clip of that little last statement. The rest of the statements he doesn't care.
Sir, how does this new transatlantic cooperation, how do you envision it?
Well, we have, that's one thing. I mean, you know, we're on the other side of the ocean. And they're right there. And yet we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. And
oh yeah, we're going to cover the Israel using sexual assault systematically as a weapon of war with infinitely more evidence, according to the United Nations Human Rights Report that just came out, 49 pages detailing the harrowing nature of sexual assault being used as a weapon in war by the Israeli occupying force later in the broadcast.
And it's unfair. And I said, you have to equalize. They should equalize. They should have. It should have never happened where Biden just gave this money away. Now, as you know, we have an agreement with Ukraine on the rare earths and other things, and that'll get us something back, a lot back. It'll get us our money back. We're not doing it for that, though. I'm just doing this to get the war stopped. I'm doing it really to save lives, but at the same time, we were treated very unfairly, as we always are by every country. And we're in for very substantially more than the European nations are in for, and that shouldn't be. You know, they're much more affected by it than we are, because we do have an ocean in between. But I don't know. I think good things are going to happen. I really do. I think good things are going to happen. I do say, we were talking before, and Mark was very nice. He said, if you would get involved, there would be nothing. You'd just be going on. This thing would have gone on for a long time.
Breaking a deadlock. It was crucial.
Yeah, we broke a deadlock. We did break a deadlock. I hope it's meaningful. Yes, did you have one? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Amanda Head with Just the News. On the southern border, you've got DHS and ICE who are reporting that there was a little bit of fudging of numbers during the Biden administration on both the catch and the release side with respect to reporting the number of illegals coming into the country.
They cheated on the numbers. The numbers were. I love that question. Who are you with?
Just the News, Amanda Head.
Very nice. That's good.
Do you know how many of those are criminal illegal
What?
aliens?
Just the
and
News?
Biden's
What the hell
out of
is that?
office, Alejandro Mayorkas, who gets
No,
held
Biden
accountable?
fudged the numbers. The numbers were totally fake. And he gave fake numbers. I knew they were fake. Everybody knew they were fake. But now it came out. And terrible what they did. That administration was a horror show for this country.
Can you hold anyone accountable?
Well, I don't know. They gave phony numbers. And phony numbers are a very bad thing to give. But I'm not sure about that. I don't know how it would play. We want to get it straightened out. We're after many, many bad people that were let into our country, and Christy Nome and my friend Homan. How good is Tom Homan doing, right? And they're after him, and I mean, you see they're taking him out in record numbers. Gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers. This is a problem the Netherlands does not have. The Netherlands never had this problem. If you'd like to take it, I could deliver some people. I could deliver some nice people to the Netherlands if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
No, what he did to this country, letting 21 million people flow through an open border. Many of those people were hard criminals from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and I always say insane asylums because they were seriously deranged. And they're here from, not South America, from all over the world. From South America, but from all over the world. And it's so sad. You'd say, why would anybody do this? Why? Yeah, go ahead.
And one more. There's some new internal Democrat polling that doesn't look great for Democrats, but it also has 54% unfavorability for Republicans in swing states and battlegrounds for the midterms. Do you consider those voters capturable for Republicans?
Yeah, well, we did. You know, I won every swing state, as you know, by a lot. And I won the popular vote by a lot. And we won the counties. If you look at the counties and district plan, we had 2,725, and they had 501. That's why the map is all red. So we had a great thing. Yeah, I think winning from the Democrats, if you look the other night, I made a speech, and I introduced two young ladies who were killed, viciously, violently killed. Young, unbelievable, both outstanding people. They were killed by illegal.
It's good that Mark Rutte is in the Oval for this conversation.
Aliens, and the Democrats wouldn't get up and applaud. The mothers were.
This is my favorite flex that Trump does, where he just like sits global leaders right next to him and then just like rambles on about other shit. Like about how he won the election, how awesome it was that he won the election. You know?
I mean, inconsolable. They were crying, and everybody was crying. The Democrats sat there with stone faces. They didn't clap. They didn't stand. They didn't do anything. We had a young man with very serious cancer. His dream is to be with the police department someday, and he was introduced. They didn't even clap. I mean, they were disgusting, frankly. They were disgusting. There's something wrong with them.
He's talking about not clapping.
They're deranged, like Jack Smith. They're deranged people. And I never saw anything like it. I'm standing up and I introduced the mother and the parents of these two young girls that were just recently essentially killed, violently killed. And the Democrats are like this. It's so sad. And I saw this morning where one of them is pretty well known, one is fighting like crazy over men being able to play in women's sports. I said, I thought that was tried. I thought that was about I think it's a 95% issue. But in a way, I want them to keep doing it because I don't think they can win a race. And I tell the Republicans, I said, don't bring that subject up because there's no election right now. But about a week before the election, bring it up because you can't lose. And everything's transgender this, transgender that. You know, they have bad.
I saw a Media Matters poll on this, by the way, when Trump was talking about everything is transgender this, transgender that. I think around 80% of trans issues, like 80% of all things related to trans folk come from right-wing media outlets. Like progressive outlets and like directly queer outlets, you know? Like outlets that cover queer-related issues, queer lifestyle issues, combined barely put a dent. Like they barely make 20%. It's like an insane disparity, which is fairly eye-opening. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Media Matters, right-wing, trans report. Is this it? Hold on. New analysis reveals the extent of Fox News' obsession with Trump's anti-trans orders, but this isn't even it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's wild. Like the content about trans people are almost entirely coming from right-wing outlets. Those are the only outlets that talk about trans people. Like they dominate the pipeline, and it's crazy because it's like, oh, here it is. Thank you. Fox News outstripped CNN, MSNBC in first month covering Trump's anti-trans executive orders, but this is not even it. No, this isn't even what I'm looking for. There's another one. Right-leaning Facebook pages earn nearly 2/3 of interaction. Yep, there it is. Right-leaning pages made 77% of the top-performing trans-related posts. Facebook interactions on all trans-related posts by page ideology from 2020 to 2021. This is an older post. I will become an LGBT foe if you don't click. What is this? This is trans-friendly. The worst 1v1 of 2019. Dude, no. Take an hour off. I'm not. You're crazy. Look at this. Left-leaning pages, non-aligned pages, right-leaning pages. Number of Facebook posts about trans issues by page ideology. Interactions on trans-related issues, right-leaning pages. Trans-related posts earning up to at least 50,000 interactions by page ideology. Now, you might say, oh, it's because right-wing is dominant. And I agree. Right-wing is dominant on Facebook. Right-wing has always been dominant on Facebook. But even the number of total posts is like insane. Even the number, like the overwhelming amount of trans-related content, the overwhelming amount of trans-related interactions almost entirely comes from right-wing outlets. They talk about trans people in an obsessed manner. They talk about trans people more than anybody else. This is something that I've mentioned before. It's like they have this like almost this psychopathic obsession with trans people. They think about trans people more than trans people do. It's insane.
Politics, but one thing, they stick together. You know, I wish, and the Republicans stick together mostly, but we have a couple that are grandstanders.
It's a wild fixation, dude.
In life. But the Democrats, they have grandstanders, but when it comes to a vote, they do stick together, right? Yes, sir.
No doubt it's majority right, but it doesn't say 77-23 overall, just top performing. Yes, I apologize. It is 77% of all interactions come from right-leaning posts. Okay? All interactions overall on trans-related issues.
They'll stick together on the shutdown. Will that hurt Democrats going into midterms?
Well, if they do a shutdown, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown, we're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It was a renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country.
It takes two to tango. The irony, of course, is that if it doesn't shut down, if the Democrats concede, if they cave, if they capitulate, okay, against the Republicans on this issue, then they're basically handing the Republican Party an opportunity to defund a lot of these federal agencies, which unironically will commit the federal government to a permanent shutdown, at least on numerous agencies. So it's a very weird predicament where you shut down the government if you don't shut down the government.
And from the people of our country.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you made clear you're not backing down from this, but many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now. And we have many. Yesterday, General Motors was in. They want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th. And the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500, think of it, 500 billion, not million. 500 million's a lot when you think about it, right? But, well, I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs and the tax incentives too, you know, tariffs and tax incentives. And I've never seen anything like it. We have plants going up now in Indiana. We have plants going up in Michigan. A lot of plants going to be planned from. I'm trying to steer them to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, you know, what happened with Europe. You know, if you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies and also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe. I mean, virtually no cars. And they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my case, is that I...
That's crazy that he's mad that they sued Apple. Dog, the only reason why they get to sue Apple is because Apple is avoiding American taxes.
They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of...
Like, he's mad that Apple moved its facilities to Ireland because they want to use Ireland as a tax haven. And then he's doubly mad that the EU successfully extracted 13 billion euros, $14 billion in taxes from Apple. Like, what you want? I don't understand. No, we're talking about not antitrust. We're talking about the tax bill case. EU court rules against Apple in case collected 14 billion in taxes Ireland never collected. We're not talking about the antitrust one, which was also another good. That was also, unironically, another instance where European regulators actually made consumer-friendly protections that actually will help all of us in the long run. No, they sued him over a bunch of stuff. Yeah, they sued him over Universal Ports. They sued him over, I think they sued him over right to repair. Oh God, I drank way too much coffee in the morning. But yeah, he's complaining that the EU courts sued Apple for taxes that they didn't pay to the EU. The reason why Apple's even paying taxes to Ireland is literally because they use Ireland as a tax haven.
Dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does. And I blame past presidents, to be honest. Because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID. I would have been able to finish the process, but we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job, but the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit, there's a whole new light over this country and really over the world. Because you have somebody that, a whole group of people really, because I talk about this whole group that we know.
Can you please emphasize to your audience that Trump is a liar and an idiot? Mark Rutte is not a good guy. He's a sociopathic demon who destroyed our country for 14 years. Fuck him. And his motor, yeah. Yes, I think I emphasize it quite a bit.
What we're doing, and a lot of great things are happening, but I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you don't have, if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy, what's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world, so global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the US. The spirit of that group is through the roof because now they realize that in the United States that President Trump's policies are pro-developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro-growth, pro-business, pro-energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity.
As much as I'm excited as a Bergamaniac for holding space, it's hard for me to be supportive of the statements that I'm hearing, you know.
Prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace, because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end, and we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies, and President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news, and that's going to bring, that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up, and then they went immediately back to them but by that time they lost it. They lost that Bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows, it means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was an elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They've wanted to do it for years and years. And it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England, because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy, by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area. It's actually a very poor area. We create jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world, they say. New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. Not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, some people question. Thank you, Mr. President. Greenland. What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially to
Well, I think it'll happen, and I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
There's an
Thank
issue
you
in the
very
High
much.
North, so the Arctic, so what you did. So when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the High North and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of icebreakers. So the fact that the outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries working together on this under US leadership is very important to me.
NATO Secretary laughs as Trump threatens to annex Greenland, Denmark, NATO country. Yeah, he's been getting he's always hot and cold when it comes to this sort of stuff, but this interview provided a lot of interesting takes, to say the least, whether it be agitating with troop presence in the Panama Canal, or agitating or promoting a troop presence in Greenland. It's just like there's not really much you can do if you are a NATO country or a NATO leader, because NATO itself is basically designed for the United States of America. It's built entirely for American empire, American imperialism. Anyone who doesn't recognize that is being a little silly. I think at this stage, perhaps it's a little bit more revealing, considering how Donald Trump is actively talking like NATO is his own personal fleshlight, and these leaders have to sit around and laugh as though he's just memeing, ha ha ha. And I know you say diplomacy, but like, if America wasn't as powerful and didn't have this much presence over NATO and this much command over NATO, I don't think European leaders would allow anyone to talk like this. Viktor Orban is a great example. Viktor Orban talks like this sometimes as a European leader, and we all know how the rest of the European leaders behave around Viktor Orban, or how they treat Viktor Orban. Viktor Orban!
Make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe, and we know things are changing there, and we have to be there.
Well, we just had an election there the other day. Do you see a referendum, a plebiscite, where the people of Greenland would be in a position to decide if they want to become part of the United States?
Yeah, it was a good election for us, as you know. It was not a referendum. It wouldn't be called that. It was an individual election. But the person that did the best is a very good person, as far as we're concerned. And so we'll be talking about it, and it's very important. Mark mentioned the word icebreakers.
Greenlanders want independence, but they overwhelmingly do not want America to be to come in and take over Greenland. So it seems like even if the majority wants independence, they just mean independence from Denmark, and not necessarily an opportunity for America to come and get and annex them.
So we've ordered, we're in the process of ordering 48 icebreakers, and Canada wants to know if they could use them. I said, well, you know, you got to pay for them. Think of it, Canada. We pay for their military. You know, Canada pays very little for their military because they think we're going to protect them. But even with the icebreakers, so we're going to order 48, and Canada wants to be part of the deal. I say, you got to get your own icebreakers. I mean, if you're a state, you can be part of the deal, but if you're a separate country, you've got to get your own icebreakers. Russia, as you know, has about 40 of them, and we have one big icebreaker, but that whole area is becoming very important, and for a lot of reasons, the routes are, you know, very direct to Asia, to Russia, and you have ships all over the place, and we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that. And Denmark is not able to do that. You know, Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens? A boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is, actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So, don't answer that, Pete. Don't answer that question. But we have bases, and we have quite a few soldiers on Greenland.
Some people question your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Same amount of money?
Well, I think they made a great step by putting Mark in charge. I think, to me, that's a great step, because he and I have seen eye to eye on everything for a long time. We've been doing this a long time now.
9 years now.
And so that's a great step. You have to keep NATO strong. You have to keep it relevant. But the biggest thing we have to worry about right now is what's going on right now. I think the rest is going to take care of itself. I don't see this happening. This was a fluke. This was something that, if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at, he signs by AutoPen. Who was signing all this stuff by AutoPen? Who would think you signed important documents by AutoPen? You know, these are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by AutoPen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So, should have never happened.
Tomorrow with the Justice Department about law and order. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're going to be with the Justice Department. We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic, and Todd Blanche and Emil, you got to know him a little bit. He was acting for a little while. And some other people are incredible in the Justice Department, and I consider the FBI to be a part of it in a sense, and Cash is going to be fantastic, and all the people. Dan Bongino, I love that. I mean, I love that. I think Dan is great. I think we have unbelievable people. And all I'm going to do is set out my vision. It's going to be their vision, really, but it's my ideas. And basically, we don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut. So I look forward to that. That'll be tomorrow at the Justice Department.
Mr. President, you're a man of peace. You said it several times, and you made it very clear. A man of peace dealing with belligerent people. Yeah. And I'm thinking, we saw how you handled Zelensky in this very own room. What is your leverage on Putin? Are you thinking sanctions?
I'm gonna throw up, dude. Every question has to be prefaced a million times over with, like, every question has to be prefaced with so much glaze that you can barely hear them over the spittle. It's wild.
What if he refuses to?
Well, I do have leverage, but I don't want to talk about leverage now, because right now we're talking to him, and based on the statements he made today, they were pretty positive, I think. So I don't want to talk about that. I hope Russia's going to make the deal too. And I think once that deal happens, you're never going to be in a process. I don't think they're going back to shooting again. I really believe if we had if we get a peace treaty, a ceasefire treaty, I think that leads to peace. That's going to really lead to peace. I don't think anyone wants to go back. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's vicious and violent. And I think if President Putin agrees and does a ceasefire, I think we're going to be in very good shape to get it done. We want to get it over with. That's why it was very important what I instructed everybody, including Steve, what we're looking for, to discuss concepts of land, concepts of power plants, because it's complicated. You know, you have a whole, you're sort of creating the edge of of a country. The sad part is that country, if this didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't know if they would have to give anything back. I guess Crimea, you know, I said it last time, Crimea was given by Obama. Biden gave him the whole thing, and Bush gave him Georgia. And Trump didn't give him anything. I gave him, you know what I gave him? I gave them javelins. And the javelins were very effective, as you know. I gave them nothing.
2019.
And then also, if you take a look, I was the one that stopped the pipeline going into Europe. It was totally stopped. Nord Stream 2, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 before I came along.
He's like,
but, I got along.
I'm the most anti-Russia.
Very well with President Putin. I got along with most of them. I get along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un. I got along great with all of them. And we had no wars. We had no problems. We wiped out ISIS in record time. General Raisin Kane, and he wiped them out. And he was going to be our new chief, right? He's going to be the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he's a highly respected man. He's going to be great. Pete's going to be fantastic. I have no doubt about it. We have a great team, really great team. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, some of our allies have said that they're worried that they could be the next to be attacked by Russia. You've spoken directly with the Russian president.
Yeah.
Do you think those fears are justified?
No, I don't. I think when this gets done, it's done. They're going to all want to go home and rest. I don't see it happening. Nope, I don't see that happening. And we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Not going to happen, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Leaders from Russia and Iran are heading to Beijing tomorrow to discuss nuclear programs. What do you hope to get out of that?
Well, maybe they're going to talk about non-nuclear programs. Maybe they're going to be talking about the de-escalation of nuclear weapons, because, you know, I was talking about that with President Putin very strongly, and we could have done something had that election not been rigged. We would have had something. I think I would have made a deal with Putin on de-escalation, denuclearization, as they say. But we would have de-escalated nuclear weapons, because the power of nuclear weapons is so great and so devastating. And right now, Russia and us have by far the most, but China will catch us within 5 years. China doesn't have, but they're in the process of building, and they build. And within 4 or 5 years, they'll probably have the same.
And by the way, this is a Republican tradition. Ronald Reagan, when he negotiated with Gorbachev in the 1980s about bringing down the number of nuclear weapons, it's what you have been doing your first term, and it is important.
It would be a great achievement if we could bring down the number. We have so many weapons, and the power is so great. And number one, you don't need them to that extent. And then we'd have to get others, because, as you know, in a smaller way, Kim Jong-un has a lot of nuclear weapons, by the way, a lot. And others do also. You have India, you have Pakistan, you have others that have them. And we'd get them involved. But we started off with Russia and us. We have by far the most. And we were going to denuclearize. And that was going to happen. And then we were going to China. And I spoke to China. I spoke to President Xi about it. And he really liked the idea.
North Korea mentioned POG. Once again, DPRK getting a seat at the table again.
You know, he'd like not to spend trillions of dollars building weapons that hopefully he's never going to have to use. And because they are very expensive also. So that would have been great. Okay, one or two more.
There's been tension in the... Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday at midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the...
Like, even... This journalist is trying to ask a newsworthy question. He's trying to get a quote out of Trump that will, you know, that will actually be newsworthy, right? Will you actually face-to-face negotiate with the Democrats? But he can't actually ask it directly, so he has to start off with like, well, the Democrats are hypocritical cowards, don't you think, Mr. President? But will you actually negotiate with them face-to-face if push comes to shove? This is how every This is how it works with virtually every question now in the press pool. Even if you want to get, even if you need to do journalism and want to get like a newsworthy quote out of Trump, you have to start by saying, well, the Democrats are cowardly assholes. Don't you think, Mr. President? Will you bravely face them in the field of negotiation?
Democrats, Chuck Schumer.
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right.
I don't really like this. I think this is definitely, God. We've always had access journalism in this country, especially post 9/11. It's gotten significantly worse. But I will say it's moving in a direction that it wasn't in before. Like people are totally normalizing just glazing Trump, and everyone just says, well, you know how he is. You just got to entertain it. And it's not good. Meanwhile, the Democrats are also seemingly not putting up as big of a battle in the Senate as we thought they would about the shutdown, which is not great either.
Now
I'll get to that in a second.
2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. You know, we passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had 1 negative vote, a grandstander. You know, 1 grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot. But it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it, in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like, and it seems to be that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break-in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to the Pacific for environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. They lost, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have the water. I'd love to show you a picture. You've seen the picture. The water is flowing through the half pipes. You know, we have the big half pipes that go down. 25 years ago, they used to have plenty of water, but they turned it off for environmental reasons. Well, I turned it on for environmental reasons and also fire reasons. But and I've been asking them to do that during my first term. I said, do it. I didn't think anything could happen like this, but they didn't have enough water. Now the farmers are going to have water for their land, and the water is in there. But I actually had to break in. We broke in to do it because we had people that were afraid to give water. They were, in particular, they were trying to protect a certain little fish. And I said, how do you protect the fish if you don't have water?
Fuck the fish.
They didn't have any water, so they're protecting a fish. And that didn't work out too well, by the way. So they have a lot of water going down throughout California, all coming out from the Pacific Northwest, even some from Canada. Thank you, Canada, very much. I appreciate it. Next thing you know, they'll want to turn the water off. They want to charge us for the water. But it comes up from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, it is brimming with water. Now, if they would have had that done, you wouldn't have had the damage because the fire would have been put out. The fire hydrants would have been loaded. The sprinklers in people's living rooms and bedrooms would have been loaded up with water. They had no water. The government makes them put sprinklers, and they had no water in the sprinklers because they had no water. So the water is flowing, and we're going to have to give a lot of money to Los Angeles to help them. And the Democrats are going to want to do that. So that's the one thing different. And frankly, I think that makes it a lot easier. But one of the big thing is we have the big, beautiful bill. We got to get that done. And that will put our country in a position like it's never been. It's a reduction of taxes. It's tremendous incentives for companies to come from all over the world into our country. It's great environmentally, but it's not this environmental scam that we went through, that we all went through. It provides for everything. It's a big, beautiful bill, and I hope we can get it approved, and that'll be next. But in the meantime, we have the continuing resolution, and the Republicans have approved it, and now the Democrats have to approve it, and I hope they will. And I think a lot of them, I can tell you, they want to. I've spoken to some of them. They really want to. Their leadership may not want them to. And if it closes, it's purely on the Democrats. One more?
On Korea, sir, we've seen tension increasing in the peninsula. You've talked about Kim Jong-un. Do you have any plans of re-establishing the relationship you had during the first mandate?
Well, I would. I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If I wasn't elected, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea. He expected it. He expected it. And they said, oh, thousands of people. No, millions of people would have been killed. But I got in. We went to Singapore, we met. We went to Vietnam, we met. We got along really good. We had a very good relationship, and we still do. We still do. You don't have that threat that you had. I mean, look, when I was running the first time, it looked like there was going to be a war with North Korea. You know that better than anyone.
Tensions were high.
Yeah, and
everybody
it started off.
was startled that you invited him for talks.
Right.
But you did.
It started off very rough, and he wouldn't meet with Obama, wouldn't take his calls. I said, how many times did you call? They called a lot. He wouldn't take their call. He told me I wouldn't take his call. But with me, it did start off rough, if you remember. Very rough, actually, very nasty.
There was a Singapore.
And yeah, but then, no, before that, then it stopped. The rhetoric was extremely tough. It was.
You had
it was a little bit.
UN, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little bit dangerous. And then we met. They asked for a meeting, and then we met. And the meeting caused the Olympics, which was in South Korea, to become a tremendous success. Nobody was buying tickets for the Olympics because they didn't want to be nuked. And I met, and not only did the Olympics become successful, but North Korea participated in the Olympics.
His sister visited.
It was an amazing thing. And that was something that was an achievement of the Trump administration, great achievement. And so I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. And we'll see what happens, but certainly he's a nuclear power. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The official you spent more time with the minister than your predecessor.
So how?
Russia's Vladimir Putin, after adorning the combat fatigues yesterday in Kursk, has come out once again, this time in a suit, and is now talking about the ceasefire conditions. And it turns out he has conditions of his own. Let's take a look at what he had to say and figure out whether or not this will hold.
How are they going to use this 30 days? Are they going to use it in order to continue the forced mobilization in Ukraine, in order to supply weapons to those areas, in order to newly mobilized units to undergo training?
Just came to say goodbye. Hasanabi's going down a path I can follow. Just like Anakin, he's letting his anger get the best of him. All the fighting with other streamers isn't good for my health. I wish you the best. Thanks for all the work you do, Hassan. Still going to watch YouTube but I just can't watch the live stream anymore. Peace. Love you all. What? Just because he's on camera doesn't mean he's a streamer. That's Vladimir Putin. And the previous guy who was on camera on a live stream was the current president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. Just letting you know, these guys aren't streamers. They're world leaders. But thanks, man. Thanks for the announcement of your departure, like it's a goddamn airport. He said, like Anakin. For the record, this person is just a serial yapper. They asked me for an explainer on their timeout. I told them not to be annoying. I went to sleep and they hit me with 80 whisper messages. Yeah, no, I know. Like, there are moments where I do talk about other content creators, especially in terms of like how much propaganda that they're doing for a genocidal apartheid regime or whatever. But it's pretty funny to come in right now when I am not doing that and be like, it's over for me. I'll still keep watching and I support you. But this Putin guy, this Putler guy, this Trump guy, this Putler guy, not exactly a big fan of these streamers. I feel like, you know, your Rainbow Six content was good. I've never seen them get 3 kills in any Rainbow Six Siege game. And the very fact that you're still focusing on these guys when they got no motion whatsoever is kind of unacceptable to me. Gotta say, I'm out. This stream is like 50% bitching about another influencer. Yeah, for once. Yeah, finally, for once, this Hasanabi guy is covering the news, dude. Finally, for once.
Or none of this is going to happen. Then we have a question. How are we going to resolve the issues of control or verification?
Twitch streaming is awesome because it's one of the few places where you can both be eating all the time and away from your desk all the time when you just let videos run, but also simultaneously pause entirely too much and offer entirely too much commentary because you're a real yapper. Platform world leaders, not play enough video games, play too much video games at the same time is awesome. It's basically make your own adventure. I'm Schrodinger's streamer always. Depending on what you like or what you don't like, I fill both of those roles at the same time. For example, because I speak for 8 hours a day on hot button topics, someone can come in and say, I'm a liberal Zionist. And then another person can come in and say, I'm actually a Hamas terrorist. Many of them just say I'm a Hamas terrorist. But there are some who also say, I engage in, liberal Zionist propaganda. It's just awesome. There's no winning. And at a certain point, I think people realize, like, okay, I will make up my own mind. Maybe this guy isn't what I think he is. And the only way that you can do that is if you come in here and you listen for an extended period of time.
How can we be guaranteed that none of this is going to happen in the future? How are we going to control this? I think on the level of common sense, everyone understands this. This is a very serious question. Who is going to give orders to cease fire? And what is the value of these orders? Can you imagine about 2,000 kilometers? Who is going to determine who and where violated this agreement? That's an area of 2,000 kilometers. And then who is going to blame who? The violations of this agreement. All of these are questions that need to be thoroughly studied on both sides. So the idea in itself is correct and we support it, but there are questions that need to be discussed. And I think we need to discuss this with our American partners. Maybe we need to have a call with President Trump and discuss this. But the idea in itself to stop this conflict in a peaceful way, that's something that we support.
President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, has now arrived in Moscow to brief Kremlin officials on the Ukraine ceasefire proposal. Earlier today...
How do you not let the hate get to you? Because I have firmly held convictions. about my worldview, and also have an incredible community of like-minded individuals who not only listen to what I have to say, but then also make up their own minds, go out and change their lives in a meaningful way, and hopefully slowly but surely change the world around them in a meaningful way. That's it. That's literally, that's the reason why all of this stuff is just background noise. You know, he has a ton of he also has a ton of money. I mean, that definitely doesn't hurt. Yes, that certainly doesn't hurt, you know. C Star, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Right after a chatter said I have a ton of money. It's all, and I also have good friends and family around me. Yeah, I agree with 99.9% of shit, and I've learned a tremendous amount from you, but you're still an enormous asshole. Yeah, but I like to think that I'm an enormous asshole to people who are being enormous assholes to others, you know? People who are being ginormous assholes to marginalized communities, minorities, people who are vulnerable. That's it. I've never said I won't bully someone. I bully motherfuckers all the time. I just bully people who I think deserve it, which certainly creates a lot of anger and animosity from the audiences of the people who deserve it. But yeah, I'm gonna, you know, if you don't think I'm gonna make fun of a Nazi or a pedophile or a psychopath, like, you're in the wrong place.
Though Russian President Vladimir Putin said he has, quote, reservations about the 30-day ceasefire, adding that there are still many things that need to be discussed before a deal gets done.
We agree with the proposals to end hostilities, but we proceed from the fact that this end should be such that it would lead to long-term peace and eliminate the root causes of the crisis. But I think that we need to talk about this with our American colleagues, partners, maybe call President Trump and discuss it with him. But the idea itself, to end this conflict by peaceful means, is supported by us.
CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward is live in Kyiv. Clarissa, taking a look at the reaction from Russia, which is so essential, right? You heard White House officials saying if Russia does not accept this, then they'll know who the impediment to peace is. How are you?
That's so funny. Yeah. I mean, come on, dude. I think, yeah, they're probably, they are an impediment to peace. They are the ones who invaded. Like, this is also partially the reason why I categorize, like, Crimea's annexation entirely in a separate category than, like, what Russia has been doing since invading the rest of Ukraine. Okay? There is a difference there. Like, you are an aggressor, a very violent aggressor. You're an aggressor in both instances, but at least on one you had like a lease agreement and more sympathies from the people that lived there, as opposed to what you've done since then. The reality of the matter is, Russia is an impediment to peace. Like, it's fucking ridiculous to make it seem as though they're not. They're literally in Ukraine. They've annexed Ukraine. Now they want to take 4 of the territories permanently from Ukraine.
Are you reading what we're hearing out of the Kremlin?
Well, I think it's a somewhat enigmatic response, but roughly along the lines of what we expected, in the sense that President Putin was very keen to heap praise upon President Trump. He called the idea in principle great. He expressed gratitude, but then he went on to basically delineate a number of issues that Russia would want clarification on. Whether this is a stalling tactic designed to give Russia more time, or whether this is an act of sincerely engaging in this process in a meaningful way, remains to be seen. One of the issues that he brought up was the issue of Kursk, where Russian forces have essentially now isolated the Ukrainian forces and a withdrawal of Ukraine.
He also said he would treat mercenaries as terrorists in Kursk, and that like, you know, he's gonna capture Kursk and most likely torture every Ukrainian soldier and torture the foreign mercenaries extra hard. That's basically what what he was spelling out.
Ukrainian forces. Looks like it's already underway, but certainly we're talking days, not weeks, before Kursk will likely fall back under complete Russian control. He also raised the issue of, will it be possible for Ukraine during this 30 days to remobilize? Will it be possible for them to regroup, reconstitute, rearm? What kind of guarantee?
No, Kursk is a Russian city. It's not inside of Ukraine. It was a Ukrainian counteroffensive in the midst of the Russian expansion into Ukraine, where mostly foreign the foreign battalions pushed into Kursk, the oblast, Kursk Oblast in Russia.
Guarantees could we be given that that wouldn't happen? What kind of guarantees can we be given in terms of how the ceasefire will be monitored, or how it will be enforced, and who gets to say when hostility?
Kossak Gundi was a Brit who joined the Ukrainian Marines, not Foreign Legion, but was captured and obviously tortured by Russians. Jesus Christ. I do think it's kind of ironic that for the past couple of years, a lot of NATO Andes have been saying, oh, if there's any ceasefire whatsoever, Russia will be able to use that as an opportunity to recoup their losses and regroup and rearm and attack even harder. And to them, I said this was a bullshit excuse because both sides have that opportunity. And in the process, if they were to go back to fighting, then you're back to square one anyway. Now, it's interesting because now Russia is saying that because they also don't want to fucking stop pummeling Ukraine right now when they're in the process of retaking Kursk. Now Putin is using that same excuse. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's idiotic. It's bullshit. Anyone that says that is a direct impediment to peace. But of course, Vladimir Putin was an impediment to peace. Now, how have we arrived at this situation? Perhaps it would have been better if the fucking American leader, our glorious president, Donald J. Trump, didn't spend the past month or and a half shitting on our proxy that we have used and abused in this fucking process, that have a very valid claim to, you know, want to rid their borders of a Russian invasion. Perhaps you wouldn't look like such a fucking asshole if you didn't actively, seemingly defend Adolf Hitler. Okay? They are so goddamn bad at diplomacy, it pisses me off. Because on the one hand, I do agree that you have to bring Russia to the table to set the stage for a ceasefire and permanent negotiations and a permanent cessation to hostilities. You have to do that. There's no other way to do that. You can't defeat them militarily, so there's nothing you can do in that process. But also at the same time, you probably shouldn't undermine your side of the bargain so aggressively at the behest of the dudes who you are supposed to be negotiating against? It was a ridiculous move that I criticized. And those who have been in here long enough know that the reason why I criticized it is because I also want a permanent end to the hostilities. So even when Trump seemingly was going to present himself as seemingly was going to be on the right side, okay, in terms of putting an end to the senseless death, he still fucked it all the way up. And now you got you got Putin taking great advantage of that. He's taking advantage of that. America even went so far as to stop intelligence sharing with Ukraine, albeit for a brief moment. That is insane. Marco Rubio came out and said, we're never going to arm Russia. That is the most insane. What the fuck was that? Like, why did he say that? What is happening? My "we're never going to help Russia invade Ukraine" shirt is bringing up more questions than the shirt itself answers. A real "I'm not a pedophile" t-shirt wearing moment here, you know? It's ridiculous. As someone who is an advocate for peace, as someone who is an advocate for an end to this war, this unjustifiable war that Russia started, make no mistake, I understand the necessity to bring them to the fucking table. I, however, don't understand why this dumb fuck is turning around and shitting on Zelensky and removing whatever kind of leverage, like whatever kind of minor leverage that the Ukrainians might have in this process. It's ridiculous.
These actually stop. So some will interpret this as sort of willful filibustering, if you will. And certainly when we heard from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning.
It is absolutely absurdly unrealistic expectation to think the side of a war currently winning across the entire front line and rolling up its enemy would stop and take a ceasefire is brain dead. There needs to be an actual peace deal with concessions, and negotiations can happen and occur without a ceasefire. A ceasefire offers pure optics. I think this is a silly way to approach the subject matter, especially considering the material losses that the Russian side has also incurred. And also what you're saying unironically is proving the point that NATO people were making over and over again, which is to arm Ukraine to the fucking gills then and try to get them to not lose against the Russian front lines. Therefore, they can have more leverage. A foolhardy bargain. A foolhardy endeavor that definitely extended the war process and pushed back a potential ceasefire negotiation when Ukraine had the most leverage it ever did. I don't think it's smart to do this at all. You got to do one or the other. Either you bring Russia to the table and actually implement some ceasefire negotiations, or while not, disarming your side of the process, or you arm the fuck out of Ukraine and even send in mercenaries so that they have manpower, because that's what they're lacking the most. Re-up and rearm Ukraine and, I don't know, extend this battle for as long as it takes. Ukraine will suffer in the process. Ukraine will incur all of the losses in this process, of course. But the goal there would be to, I guess, undermine and force Russia into a battle of attrition that will most likely ruin not only their economy, but their future as well. The future of Russia is under threat in that situation if they just keep melting their fucking young in trench warfare. It's a really shitty situation, especially for Ukraine. Now, they're young. You sound like you're talking about aliens. Like, they're youth. They're an entire generation lost in the flatlands of Ukraine. No one is saying don't make a peace deal. What we're saying is Russia won't take a ceasefire until that happens, because Russia is winning universally at this current point in time and only strengthening their bargaining position. I mean, what matters in that process for Russia is also, is it worth? I don't think it's worth. Yeah, the Russian lady didn't hold back when asked about the war. This channel also, this was filmed in Moscow in May 2023. Question, are we losing? I wish we had lost, because I don't like it at all. They're killing civilians in Ukraine. It's not, it's nice seeing young Russians be candid about their country's choices in interviews, something that takes way more bravery to do than most places. Yeah.
Убивает мирное население Украины, украинцев. Хотя, по сути, мы все славяне, мы.
Ukrainians, we're all Slavs, brotherly people. Although now, they don't like it when we say that. They destroy homes. Bakhmut was completely destroyed. Mariupol. Everything is destroyed in Melitopol. People have nowhere to live. My friend lives in Donetsk. They're bombing there, and he can't apply to university. They're in total shambles over there. You know who thought something about NATO attacking us? No one would attack us. We're a huge country. It would just be unprofitable for them to attack us. This is complete nonsense. The war was started over nothing. It's true. That part is also true. That's why I said, when Russia decided, when the Russian government decided, no, the only way to stop NATO from further advancing along the Russian border is to invade Ukraine. That was the most idiotic fucking thing you could do. Why was it the most idiotic thing you could do? Because you already had decent trade relations by way of energy with Europe, and no one actually wanted. If I know that no one was going to allow Ukraine into NATO, you think Vladimir Putin didn't know that? That's an insane fucking short-sighted and otherwise idiotic thing to do. And you know what else is going to happen in this process? Here, I'll give you my fucking speculation. Let's say there is a permanent ceasefire. There is a permanent end to the hostilities. And in the process, Russia forces America and Ukraine's hand to permanently annex, with recognition, the 4 Ukrainian territories that it currently occupies. Okay, 20% of Ukrainian territory. Let's say that happens. Do you think, honestly, that, and this is why I also separate Crimea from the rest of this process, and you'll understand exactly why I'm separating Crimea. Do you fucking think that those guys whose homes have been blown up, who might have even had sympathies with Russia, who have immediate family members who live in Russia, who speak Russian, that now hate Russia because their fucking homes have been exploded by Russia? Do you think that those guys are not going to do insurgency? How long can a country like Russia, especially when it is now inside of its own territorial boundaries, maintain a counterinsurgency initiative in an otherwise hostile nation, in an otherwise hostile terrain? How long? You are going to have a real major crisis of Ukrainian terrorism. Okay, that's it. That's it. There's no way to deal with this permanently. There's no way to deal with this permanently. You cannot. It is not like Crimea at all for this reason, because if you take over an area with its own military that already had existing sympathies or had people that were like closely aligned and identified ethnically as your people or whatever, and you already had a fucking lease agreement for a military base regardless in Sevastopol, but you took it over without firing a fucking shot, that's entirely different. The reception from that population is going to be entirely different in terms of long-term stability. Okay? As opposed to every other place that Russia has blown into fucking oblivion. You cannot strong arm people, okay? You can't. They're always going to want to be free. Even if you give them citizenship, you're always going to have to be paranoid about whether or not they will want revenge. And they will definitely want revenge. Do you understand what I mean? This is a major difference. This is the major difference as to why I categorize Crimea very differently than the rest of eastern Ukraine that Russia has annexed. They will never be able to permanently fucking maintain annexation in eastern Ukraine. Okay? Russia has won counterinsurgent wars though. Dude, there's a very big difference between Chechnya and even Dagestan, if you want to consider that, and Ukraine, okay? There's a big difference. First of all, Chechnya didn't have fucking NATO weapons, NATO training, and also an entire national identity that revolved around being rid of the USSR or anything like that. There's a difference between Ukraine and Chechnya in this regard. Ukraine is a fully established, Ukraine is a fully established nation. Sure, it was very poor even before the Russian invasion, but it doesn't matter. Like, these are people with a sense of national identity and comfort and security that they got from being not a part of Russia, but also being a part of a sovereign nation. In Crimea, they installed politicians and did a covert op, not directly invade Crimea, you mean, right? As opposed to Ukraine? Yes, there was no bombing campaigns in Crimea. That's what I mean. There's a very big difference between there's a very big difference between annexation of that sort versus annexation that is impossible to manage. Permanent annexation of that sort is impossible to manage. Unless you literally bring in settlers, unless you literally bring in ethnic Russians. But the problem with Ukraine is that how do you distinguish between someone being of Ukrainian heritage or someone being of Russian heritage but now fucking hates Russia because Russia bombed their house and bombed and killed their fucking neighbors and bombed their school and is going to want revenge against the people that perpetrated those acts? Yes, I know Russia brought settlers into Crimea, but they also brought settlers into Crimea by ethnically Russifying Crimea years prior to the Crimean invasion under the USSR. So there's a long history there in terms of changing the demographics of Crimea far before the USSR dissolved. Yeah. Here's the truth, and PR Zur is correct. Crimean Tatars constituted the majority of Crimea's population from the time of ethnogenesis until the mid-19th century, and the largest ethnic population until the end of the 19th century. Russia attempted to purge Crimean Tatars through a combination of physical violence, intimidation, and forced resettlement, and legalized forms of discrimination between 1783 and 1900. But then also, even in the USSR, there was also like an ethnic displacement that took place as well. It's not just the Tsar. It's not Tsarist Russia that cleansed the region. Like, there was also there wasn't a significant attempt to, like, USSR did a lot of Russification. This is true. Like, let's not act like that wasn't the case. So I don't know. I mean, this is part of the reason why I often will talk about Crimea versus Eastern Ukraine. and why it is a major issue for, why it is an unimaginable issue for Russia to invade Ukraine and then try to permanently annex these territories inside of eastern Ukraine. It's just not, it's not something that's going to make, it's not something that's sustainable. That's just the way I see it. I don't think that Russia will be able to, permanently have a sustainable permanent annexed land in eastern Ukraine. It'll open up so many opportunities of espionage. It will create, it is basically a weapon to wield against Russia permanently. Okay? You let in all of the, let's say you offer citizenship to every single Ukrainian in the annexed territories. A lot of them are understandably going to be seeking revenge. Many of them are trained. There are plenty of people who have taken up arms against Russia. Let's say that they actually join like covert operations against Russia. When you talk about Russia, all of the former Soviet states will have a lot to say to you. Okay, so what? I think that is going to inevitably lead to more volatility for Russia. Way to ignore the Banderite terror inflicted on the region. Much of the area Russia holds currently, decades of shelling, insane anti-Russian racism, etc. Also, this area is in large part Russian-speaking as a mother tongue and has sympathies with Russia. You also seem to be ignorant of this or just ignoring the history. No, I think that is fucking maximalist copium at this point. Kharkiv is a great example of an area that had a lot of sympathies for Russia. Fairly sympathetic to Russia. Everything that you're describing would fit the bill for Kharkiv. Look at Kharkiv now. Look at Kharkiv now. And their attitudes towards Russian annexation now. Why the fuck would anybody go, oh, thank God we got liberated by being bombed? What are you, a fucking George W. Bush supporter? You think that they brought democracy to Iraq? Is that what you're going to say? This is the nuance that I try to bring to the table when talking about, critical support or no critical support in terms of like countries that are outside of the boundaries and the influence of Western empire. A lot of people, when they're talking about China, a lot of leftists, when they're talking about China or when they're talking about Russia, sometimes come across like they're fucking, come across like they're hogs for these countries. You know what I mean? Critical support doesn't mean uncritical support. Like when talking about Xinjiang with China, like there are definitely people that basically will justify the Chinese government's attitude and say it was the right thing to do. I don't think it was the right thing to do. And I don't spend a good deal of time on this stuff because I think the way, like the place I have in this media landscape is to obviously try to get people to understand that like a lot of these nations are comprised of individuals. They're not monolithic, that have decent reasons to hate America and that we shouldn't hate them and we shouldn't wage war. But the reality of the matter is, yes, of course, every fucking nation state engages in brutal acts of conquest. This is just what nation states do. I'm not an anarchist. I think that there is reason for nation states to exist, at least in this time frame. But it's it is ridiculous to make it seem as though the incredibly inherently violent action that the Russian government has taken in terms of like blowing up every fucking territory that they conquered, okay, that they're trying to physically, militarily annex, was actually done in an act of liberation. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's ridiculous. Like, oh yeah, they're doing it for liberation. Vladimir Putin said he's going to save Donbass. That's why he killed more people than since 2014, Green Men or like the Azov Battalion blowing up and using artillery in LPR and DPR against like their own citizens. Like that's ridiculous. That's not a liberatory act in that situation. Okay? You're not liberating LPR and DPR Yeah, it's giving free Palestine from Hamas. Exactly. Yeah, it's also like it's the same principle behind like you're so libbed out on Ukraine, I can't listen. I don't know how much of it is to protect your image and how much it is actually your view, but you give dog shit analysis on the topic. I don't think it's dog shit analysis. I think it's very fair analysis, which is why every liberal thinks I'm an Adolf Hitler lover. It's okay to say that a right-wing kleptocracy that unjustifiably invaded another nation, a nation that did have a lot of fucking nationalist sentiment, did the wrong thing by invading that nation, because now those nationalists are going to overtake the country. They're going to be the next leaders of Ukraine eventually. I hope that doesn't happen, but it feels like that is probably what's going to happen. And they all have fucking, they all have training, they have American weapons, not good for the future of Europe, not good for the future of any country, really. But Russia played a big role in that. There's also a reason why I look to China in terms of its foreign affairs, okay? Not its domestic affairs, but at least in terms of its foreign affairs and the way they handle foreign affairs, and believe that they do a much better job than the United States of America and Russia on that front. Like, they are infinitely more restrained, and that's why they're fucking popping off.
Начнется, Россия будет выплачивать кредиты Украине, всем, пострадавшим каким-то городам, Украине. Вот, то есть это ударит по нашей экономике, у нас начнется рост цен. Мы это почувствуем, потому что налоги.
We're going to feel it because of taxes and stuff like that. It's going to be very difficult for us. I was just reading the article that's calling the foreign policy strat the reverse Kissinger to align Russia to weaken China. Makes sense, but seems futile because Sleeping Dragon has awoken and just further alienated the U.S. Yeah. I think so. I think it's a silly strategy as well. I mean, that's my suspicion as well. It's ironic because it seemed like a 4chan thing initially when Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about it, and Tucker Carlson was talking about it, and now it seems like it's like government policy to basically turn around and try to do a Sino-Soviet split, but reverse. I just don't know if that's even remotely possible. The USSR did not have global trade was not where it's at in the time of USSR. The USSR did not have a network of trade that directly tied its existence to the existence of empire in the way that China has. China's economy is on an upwards trajectory and slated to beat out the United States economy by probably the end of this decade, if not earlier. And America's trajectory has obviously stagnated, or maybe even on a downward shift. Like, this is a very, very different. This is a very different circumstance. So I don't know if I'm Russia, okay, the one thing Russia did, even if I were to remove myself from the morality of what Russia's actions were and try to figure out why Russia did what it did. It wanted to penetrate and show the rest of the world, specifically the global South and every other global leader, that America had a dent in its armor and that Russia would poke through it militarily, saying like, no, the international rule-based order is gone. Gone are the days where America is the world police. We have nukes. They have nukes too. Guess what? We can do whatever the fuck we want to whichever country we want to. And it's one of the only countries that is one of the only great powers, if you want to call it that is like willing to combat America, even by way of proxies, right? So like that's somewhat the goal here from Russia's perspective. But if that's their goal here, then why the fuck would they turn around and be like, all right, we're going to separate ourselves from China. We're going to separate ourselves from China and then join the American side. You know? I just don't think that is, because if that is the only logical reason for why Russia militarily invaded Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine specifically, then they have no reason to try and split from China. They have no reason to split from China at all, especially looking at what China's trajectory is and looking at what America's trajectory is. Especially because these guys have no ideological convictions, okay? China, even if they have an ideological project in terms of its domestic affairs, doesn't maintain some sort of global war against capitalism in even the way that like the USSR at times did, or even in the way that China under Mao did at a certain point. They don't do that. And the only thing holding these countries together in allegiance is just being fucked over by America and fucked over by the West. That's it. They are unironically, their position is unironically campist, I think, where they're just like, yeah, fuck America and everything America stands for, fuck the West and everything the West stands for. And if you close your eyes for a brief moment and try to understand the world from their perspective, it is a fairly understandable perspective to have. The Western powers destroyed the USSR and didn't just like humiliate the USSR. They literally materially destroyed the USSR, picked it apart for scraps. The people that are fucking in charge now were placeholders created by those who were in the KGB that had sympathies towards the West. And those guys still also kind of feel humiliated and still understandably feel mad. Like there was so much death and destruction in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. Like these guys still have an understandable frustration against Western powers. They were there when it collapsed. They watched it happen. They'd made the most of it by stealing as many state resources as possible. And I don't think they let go of their hatred for the United States of America or Western powers in general, even if they themselves are capitalist, okay? So what holds these countries together is not dissimilar to the way that a secondary market has been formed because of American sanctions. The American sanctions regime has created a secondary market of trade around the world now, because if you sanction everybody, then you might as well be sanctioning yourself. And that's what's going on here. It's the same as like the resentment and the allegiances that you watch unfold around the globe. Let's get back to this now.
This was before Putin spoke, I should add. He said, look, it's pretty much clear from the silence that we're hearing from Russia that they're not interested in meaningfully engaging with peace, that they want this war to continue grinding on. I don't think that we can make that conclusion deductively from what President Putin said during his meeting, during his press conference with the Belarusian President Lukashenko. But it will be very interesting, I would say, Brianna and Boris, to hear later on, after all those meetings and conversations with Trump's envoy Witkoff come to an end, whether there is a sort of plan of action for moving forward. Because, again, Putin had left that pretty ambiguous. He said maybe he would talk to President Trump in the coming days. None of that giving any sense of urgency that this is an issue that is going to be addressed and clarified and put into practice in the near future as the U.S. had hoped.
David, I wonder what you make of the timing here. The NATO Secretary General meeting with Donald Trump. We're set to hear from them directly in just moments. As we're hearing Vladimir Putin say sort of yes to this deal, but also no.
So the timing of Secretary General Rutte showing up is a little bit coincidental. I don't think anybody knew when they scheduled that this would also be the day that you'd be sending Steve Witkoff into Moscow and so forth. I think yes, but is exactly the right answer, and Clarissa had this just right. Putin's in a tough spot here. He can't be seen as the one party who's saying, I won't do a ceasefire. And yet, a ceasefire is not in his interest right now while they're taking back Russian territory that the Ukrainians had seized and while he thinks he's on the march. The second problem he's got is that he's concerned that the ceasefire will be something he can't get out of, and what he really wants is, if there is a long-term ceasefire, to have a number of different issues that Ukraine can't enter NATO, that along the way, Russia will be able to resolve what they call their long historic issues, which is essentially that Ukraine is a part of Russia. So he's a little afraid of being jammed, and I think you're seeing him wiggle his way through.
Yeah, and I wonder what you think about what you're hearing of that, especially considering this idea, the Kursk piece of this, where he says it's not clear how the situation would develop in Kursk and elsewhere if a ceasefire was implemented. That development in Kursk of Russia taking back that territory is something that happened since the U.S. suspended, it's now been reinstated, but suspended military aid to the Ukrainians. So in a way, there's almost this cycle. The U.S. takes an action, we see Russia taking back Kursk, and now that seems to be dissuading them in at least one of these elements from wanting to get on board.
Well, they haven't completely taken Kursk back, but they've almost got all the territory back.
That's right. They're saying it's the vast majority of it,
yeah.
right?
But what I'm watching for is how will Trump react to not the no, but the explanations beyond, where Trump said, he accepts the concept of a ceasefire, but it was translated from the Russian as with nuances. And then his spokesperson and others have filled in some of those nuances that they need to see a new administration in Ukraine. They need to see the world community recognize their annexation of 4 sections of eastern Ukraine that they don't completely even control right now. The list goes on and on. So my question will be, how is Trump going to respond to that? Will he be convinced by Putin's arguments as he has in the past? And I suspect Putin doesn't want to have those full-throated arguments until he's face-to-face with Trump so he can explain in a reasonable manner, you can't expect us to do a ceasefire and still have a standing Ukrainian army that could attack Kursk at any time.
It does lend itself to Trump's sort of political history. The rare vision that he's held politically, his entire political life, is that other countries are ripping off the United States. Right. He points to NATO and says that. He points to Canada and says that, European allies as well. How does that play politically now that he's actually pursuing that as a policy?
Well, what's interesting is that, in theory, you would think the United States public appreciates NATO, right? They understand that NATO protects us. However, reality is that these folks are also hurting at home. They're also seeing their friends being rounded up who have lived in their neighborhoods for many, many years. They're seeing a chaotic country right now. They're seeing the federal government being cut, people losing jobs. Then they look over at NATO and say, why isn't NATO paying their 2% of GDP? Why are we doing that? Look at my family right now that is hurting. So politically, it plays well for Donald Trump. The reality is way down the road, talk to Kim or David, and they will tell you, if we don't have the United States and NATO together, then we are in big trouble.
And Clarissa, I wonder, especially as we hear Putin saying that they have to look at the root causes of the crisis, which of course we've heard before, one of those being the current Ukrainian government, we should say.
My theory on this is very clear. In order for capitalism to continue, well, this is not my theory, this is Lenin, but in order for capitalism to exist, you have to constantly seek out new vectors of profit. And in order to continue doing that, you have to dominate the global south, imperialism. Imperialism is a necessity for capitalism to continue. Okay? My theory, beyond plagiarizing Lenin, is that in order for American capitalism and American imperialism to continue, the American media has to sometimes manufacture consent for wars, but more significantly than that, pull back on doing any sort of propaganda or any sort of talk about wars at all. And because imperialism happens out there, Americans don't necessarily think about that. They don't think about the bounties of empire. They don't think about the benefits that they get as being a part of the labor aristocracy, right? Because for those of you who don't know, labor aristocracy just simply means that there's hyper exploitation happening in the global south, and that is the reason why you can get a fucking t-shirt for $5. Okay? Now, that is the reason why America as a nation is an incredibly violent one, but Americans themselves, without recognizing the empire that keeps this country materially wealthy in the ways that it does, is always on the background. It's never in the forefront. We never think about the consequences of these actions. So Americans themselves can feel like they are a peaceful nation. That's why I think a lot of liberals, a lot of people on Globe Twitter, a lot of people who are pro-NATO are actually more honest about their selfish desires to continue wars around the world and to maintain NATO, because they recognize that it plays a major role in their comfortable existence. Why are you saying please? What? Oh, is there a new emote? Oh, you guys are so stupid. Anyway. But this also presents a unique opportunity because Americans don't think about global war all that much and how it factors into their day-to-day existence all that much, and the benefits that global war gives Americans in terms of like how cheap certain goods are. You can actually convince them that permanent war is bad. And that's precisely the reason why a guy like Donald Trump can come in and portray himself as a peaceful dove. That's the advantage here, that like the majority of Americans see themselves as peaceful people of hating war. And especially as material conditions worsen here, then you can make an even stronger, more convincing argument that we probably shouldn't be spending all this money overseas and we should be spending it on ourselves. Now, of course, Donald Trump is lying about that because he will continue doing wars all around the globe, obviously. But that's my position on the matter, on why Americans are like so anti-NATO. And that's partially because they just don't recognize that, you know, NATO, albeit a very violent force, is what allows America to continue dominating the planet.
That is something that he's looking at as the root cause of the crisis. He wants Zelensky to go. How will it be received in Ukraine if what we hear from Trump is oh, but look, Russia didn't say no?
I think that it is no exaggeration to say that the Ukrainians have been through an emotional roller coaster over the past few weeks with everything that happened between Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office. I think that there was a huge amount of relief and even triumph, honestly, coming out of those meetings in Jeddah, that it seemed like the relationship was back on track, that it seemed like Ukraine could take control of the narrative again and essentially say, listen, we are not the obstacle to peace here. We are ready for it. The onus is now on Russia. And I think there will be some serious disappointment and even some eye rolling if President Trump takes Putin completely at his word and doesn't apply some rigorous skepticism to what is going on here. And I think also, frankly, if we're being honest, the Ukrainians would like to see a wedge driven between this sort of kinship that we have seen between President Putin and President Trump. They would like to see President Trump get exasperated with President Putin and lose his patience even with President Putin. And it remains to be seen what the response will be. I mean, I just heard some tidbits from earlier where it said that President Trump had interpreted Putin's comments as being promising. So unlikely that we're necessarily going to see that wedge anytime soon. But the Ukrainians understand in principle that the most important thing here going forward through trials and tribulations is to keep that relationship on track. I spoke to one former minister. He said we need this relationship to be less about emotion and more about common sense.
Не что иное, как временная передышка для украинских военных, больше ничего. И мы считаем, что Наша цель все-таки это долгосрочное мирное урегулирование. Мы к этому стремимся. Мирное урегулирование, которое учитывает законные интересы нашей страны, наша озабоченность известна. Вот какие-то такие шаги, которые имитируют мирные действия, мне кажется, никому не нужны в данной ситуации.
Yeah, they did the NATO Andy retort.
The UN says Israel has.
They did the NATO Andy retort by saying, oh, this will offer Ukraine temporary respite. And we can't have that. Ceasefire is bullshit. God, they are so fucking Israel coded. It's not even funny. Jesus Christ. It's just like, it is just straight up Israel shit, okay? Aren't there any... What? Israel but poor? I mean, what is Israel without America? Get out of here. Don't fucking say Russia is poor while comparing it to fucking Israel and then saying Israel is rich. That's a crazy fucking comparison. Anyway, Zelensky. Now we have all heard from Russia, very predictable, very manipulative words from Putin in response to the idea of silence on the front. He is actually preparing a refusal as of now. Putin, of course, is afraid to tell President Trump directly that he wants to continue this war and wants to kill Ukrainians. Come on, Mike Zelensky is so good. You're fucking nuts. I think Mike Zelensky is very good. Anyway, Zelensky said he's on board with the ceasefire, and then predictably Vladimir Putin said, nah, never mind, we don't actually want it. And that's precisely where we're at. I don't know how Donald Trump is going to fucking claw himself out of this situation. But we're going to move on to domestic affairs right now.
Officials have arrested.
We're going to be talking about the Jewish protesters arrested after storming Trump Tower.
Nearly 100 people after
Let's take
a crowd of protesters stormed the lobby of Trump Tower in New York City.
And then we'll talk about how the Democrats caved. I know. Spoiler alert, I know. I fucking hate them.
They're demanding the release of Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian activist, a graduate student at NYU, or rather at Columbia University. He is at risk of being deported after he helped lead protests against the war in Gaza at the university last year. Homeland Security officials have accused Khalil of being a Hamas sympathizer. Let's go right now outside live at Trump Tower with CNN's Omar Jimenez, who is on the scene. Omar, give us the latest.
Yeah, so Boris, about 100 people were arrested as part of this protest that took place inside Trump Tower behind me on multiple levels, 2 different levels of that main sort of lobby entrance to the tower here, as we understand from police. And they were protesting on behalf of Mahmoud Khalil. Jewish Voice for Peace was the group that was leading these particular protests that we saw. And when we first got to the scene, we saw dozens of protesters in zip ties being loaded onto buses where they were taken to central booking, as we understand from New York police. But the chants that we heard from supporters that even gathered on the outside of some of these barriers that police put in place to keep crowds sort of at bay were things like "Fight Nazis, not students," and protesting on behalf, again, of Khalil, Khalil, who is still being held in ICE custody as those legal proceedings play out as well. We spoke to one of the organizers of Jewish Voice for Peace about why they wanted to come out here. And to them, they said they did not want the First Amendment entrenched on, which is what they believe Khalil was doing over the course of leading some of the protests we saw out of Columbia University. But also they wanted to show solidarity from the Jewish people as well. As those were the words that one of the organizers told me as we spoke to her, as some of her protesters were being loaded onto these buses. There were no violent incidents in regards to the arrest themselves. Once they were taken into police custody, there did not seem to be any resistance. We did not hear of any resistance.
This is awesome, and it's a good thing. I think civil disobedience and getting arrested, especially for groups like Jewish Voice for Peace, is an incredibly important tactic. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. And I think that they are incredibly brave for putting their bodies on the line like this and using their privilege. Okay? The reason why I say that is because a lot of this conversation in the Western world revolves around how this is a Muslim versus Jew situation. Okay? This kind of stuff gets reported on by mainstream news, and it educates people who are maybe living in the rest of the country, maybe not around Jews, for example, that this is not actually a Jew versus Muslim situation at all, and that it's not like a scary terrorist that was arrested in this process. It reinforces that reality that this is about people's collective conscience and has nothing to do with like their ethnic background, or, you know, centuries old Islam versus Judaism battles or whatever the fuck. It shows solidarity. It reframes the conversation away from the ridiculous propaganda that you see from mainstream media. It plays a very important role that forces people to address the root cause of the issue and the lies that right-wingers tell about this issue, or the lies that Zionists tell about this issue. Doing it at Trump Tower is great because everybody hates Trump. All the liberals hate Trump. This will cause them to also, look at the protests in a positive manner, like liberals who might be somewhat conflicted on this stuff, on the issue of Zionism, because at the end of the day, public discourse and public awareness is still fairly consequential, and you have to fucking bring normies on board. It's not the entire way, okay? It's not the only way. It's not the only method, and I will not discount other methods. Having said that, this is a fairly significant way to reframe the narrative back to the truth, to take the reins of this narrative and reshape it so that people understand what is actually going on, what the dynamic truly looks like. There is always a multitude to complex problems, especially structural and especially systematic issues that exist and persist. There is always going to be multiple different avenues of attack, pressure, all the way from militancy down to peaceful civil disobedience, all the way down to like broad awareness spreading campaigns. And that's why this is a good thing. Okay, this is a great thing. It's a wonderful thing, and I think that it's the right thing to do. It is the appropriate thing to do. It's the moral thing to do.
From police as well, but definitely a protest that grew to over 100, as we understand, from both organizers and police, took place inside Trump Tower, organized in just a matter of hours and happened very quickly. As we understand from a law enforcement source, the protesters initially walked into the building with jackets on, and then when they undid their jackets, it revealed the red shirts that represented the Jewish Voice for Peace. But again, a protest that resulted in about 100 arrests, no serious charges expected outside of things like trespassing of that nature. But again, a moment where organizers tell us they wanted their voices to be heard in support of Mahmoud Khalil.
Omar Jimenez live for us in Manhattan. Thank you so much, Omar. Brianna?
Joining us now, CNN senior national security analyst Juliette Kayyem. So, Juliet, over 120 people entering Trump Tower, a law enforcement official telling CNN at the height of this. Tell us a little bit about that security setup there now that it's not Trump's official residence.
Yeah, so I'm surprised by this. I would have assumed that just given the public nature of Trump's commercial activities, it would be very difficult to have 100 people come. It was clearly a secretively planned protest, and they were arrested.
I knew it was going to happen. May or may not know some people that were there and may or may not have gotten arrested. Wasn't that big of a secret. But, you know, she's right. It was planned ahead of time, deliberately.
Arrested, as they should be. They trespassed, but they were also nonviolent. And this country has a long tradition of nonviolent protest. We'll see what happens in the courtroom or what's decided about them. I have no doubt that there will be increased surveillance and security around Trump's commercial entities. And this is the interesting thing about Trump, without getting into whether he should or shouldn't do it. And we saw this with Elon Musk with the Teslas. Because they've broken down the distinction between their public roles and their private commercialization, monetization roles, you are seeing these protests touch them in their commercial space. We saw this with Elon Musk and attacks on Tesla, as well as now this protest. Donald Trump cannot close down Trump Tower. It's a commercial space. It's a residential space. And so they are sort of dealing with, I think, in some ways, the consequences of that merger of monetization and policy and the First Amendment.
So these arrests, charging people with obstructing government administration.
By the way, these people are very openly, unapologetically, and deliberately showcasing that they are Jewish. Very little distinctions are being made, very little commentary is being made about that fact. And I have to assume that a certain point is got to be deliberate. They barely mentioned it in the beginning, where they were like, oh yeah, Jewish Voice for Peace is the group. And then that's it. Like, them being Jewish is a part of this process, is a part of this protest. It is like an important part of the protest. That's why it's called Jewish Voice for Peace. You know what I mean? That's why they put it on their fucking signage. And it's not because of Jewish exceptionalism or whatever. It's because in order to break through the pre-established narratives surrounding Islamophobia, surrounding the way to normalize or obfuscate the truth about Israel by claiming that it's directly tied and associated with Judaism around the world, and certainly in America, is by doing shit like this. Okay?
For failing to move when the dispersal order came because the location is private property, and in certain cases resisting arrest. Tell us about those charges.
So those charges will, I mean, it's going to depend on each individual and what they did at the moment. So there's recordings, there's going to be police reports. Do they have past criminal activity? For some of these people, it may be a fine, community service, a guilty plea, and nothing much happens. I have no doubt Donald Trump will ratchet it up, at least publicly, in terms of his criticism of this kind of activity. The interesting thing about this is this was organized by a Jewish group. So the narrative of, sort of pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian equals pro-Hamas Arabs that is often used, and it was used in Mahmoud's case, Khalil's.
Why did you say the quiet part out loud, bro? What the fuck? She's like, yeah, normally we would be like, if they're Arabs, they love Al-Qaeda, but they're Jews, so we can't say that. That's insane. Normally, it would be like, hey, they love Hamas. Look at these fucking dirty Arabs. They love Hamas. But when they're Jews, we can't say that. It makes it harder to say that. Oh, my Lord. Ay, ay, ay. What a fucking insane moment of honesty right there.
Case is harder to make against Jewish organizations. I have no doubt that that's why they did it, because there's great diversity within the Jewish American population about what's going on, divisions amongst them, and I think that's a very important part of this narrative of who it was organized by and why.
All right, Juliette Kayyem, thank you so much for taking us through that. And actually, what do you expect moving forward? As we heard, obviously the security folks who were there had called for additional units. Do you think that's probably something they're going to have in place temporarily for a while?
Yes, I think so. I think as this case in particular touches on, New York specifically, because it's Columbia, and a very animated community in New York amongst this sort of, I would say, the Israeli and constituencies. They're either.
She said Palestinian, but it got censored out, but not on purpose.
There's diversity within those constituencies, as I was saying, is going to get played out in New York, and that's where a number of Trump's properties are. And this is a difficult issue for the NYPD because of the commercial demands of Trump Towers. He needs them to be open. You can't close them. I mean, those are, as you know, those are retail spaces on the top, on variety of floors. There are people come in and out, and that's the commercial part of it. And we've never dealt with this before because we've never had a president who had commercial activities consistent with or parallel with his political position, president of the United States, or in Elon Musk's case, the selling of Teslas. That merger is a challenge for public safety because commercialization is open. You can't close it down, but we do need to protect people within the towers and protect the rights of those who want to go into these places or buy a Tesla or whatever else. And I think we're not quite built for that. I think there'll be more aggressive security by the NYPD around Trump properties. But just to take a step back, there's a long tradition of protests. There's a long tradition of arrest and trespass around that. It sounds like that's what happened. We're not hearing about violence. We're not hearing about terrorism. This is not, burning cars or looting or anything. This is a First Amendment activity that was a trespass. There should be a punishment that will be determined on a case-by-case basis. But I don't think that, this is not one of those things where it's like domestic terrorism or anything like that, though I highly believe that Donald Trump wants to increase the focus around this arrest for reasons that have almost nothing to do with anti-Semitism or even immigration at this stage.
We are here.
If they mention that these people are Jewish at all on Fox News, they will do my favorite thing that I love seeing, which is, I call it Gentile confidence, where a bunch of the most Christian looking motherfuckers will sit there and be like, yeah, these Jews are bad. They're not real Jews, actually. We should put them in concentration camps, actually. And it's like the most golden retriever looking ass blonde lady you've ever seen in your life saying that. And you're like, how does this not ring any alarm bells? You're not Jewish. Just like a shocking display of overt anti-Semitism if they mentioned that the group's called Jewish Voice for Peace at all.
Protesting against the defamation and deprivation of Mahmoud by Donald Trump. I don't really understand what Donald Trump's intentions are, and I won't speak for them, but I will say that the impact is causing a lot of harm to people who are asking for peace.
So there's that. Katie Pavlich joins us with her reaction. But first, let's get an update from the New York City Police, from the chief of the department, John Schell. Chief, good to have you here today. What can you tell us about what the law enforcement in New York confronted today? Did these people go peacefully? What was it like in there?
So, Martha, how you doing? I'll put this on a timeline for you. Roughly about 11:30, we had 150 protesters in small groups of 7 in different times coming both entrances of Trump Towers in civilian clothes. Once they were inside, they took off their clothes and they had matching red shirts with different sayings supporting.
That's right. It was very fucking
Palestine.
scary.
We know this group very well, and this is their MO. Within 10 minutes of that, notifications went out and we responded. And once I got here as the incident commander, the goal was real simple for us: secure the perimeter of Trump Towers, get with Secret Service and Trump Security, make sure everyone in the building is secure. And once we had that, this is a public access area. So we had to get permission from Trump Security, which we did, to make these arrests. We gave warnings, and ultimately, of the roughly 150 that we hear, 98 chose to stay in the cafeteria area. We made those arrests. Those arrests would be for violation, trespass, but also obstructing government administration and resisting arrest, which are Class A misdemeanors due to the fact that we had to carry them out. I will say from start to finish, this was a 2-hour operation making 98 arrests, and there were no incidents in terms of anyone getting hurt, property damage. The NYPD, like you mentioned October 7th earlier, we've handled over 5,000 of these protests in all different shapes and sizes, and our professionalism training showed through today. And like I said, 2 hours, we got this cleared up.
Do you have any idea who this group is, or who pays for these T-shirts? Who organized it all? Any idea?
Yeah, we're well versed in this group. I don't want to give them any advertisement. We've dealt with them before. We know what their MO is, if you will. And again, I just can't stress enough.
Just say their name, bro. Why won't you say it? Just say the name of the group. What is it? You're very familiar with them, huh? I doubt that you wouldn't be openly talking about it if it was like fucking, I don't know, Arab Muslims for peace or some shit. You'd be like, yeah, I'll say it. It's fucking Hamas. It's fucking Hamas. That's right. These guys love Hamas. Yeah. Roach Man suggesting that they were paid. Yeah, Jews controlled this protest. Is that what he said? Yeah. Seems like Jews are paying for this protest.
That in 2 hours we got this cleared up. 98 people. We had to carry people up escalators and walk them out. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, but our training and
oh my God. I feel so bad for you, sir. Jesus Christ.
Professionalism through our cops. We do this very well in New York City.
Indeed you do. Thank you so much, Chief Schell. Always good to see you. Thank you for what you do to keep the people of New York City safe. And as you say, 5,000 protests of this kind in the past year or so since October 7th is extraordinary. Thank you so much, Chief. Good to see you.
Have a great day, Martha.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
Begin with.
Interesting. Not one mention of the name of the organization. Oh, I saw this. I saw this insane shit.
So, but why did you vote for Trump?
She asked who funded them. Yeah.
With that protest in
Let's continue with this, and then I'll watch that video because this is one of the most insane videos I've ever seen.
Midtown, police say about 150 people staged a sit-in inside Trump Tower this afternoon.
98 people have been arrested for various charges, and the protests come on the heels of the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil. He's the pro-Palestinian Columbia graduate detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This happened over the weekend. Lisa Rosner is live outside of Trump Tower right now with more. Lisa.
Well, Alan and Christine, things are...
You housed the criminal? Yeah, I know. Damn, 2 minutes ago. That's crazy. Also, Columbia University says it expelled or suspended some students who took over a campus building during protest last spring and had temporarily revoked the diplomas of some students who have since graduated. Yeah. In the United States of America, if you offend the apartheid state that we have unconditional loyalty and support to, you can't graduate from a college you paid fucking $300,000 to. We won't let you. It's just funny because, like, they'll claim they're doing this because they're scared that the Trump administration is going to revoke, like, grants. But it doesn't matter. Like, they're going to keep clamping. The real reason is because of their donors, to be fair. Their top priority is the alumni. And it's clear that, like, there's at least enough alumni with influence that are insanely pro-Israel.
Refuse to believe they're all students. They're coming from, wherever they're coming from with pre-printed T-shirts. There's some money behind this, Lisa, and there's no doubt about that because we've lived through this before. So this is what open borders potentially can bring you. I can't believe everybody.
Bro. Come on, say it. Say who funds the protest. Say the Jews funded the protest. Come on. Come on, say it. Oh, shit, look at Noah. He's right there. Look at that. They should have never let this criminal back out on the streets. Yet another terrorist that I've had on the broadcast. When will this Hassan guy stop? Constantly having terrorists on his stream.
Everybody's here on a student visa and or a green card in the crowd, or that they're all American citizens. I think we have to find that out. And where it is applicable, as Ari has said, get them out. I refuse to believe they're all students. They're coming from...
That's so funny. Look at that. I'm gonna screenshot this. Hold on. I'm going to post this. That's funny. That's a good photo. We'll give photo credit to William Turton. Oh shit, I can't tag him in it. Oh, he follows me. I can't believe Noah tricked you by hiding his radical beliefs. Dude, not every Jewish guy you see on TV is your friend. Come on, that's racist. That's what you think. Yeah, they are. They're having a hard time. You can tell. You can tell that the Republicans are having a hard time covering this shit. You know, because like the shirts very clearly say "Jewish Voice for Peace," not in our name. You know, and the people that are being arrested are Jewish. Like, it's difficult. It plays a role in this, in the narrative that you want to craft as like, this is a entirely Arab Muslim thing. Okay. And this isn't to say that like, I mean, Islamophobia is very real. Okay. Trust me. I know personally. Okay. But because Islamophobia is so fucking real, like a lot of the media narratives around this stuff revolve around this being like a purely Muslim issue or whatever, and they set it up that way so they can easily undermine it. Now, there's two different ways to go about it. One, to combat the Islamophobia directly, but also simultaneously explain to people that it's not like a Muslim Jew issue at all. It's an issue for those with a conscience versus those who are inhumane barbarians.
Are calm now, but it was a chaotic couple of hours inside Trump Tower. The NYPD says among the charges in these arrests is trespassing and obstructing governmental administration. The NYPD says around 150 people entered Trump Tower in plain clothes. But once inside, they revealed protest shirts and signs and staged a sit-in.
Within 10 minutes, we started responding here from the police department. Within 40 minutes, 50 minutes, we started making arrests.
Police carried out demonstrators like Josh Dubnow.
We have a right to express our opinions, but I refuse to allow my fear to stop me from expressing my First Amendment rights.
The demonstration organized by the group Jewish Voice for Peace, which is an anti-Zionist Jewish group.
We're seeing the Trump regime weaponize anti-Semitism to attack freedom of speech.
The Anti-Defamation League says it does not represent the mainstream Jewish community. Attorney Gerard Felitti is an activist with the group End Jew Hatred.
The issue is not students saying that they support Palestine, but it's rather students taking action, blocking Jewish students from accessing parts.
Oh, God. They're not blocking Jewish students from accessing certain parts of the campus. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. Why are these people still oh, my God. Oh! I mean, it's like, look at this. I mean, obviously, look. This motherfucker's got a CIA mug behind him. No shit. God damn, dude. I hate Lying is OP. Lying is so OP. Lying is so OP. It's just like there's no interest in the truth. The Democrats, liberal media, everyone in fucking positions of power have unironically gone along with this like lie over and over and over and over and over and over again. That it has basically become the established truth. It doesn't fucking matter. Everyone imagine the barricades law, okay? They never blocked fucking Jewish students from entering their classrooms. You are out of your fucking mind, okay? The protests were led in many parts by Jewish students. What are you talking about? How do you not understand that this is a very delicate and very deliberate way to frame the issue as like the protests are anti-Semitic when it's not. It's anti-genocide. Stop being a fucking baboon. Stop being a moron. Stop being a sucker. Stop being a rube. The hell is wrong with you? Who actually is there that you know that can confirm they aren't? I was there at UCLA campus. I also interviewed people that fucking led the protests at Columbia University on this fucking broadcast. I know many of these people. Many of them are in this community. What the fuck are you saying? A big part of what I try to do is to basically break through the messaging that mainstream media is trying to desperately manufacture, break through the consent that the media is trying to desperately manufacture, the lies that it fucking says. Careful to say it's a community of terrorists. It is a community of terrorists. Yes, it is. We are. What do you mean? Trump thinks being anti-Israel is terrorism. So yeah, I guess I'm a fucking terrorist then. Get the fuck out of here. It doesn't mean anything. The word is meaningless. You understand? You go to a fucking anti-Israel rally, you're a terrorist. Yeah, you draw a dick on a Tesla, you're a terrorist. Just wait. Just wait until all of these other wonderful, fun things are considered terrorism and acts of terrorism. Meanwhile, yeah, the RNC unironically announced themselves at a rally and said that we are all domestic terrorists. Like they actually do domestic terrorism. Peaceful protest is not terrorism. Standing against genocide is not fucking terrorism. Genocide is terrorism. Standing against genocide is a courageous act, and it is what everyone should be doing. Troy Egger, second in command at the Department of Homeland Security on Mahmoud Khalil. Is there any criticism of the United States government? Is any criticism of the United States government a deportable offense? Like I said, if you go through the process and you're a student and you're here on a visa and you go through it at any point, is any criticism of the government a deportable offense? Question again. Let me put it this way, Michael. Imagine if we came in and filled out the form and said, I want a student visa. They asked him, what are you going to do here? And he says, I'm going to go and protest. We would never have let him into this country. Martin says, is protesting a deportable offense? You're focused on protests. I'm focused on the visa process. He went through a legal process. They are doing the thing that I was trying to describe to Asmongold when he just simply did not understand. As it stands, there is no rule in the rule book that says you can fucking deport someone for exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? Non-citizen, citizen alike. That's not a thing. Okay? That's not a thing. You can, however, waive the visa of a person if you believe that they are interested in protest, or you can deny them entry into the country. But once you're in the country, it's over. You get the same protections as everybody else. Okay? What these guys are trying to do is play fast and loose with the pre-existing law that is already stupid, by the way, that like, oh, we can waive your visa up until the point of entry into this country if you fucking say that you're going to protest or whatever. That's ridiculous, okay? Not only is that ridiculous, but also that would require a tremendous amount of surveillance, to figure out like, whether or not someone is demonstrating Palestinian sympathies and shit like that. That's insane. Okay. The very fact that we are discussing this as though it is just simply a back and forth, okay, is terrifying. And the very fact that people don't understand it, the very fact that people don't understand how gross of a violation of people's human rights this is, and how this desecrates the Constitution of the United States and the free speech protections it affords everyone unconditionally, is shocking, genuinely shocking. We are officially directly in the throes of fascism. We're not one step removed from fascism. We're not bouldering towards fascism. This is fascism. If they can retroactively apply visa waiver denials to people that have already become legal permanent residents, they can denaturalize people too. This sets an insane precedent. And if they can retroactively decide and denaturalize people, they can deport people. They can deport American citizens. Why can they? And they can do it for virtually any reason they choose to do so. As long as you fucking call someone a terrorist, you're good to go. And considering that the Trump administration has talked about vandalizing Teslas as an act of terror, trust me, it's coming. You are a fucking moron if you don't recognize this. I am not saying, I'm not like I'm not exaggerating. I'm not freaking out for no fucking reason, okay? This is truly unique new levels of depravity for the American government. They are moving towards denaturalization. If they can revoke someone's green card over, I felt like it because I didn't like what he was saying, then they can do that by denaturalizing people as well. Yes, I'm not fear-mongering. Thank you. I was forgetting the word. I am not fear-mongering when I say this. I am looking at the logical conclusion by making assessments off of what the administration is saying and also their proclivity to follow through on some of these promises that they've made on the campaign trail, whether it be Project 2025 and its implementation, or whether it be directly denaturalizing people. Oh, this is Nazi shit. This is straightforward Nazi shit. Okay? Here's the audio of this back and forth. The transcript has been posted here, but if you're going to listen to this exchange, unwilling to answer, did Deputy Secretary Troy Edgar unwilling to answer a simple question?
Is any criticism of the Israeli government a deportable offense?
Like I said, I think that at this point, when he was entered into the country on a student visa, at any point we can go through and evaluate what his status is, and the Secretary of State
is any criticism of the United States government a deportable offense?
Yeah, this is not hyperbole. I am telling you exactly what is going on, and I'm telling you where this is going to go. Understand the danger in front of us right now, okay? Understand the danger in front of us right now. And our institutions that are supposed to be, at least to a certain degree, interested in upholding, peaceful education for its students and and maintain some semblance of normalcy, are completely fucking caving. They are caving to the right-wing reactionary neo-Nazi fucking administration and its Nazi-ass policies. That's where we're at. We are there. We're there. Donald Trump also earlier today talked about how he wants the Supreme Court to allow him to end birthright citizenship. Again, directly a violation of the Constitution. This is constitutionally protected. Okay? He wants to reverse the 14th Amendment. That's where we're at.
Like I said, if you go through the process and you're a student and you're here on a visa and you go through at any point.
Is any criticism of the government a deportable offense?
Like, it is shocking how much these guys will make it seem as though Israel has the American government by the fucking balls, dude. Truly. Like, this is some real fucking neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic conspiracy shit, the way these dudes operate. Like, you're the deputy secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and you're like, yeah, if you criticize Israel, like, you'll get deported. That's insane. If you criticize a foreign nation, you'll get fucking deported. Holy shit.
It's like I said, as a student, he comes to the United States on a student visa, applies. Let me put it this way, Michelle. Imagine if he came in and filled out the form and said, I want a student visa. They asked him, what are you going to do here? And he said,
he was
I'm
a
going
student.
to go and protest and
So
join
is protest a
an anti-Semitic
deportable
activity.
offense?
We would never have let him into the country.
Is protesting a deportable offense?
Like I said, you're focused on protesting. I'm focused on it's a visa process. He went through a legal process, came into the country.
Are you saying that he lied on his application? He's a lawful permanent resident married to an American citizen.
Well, I think if he would have declared he's a terrorist, we would have never let him in.
And
dog, what are you saying? He didn't do terrorism. You're just racistly saying he's a fucking terrorist. That is not, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Dude, we're no longer just like black bagging random like Muslims that were in Pakistan and claiming that they're fucking terrorists and torturing them. We're just black bagging American legal permanent residents, and not even for like any sort of tangible association or loose association, because I'm not saying that during the war on terror, the American government didn't literally fucking arrest innocent Muslims, innocent Arabs who were also legal permanent residents for the suspicion of being terrorists or whatever. We're just straight up openly saying now, you don't even have to have any sort of associations whatsoever. We're outwardly saying you're a fucking terrorist because you hurt Israel's feelings, and we're going to fucking black bag you and deport you. It is insane. Oh my God. The third wave of Red Scare is upon us. And this time it's basically anything and everything. It's being built around the pre-existing network of combating anti-Semitism, which is not actually to combat anti-Semitism at all, but is the silent dissent against Israel, and using that as an entry point into overriding some of the most important, if not the most important fucking constitutional protections that the government offers to every single person. This is terrifying. It's happening in front of our eyes. It's unfolding in front of our eyes. And there's still a bunch of dumb motherfuckers who don't recognize it and, dare I say, entertain it and celebrate it.
What did he engage in that constitutes terrorist activity?
I mean, Michelle, have you watched it on TV? It's pretty clear.
No, it isn't. Well, explain it to those of us who have not, or perhaps others have not. What exactly did he do?
Well, I think it's clear, or we shouldn't be talking about it. I mean, the reality is that if you watch and see what he's done on the university.
Do you not know? Are you telling us that you're not aware? You don't know what he did?
No, I find it interesting that you're not aware.
I think you could explain it to us. I think others would like to know exactly what the offenses are, what the propaganda was that you allege, what the activity was that you allege. Well, perhaps we can talk again and you can give us more details about this. And that's Department of Homeland Security.
It's alarming that they're this incompetent, by the way. It is alarming that they are this fucking incompetent. What did he engage in that constitutes terrorist activity? I mean, Michael, if you watch it on TV, it's pretty clear. No, it isn't. Well, explain it to those of us who are perhaps others have not. What exactly did you do? Well, I think it's clear, or we wouldn't be talking about it. I mean, the reality is that you watch and see what he's done on the university. Do you not know? Are you telling us that you're not aware? I find it interesting that you're not aware. Oh, Michelle, not Michael. Sorry. It just, they're bouldering through this, and institutions like Columbia are also caving to this pressure. They're caving to donor pressure, and they're caving to outside government pressure because their funds, their grants are being removed. If they do this for, right now they're doing it for Israel, okay? They're doing it for Israel. That's just what this is, okay? What makes you think tomorrow they're not going to do this for, I don't know, gay students, trans students, black students, anything they want? What makes you think they're not going to do this because you have too much DEI, for example? That's also an intentionally vague definition. You're a fucking moron if you think that that's not going to happen. I don't think they're caving. This is what they want. No, they're caving. Some of them want this, but they're caving at the end of the day. Because even if you personally want this, if you are in charge of an institution like Columbia University, you are smart enough to recognize that this is not where it's going to stop. Okay? So in the interest of self-preservation, you're supposed to fight back. What the fuck are we doing? They are unironically too stupid to recognize that this administration eventually is going to come after them too in ways that they do care about. So you have to put a fucking stop to this right at the tippy top, right at the moment where a new precedent is at the precipice of being created. The U.S. government is adopting the point of view of the Israeli government wholesale here, wherein supporting Palestine is automatically support for Hamas and everything that could possibly be legally and criminally downwind of that. That's it. So what? How did he support Hamas? What exactly did he do? For the record, even if he fucking supported Hamas, that's not a deportable offense, for the record. Saying, if he ran around saying, oh, I love Hamas, Hamas is the greatest fucking thing that has ever happened, that is not a deportable offense, okay? What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? He didn't do that, but even if he did, that's not a deportable offense. The fact that they went after a guy who didn't even do that, by the way, instead of a person that they could have found that did do that, or the fact that they went after someone who's a green card holder thinking initially that he had a student visa, shows me that they're also genuinely incompetent. So what's up? I thought there was a war against woke and war against cancel culture, a war that Donald Trump ended and won against free speech, that he was going to be the protector of free speech. This is the most severe restriction on free speech that the American government has done in the past couple of decades. And let me tell you something, okay? The liberals absolutely set the stage for it. They arrested and oversaw the arrest of 3,500 student protesters under the Brandon administration. They kept saying, yeah, these guys are bad. They're anti-Semitic. They're terrorists over and over. And they smeared all these fucking student protesters. And look at where we're at now. You set the stage for it, and these guys fucking pounce. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Oh. This is why I kept repeating to both Jank and everyone else that would listen that Kamala Harris's statements on these fucking protests were idiotic. You took ownership over the shit instead of just waving it away like a dummy. And look where we're at now. Look where we're at now. You have to fight. Okay? And even if there are protesters that say shit that like comes across as unhinged to the average person, why the fuck would you ever take ownership over it? What's wrong with you? Republicans never take ownership over it. People think because Mahmoud Khalil has a scary Arab name, or because he was a student activist leader that was anti-Israel, that like maybe he's an undesirable that will get hit with this, but it won't happen to them. That's what people falsely assume. You are wrong. Okay? You're wrong. You're out of your fucking mind. The bit Hassan isn't mentioning is that since 9/11 and before, Muslim political activity has always been viewed as a security threat since Muslims are viewed as terrorist sleeper agents. That's not new. To be Muslim in the U.S. necessitates a higher standing of unshaken loyalty to U.S. global interests. What? No, I know that. I know that. I don't know why you're explaining to me white supremacy and Islamophobia and the role that Islamophobia plays in like American society. I know that. As you also recognize, I know that from personal experience. I know that over the past year of relentless attacks against me, being of a Muslim background, constantly fucking saying that I'm an Islamist fundamentalist who wants to throw gay people off roofs, who wants to destroy America, a terrorist. We have to deplatform this terrorist. I know that from the very little pushback that people who say shit like that receive from communities that are ostensibly progressive. I'm talking about fucking Ethan Klein, by the way. Okay? It is insane that YouTube will never punish Ethan Klein for saying any and every fucking Muslim content creator that's pro-Palestine is actually a rabid terrorist. He gets to do that. He gets to do that every fucking day of the week. The comparison to this would literally be like me running around every day being like Ethan Klein is a part of the Jewish media apparatus or some shit. Okay? Can you imagine? That would be unimaginably anti-Semitic. How fast would I get fucking banned if I said that? Understandably, I would deserve that ban. This is precisely the reason why I stated time and time again correctly that anti-Semitism, while growing in popularity among the masses in the United States of America, partially because of Israel falsely conflating its actions with Judaism, is still institutionally regarded as unacceptable and inappropriate. Islamophobia is not regarded in that way. You can be as Islamophobic as you fucking want to be, and no one, and I mean no one, will look the other way. No one will turn around and go, what the fuck are you saying? This motherfucker compared me to Osama bin Laden, played a little game comparing me to Osama bin Laden, Twitcher terrorist, you know? Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. That's precisely the reason why, in the aftermath of October 7, a fucking psychopathic landlord who saw the day of jihad happening potentially stabbed a 7-year-old Muslim child who ran up to him to hug him. Okay? That's why there were Islamophobic attacks that actually ended up shooting and killing, shooting and severely crippling, paralyzing a bunch of students in Vermont for the crime of wearing a keffiyeh. Islamophobic attacks are constant. Nobody ever fucking talks about it. There is a double standard here. That is the fucking reality. If you don't see that, I don't know what to tell you. It's fucking ridiculous. Meanwhile, the anti-Semitic incident that took place recently was a Jewish dude in fucking Florida assuming that Israeli tourists of Arab descent, Arab Jews, were actually pro-Palestinian. And the Arab Jews from Israel themselves thought the guy shooting at them was Palestinian. What a fucking insane situation. That doesn't cause anyone to go, wait a minute, what the fuck's going on? This is like deeply disturbed. Paranoid delusions are being entertained. Yeah. Meanwhile, people fucking turn around and they're like, I'm unsafe. You're blackbagging pro-Palestinian protesters with a crime of fucking saying things that hurt Israel's feelings. And you still have motherfuckers being like, in the Upper East Side, as a Jew, I feel so unsafe. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? What are you unsafe by? Pollen? Like, are allergies fucking acting out? Like, what do you mean you're unsafe in Manhattan? Ridiculous. Like, the paranoia of white people cannot be used as a reasonable reasonable grounds to squash genuine protest against a fucking apartheid state. It's ridiculous.
Parts of campus. When you're talking about globalizing the Intifada is known as specifically violence targeting Jews in Israel. So you are selectively discriminating against an identifiable group of people, which is, in this case, anti-Semitic.
This comes on the same day the Council on American Islam.
Please, it's not just white people. No, man. I'm talking about, when I say white people, I mean Jews as well, okay? I'm talking about, like, the most common thing that has existed in perpetuity in American history is white supremacy. White supremacy has made it so that white fears and white paranoia is more significant than like reasonable demands being made by non-white people, black people usually, okay? And the exact same thing is happening right now. The main difference here is that Jewish people are a minority and there are real anti-Semitic incidents. So it creates this like unique opportunity where even liberals and progressives who understandably don't want to come across as anti-Semitic, understandably care about not spreading anti-Semitism, are listening to a fear being like the paranoid fucking ramblings of a random college student being like, I got so scared because I saw a bunch of Jewish and Arab students and Muslim students protesting against fucking Israel. And then that's enough for the anti-terror squad to come in and bust people out. It's crazy. It's completely ridiculous. Yeah, it's a deliberate weaponization of victimhood. That's precisely what it is. It's being done at the behest of a fucking insane, rabid, violent apartheid regime doing a fucking genocide. After talking to Hamas, U.S. hostage negotiator Adam Baylor reportedly removed from position. There it is, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu sends his regards, you know?
Islamic Relations New York filed a lawsuit against Columbia University and the Congressional Committee on Education and Workforce. Plaintiffs are Khalil and 7 other students who say the school handing over student disciplinary records to that committee a few months ago violated the Family Education Rights Privacy Act.
Allowing Congress and institutions like Columbia and others to target you or someone else because of a viewpoint you hold is an epic danger to American values.
Columbia University said it does not comment on pending litigation. A rep for the Education Committee told me, in part, the lawsuit changes nothing. Our committee will continue its work to protect Jewish students and hold schools accountable. Now, coming up at 6 p.m., I speak with the attorney for Mahmoud Khalil, and she shares with me a little information about a phone call she had with him last night. We're live in Midtown. Lisa Rosner, CBS.
People really believe it's a big deal. Howie Mandel said he's scared when he goes out. What does one say to a Jewish person who hears that they're beating up Jews at UCLA? Ugh. We are turning into England every moment, dude. Every fucking day that goes on, we are getting closer and closer to Britain status, England status. Okay? This was the psychotic delusions that you heard in London about Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, they were like, if Corbyn wins, there's gonna be an anti-Semitic pogrom and shit like that. It's just, yeah, I don't know how to explain to someone who goes, dude, depending on your closeness, because I do have friends. I have friends who have insane mania like that as well. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't believe that. Okay. That's the way I entertain it. That's the way I deal with it. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What do you mean you're unsafe walking down fucking West Hollywood streets? Like, get the fuck out of here. You have to snap some sense into people. You know what I mean? I don't know about Howie Mandel personally. I don't know why you brought up Howie Mandel, but like, if you think that if you're in like Beverly Hills or West Hollywood, you're gonna be victim to a severe anti-Semitic attack, you need to go see a licensed therapist immediately. Okay. It's like Austin. Yeah, it's like Austin coming here and feeling unsafe. Many women are unsafe walking the streets. You think that's the same? There's a valid reason for women to feel unsafe. That's not paranoia. That's not like born out of no real reason. There's a difference between black people feeling unsafe in a fucking sundown town or feeling unsafe when they get pulled over by cops versus someone saying like, oh, there's going to be an immediate anti-Semitic attack against me on Columbia campus or on UCLA campus. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know?
Trump administration's effort to deport a Columbia University student protester moved to a New York City courtroom yesterday. Mahmoud Khalil was detained on Saturday night by immigration authorities and taken to Louisiana. The documents obtained by CBS News show that the case against Khalil is based on a rarely used law. Lilia Luciano was in court for yesterday's hearing and has the latest. Lilia, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Khalil's legal team argues his detention is unconstitutional. On Monday.
Oh. I was giving you an example of who has more of a right to feel unsafe. Please don't take my comment out of context. Okay, what do you mean? You didn't present it as such. How am I supposed to see it within context, in text form? Write it differently then. Anyway.
Monday, a federal judge issued a temporary order blocking Khalil's deportation, and in a courtroom in New York City.
Yeah, like the greatest counter to people who go, I feel so unsafe at Columbia University, I feel so unsafe at American college campuses, is like, why the fuck don't the Jewish people that are setting up these encampments feel unsafe then? What do they know that you don't know? You know? That's it. And if they say, oh, those are bad Jews, then you already know what fucking level of Zionism this person is operating on. The other side, the other thing that, like, especially post October 7, that people have forgotten about, weirdly enough, is that, yeah, Jews feeling unsafe is an understandable position in American society, especially right now. It's just that who they're supposed to be fearing is what's wrong here. If you think that someone wearing a keffiyeh is a danger to you, you're a fucking rabid racist psychopath. You should be afraid of the dudes wearing suits that are in Congress right now. You should be afraid of the neo-Nazi motherfuckers that are Sig Heiling, not cozying up to those neo-Nazi motherfuckers that are Sig Heiling, while because you think that in the short term that they'll actually, you know, defend Israel and will pack up people who make you feel bad about your defense of Israel, the apartheid state. Like, what are we doing here? There has never been a moment in any Western nation where Jews have been under attack by fucking Muslims. Okay? There has never been a moment in the Western world where Jews have ever been under attack by fucking Muslim perpetrators of anti-Semitic hate crimes. It is always Nazis. Always and forever. That's it. It's so strange. What the fuck? Stalin, Mao, and Hitler didn't murder millions of people. Their public sector workers did. Elon Musk reposted. I don't know about that as a blanket statement, considering there might be isolated incidents, but as a broader sentiment, yes, agreed. No, I'm saying who is responsible for the overwhelming majority of anti-Semitic attacks? Is it fucking random Arab people or is it neo-Nazis? That's it. That's my point. There has never been a moment in American history where there has never, ever been a moment in American history where there's been a tremendous amount, like there's been an overwhelming amount, or even a majority, or even like a significant percentage of anti-Semitic hate crimes against Jewish people conducted by Arabs, Muslims, yada, yada, yada. Okay? Never. And that's precisely the reason why the ADL, in an effort to present this as a Muslim versus Jew dynamic, will desperately cling on to the notion that, like, oh, well, these guys went to a Jewish community center and they protested outside of a Jewish community center. That's an Arab protest against Jews. That's a Muslim protest against Jews. Meanwhile, what the fuck were they doing at the Jewish community center? Not Jewish shit. Let me tell you what. They were fucking selling real estate in the West Bank. The fuck? Of course people are going to protest that. What do you mean? Yeah, who shot up a synagogue in Pittsburgh? Exactly. Who? It was a fucking Trump supporter. That's who. A Trump supporter who outflanked Trump and said, the great replacement is happening. And Jews are doing the great replacement, so I want to punish them. That's the motherfucker who shot up the synagogue. It's ridiculous. Oh. Cry more, please. Nice, man. Thanks. Yeah, I do think it's really fucked up that hatred, bigotry is growing in this country, and there are otherwise reasonable people who on this issue lose their fucking minds, okay? Otherwise reasonable people who just have lost the plot entirely. Here's an example of this, okay? Apparently, this guy is one of Ethan Klein's fans. And he called into Dean's live stream. As you guys might know, Dean is a TikTok. He's liberal Spider-Man. He's a TikTok debate guy. I recently talked to him on his own live stream. And ever since I talked to him on his own live stream, his fucking Ethan Klein fans have been like swarming his shit nonstop, telling him to stay away from me. I'm scary. I'm a scary anti-Semite. Here, let's listen to a conversation that took place.
I voted for Trump because I really don't like the way that the left party is going socially. I feel like it's extremely toxic. Well, you can take like one of the biggest examples, I believe the biggest streamer on the left, Hassan Parker. He's just extremely, radical, and gets people just really worked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how about we look on the right? Nick Fuentes. Which one do you think is more harmful?
Honestly, between them, Hassan Parker. He literally plays
Hassan Parker.
Previously, I never thought I would hear this from a fan of H3H3 podcast. The only place that I ever heard this from was Destiny's subreddit. And before my naysayers, the DDGers say, oh, obsessed, you're bringing up Destiny. No, they literally, for a very long time, made this claim that I was a bigger danger to America than Nick fucking Fuentes, who dined with the president. Okay? A neo-Nazi who dined with the president. If you think that a neo-Nazi who dined with the president, whose opinions are broadly reflected by people in President Trump's cabinet, is not a more significant danger to America's future than someone like myself, you might be a fucking Nazi. Or at least you very clearly have demonstrated that someone who is an anti-Nazi unconditionally is a greater danger than someone who is an open Nazi. You might not think you are that way, but it's very obvious that you feel that way. You are saying it voluntarily. No, this isn't liberalism, chatter. This is like, unironically, this is a Hassan derangement syndrome. You've lost your fucking mind.
What? You don't even know his last name.
Dude,
his last name is Piker.
Hassan, Piker, my bad. I got one vowel off.
Wait, I'm so sorry, but saying that like Hassan produces worse outcomes for society than a neo-Nazi that loves Hitler and gets like 40,000 viewers is absolutely radical. It is absolutely
I disagree
insane.
I don't think. Yeah, I just don't think that you really understand how radical Hassan is.
But I want to like clarify. Nick Fuentes has convinced hundreds of thousands of white guys that they should be white supremacists in the Holocaust. You know, was it?
I love how insane these haters look to normal people. Yeah, exactly. This is what I try to describe people like. If you hate watch me for this long, you are going to develop opinions that are so insane. Okay? You are going to develop opinions that are so insane to the normal person that knows even a little bit. Okay? You don't have to know the full breadth of my radical ideology. Okay? You just need to know like a couple things. You need to know like Nazism is perhaps the worst thing you can be. Okay? Even people who would otherwise consider me to be a radical will still go, that's fucking nuts. Unless you have been brain broken and are operating on fucking stan culture and you have developed an incredibly, incredibly unhealthy obsession born out of your favorite content creator's incredibly unhealthy obsession over someone like myself. Discovered caller posts in r/destiny and r/depression. Always.
Is it real and Hitler was good and whatnot?
Sure, Hassan just got banned for trying to incite somebody to kill a fucking CEO or something, or not CEO. It was.
I have my critiques of Hassan. I actually don't hold this one too far against him because watching like the entirety of the clip, it was made incredibly fucking clear that he was saying that if these other Republicans really cared about Medicaid fraud, as they'd pointed out, that they had unalived this Rick guy because Rick committed the largest instance of Medicaid fraud that has ever occurred in our country. And then Hassan went on to own up to it, take accountability, and said that that was an incredibly hyperbolic statement and there was a billion ways to word it better. I don't think that that's comparable to making hundreds of thousands of young white guys want to like kill like Jewish people. I don't think it is at all. I don't think that's comparable in the fucking slightest.
So Dean, I know you're smart. I know you know what a dog whistle is. When you say something like,
I want you to respond. I want you to respond.
Okay.
What's worse, what Hassan did, or like radicalizing hundreds of thousands of young white guys into thinking that Jewish people are subhuman, black people are subhuman, women don't deserve rights, etc.
Hassan does the exact same thing. Hassan has literally pushed propaganda against Jewish people, called every Jewish.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm just not even going to
That's just like not true. That's just actually not true.
Yeah, no, I have my critiques of Hassan, and I've spoken very publicly about them, but to say that Hassan has a worse impact on society than Nick Fuentes
is actually delusional. It's actually delusional.
It's one of the most insane things. I'm glad that these guys are pushing back on it, but apparently this is the fucking guy. Dean Withers scared to debate about Hassan and downplays his misdeeds. This was posted on the H3H3 production subreddit. This was from his one liberal versus 100 Trump supporters 24 stream VOD a day ago. I'm sorry, voting for Trump because you think the left is toxic is crazy. I'm actually the one who was on the video. Didn't actually vote Trump. That was just the only way I could get him to talk about Hasan because he was only talking to Trump supporters. Damn, even more disappointing. But very good job of getting onto the call. Thanks. He only put me on eventually because I said he was scared in the chat, lol. Big ego. It's just so freakish to behave like this. Like he's like, oh, I'm not actually a Trump supporter. I lied about that to get on the call to just get him to talk about Hasan. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? This person is a Destiny poster, by the way, of course, if you didn't know, and now is a firm foot soldier planted in the H3H3 community. Like, I genuinely think Destiny's unhealthy obsession over the course of the past 5-6 years now has caused these people to not even be Destiny fans. They're just like, I'll go anywhere that says fuck Hasan. They will move on from Destiny if need be, if they can find a new weapon to wield. Like, they don't even know why they fucking hate me. This guy doesn't even know my name. Like, that's psychotic. You don't know my name. You don't even know what my fucking last name is. And your obsession is to this degree. These guys also personally think they're smarter than fucking liberals, by the way. They're snarking over the randomest things. It's crazy. Muda throws down the gauntlet with Hasan. What? Mudahar offers to pay for an entire trip to Palestine with Hasan so they can do journalism. It comes after Hasan questioned his genocide stance. Never seen this guy do anything of substance. On my own dime, I will fly both of us down to Israel and drive across the border. Is Mudahar trying to get fucking murked? I already... Okay. That's so funny. I don't think he understands how this process goes. If he thinks that I haven't done my due diligence in terms of like doing exactly that, he's a little silly. That's what's so... You're getting Substack hit pieces not to... Yeah, whatever. That's... Dude, none of that means anything, okay? It's all fucking background noise. We're giving it more attention than it deserves, okay? Yeah, money was stopping me. Mudahar's like, in order to make sure that we can, in order to fucking entertain this beef, to shit on Hasan, I am going to die to a fucking Boeing rocket. Yeah. I like to think that the only thing stopping me from going to fucking Gaza is money. That's what it is. You're right. And not like valid security concerns. And not from Hamas, by the way, from fucking Israel. You'd think a certain content creator for over a decade would sense a sudden schism and shift in their audience and perhaps question whether there are new long-term dedicated followers or just people using you as a vehicle and cudgel against their ideological enemy. But what do I know? No. I think when you're that desperate to find allegiances, you don't give a shit. Anyway. Bro's about it. He's willing to get drone strike for drama. Yeah, I know. It's so fun, dude. Dude, the other part of this is, once again, the other part of this also is the fact that people who are going to hype up that fucking delusion, the other people that are hyping up that delusion, that fantasize about how like it's only dangerous in Gaza because of Palestinians and because of Hamas or whatever, are the same people that don't understand that Israel has fucking assassinated 170 or 142 journalists in like historic numbers, okay? Historic numbers of assassinated journalists. More journalists were killed in this past year than fucking World War II. And their families. And you're over here being like, oh, dude, it's just totally safe. Why? Why isn't there American journalists in Gaza right now? You know, Hasan Piker is a terrorist-supporting piece of shit, and he's going to get deported soon. Waited 10 minutes to tell you that. The Army gave me a particular set of skills. My patience is endless, lol. What are you going to do, bro? You're going to come over to my house and suck my cock? Is that what you're going to do? The Army gave you a particular set of skills, and you're going to use that to what? get fucking assassinated by the police? Is that what your skill set is? You dumb fuck. You pathetic fucking loser. You sold your body to the fucking Defense Department. I'm one of the motherfuckers that actually is actively trying to get you health care, and your delusions are like, this guy's a terrorist, okay? I got a special set of skills. I'm going to use them to get killed by a fucking cop on my way to go assassinate a Twitch streamer who wants me to have a better fucking life. Moron. Thank God, dude. Yeah, you're not going to do shit. You want to know why I know that? Because this is the maximum amount of fucking, this is the maximum amount of activism that you're engaging in. I waited 10 minutes to say this to you, that I'm going to come and kill you. Patience is the skill, you idiot. Okay. Fucking Harry Potter head talking about how he's going to kill me. And now he's immediately backing down and being like, no, it's the army gave me the skill of patience, actually. To what? Wait out that I get fucking deported? Keep fantasizing about it, dipshit. So many of these dumbasses unironically think that, like, if I got deported or if I went to prison or if I got fucking killed, their lives would be better. It wouldn't, dude. It wouldn't, okay? Your life would suck dick in the same exact ways that it sucks dick right now, okay? Fix your fucking life. Stop blaming other people. Stop thinking that I'm ruining your fucking life to that degree that you would, like, put together a veiled, not so veiled threat. It's so dumb. Ask yourself, who has caused you to feel this level of resentment and anger and animosity towards a motherfucker who is just a Twitch streamer online? If you at any point think like this about any human being that, let alone a human being that wants you to have a better life, by the way, you have lost the plot. It's so goddamn pathetic. There's a bunch of shit that pisses me off, okay? There are a bunch of people that piss me off. You know what I do? I just don't follow it. It's much healthier to do that. It's much healthier to do that than anything else. Enough shit that the Democrats and the Republicans both do piss me off anyway. You had a Houthi rebel on in the media, told him you loved him, you're pathetic. What? Explain to me something, okay? Why would I do that when you're going to be deported? First of all, I'm not going to be deported. I'm an American citizen. I was born here, dipshit. That's number one. Number two. That person was not a fucking Houthi rebel. You've been told that he was. It's fine. He's not. Even if he is, what the fuck has he done to you? What has he done to you? How has anyone in Yemen ever impacted your life? Aside from being the recipient of a metric ton of munition that cost $1 billion under Operation Prosperity Guardian for the crime of trying to stop a fucking genocide that Israel was conducting that was causing $30 billion of American taxpayer funds to go to Israel so they could kill fucking babies. And then we spent another billion on Yemen. That's $34 billion that could have gone back to the American population. That's $34 billion that could have been used to fix the fucking potholes here, to make sure that you have the best possible health care, to make sure that your children are adequately educated. Here you are yelling at a fucking guy that says, that's a very dumb way to operate. Think. Please open your fucking minds. Israel never conducted a genocide. That's what you and your friends want for Israel. Oh my God. Brother, stop falling for clickbait. This guy's baiting you. I don't think that this guy is that. No one is this stupid, right? Yeah. Yeah. You're right. every international organ of justice, virtually every single human rights organization, they're all lying about Israel doing a genocide. Okay? They're all lying. You know who's telling the truth? Your friends, I guess, or whoever the fuck told you, some random drama YouTuber. Read a different book other than fucking, you know, Harry Potter. His military discord, that's not true because a lot of fucking active duty people that went out there also know what's up. That's not even true. There's a lot of fucking military people that are not exactly fond of Israel either. Both people who are conflicted by their service and people who are not conflicted by their service. Okay? This is not this position right here is no longer a popular position. This is an unpopular position. It is objectively untrue, but it's also an unpopular position. You have Republicans who think Israel is doing a genocide. It's over. It's done. That's why those who still want to do propaganda at this stage are becoming increasingly more vicious, increasingly more overt, no longer doing it in a covert way, but actively doing it in a way that undermines, like, the First Amendment, for example. That's why you have it with, like, the Miami mayor. You have the likes of the Miami mayor, for example, threatening to release the lease of a movie theater because they dared to show an Oscar-winning documentary, No Other Land. You only do that when you're desperate, okay? It can't go on forever. My fear always is that if people are not steered away from anti-Semitic thought and recognize that Israel is a separate thing from Judaism, okay, most people, it's going to go in that direction regardless. Like, Israel is already a pariah. People are already growing in their distaste towards Israelis and Israel in general. Okay. But if someone like myself or others who are against anti-Semitism and anti-Zionist, if people like myself don't try to desperately course correct every fucking day, we are going to move in a direction where it's going to be far too fucking late. Okay. And we're already heading in that direction. And I think a lot of people don't understand that reality. A lot of people who are pro-Israel don't understand that reality. They're very short-sighted. I see a dangerous amount of fucking anti-Semitic thought. A dangerous amount of anti-Semitic thought coming from a lot of fucking people, especially young people. And a dangerous amount of unrestricted anti-Semitism coming from people that are all over the conservative media circuit. Oof. Motherfuckers talking about the Talmud and shit. A lot of people who are far any side are dangerous. That's a thought terminating cliche as well. Oh, who are far any side. Brother, what do you mean far any side? Okay, I'm far leftist. Let's say I'm far leftist. There is no position that I have that I think if you and I were to have a charitable conversation, you would disagree with. And that's not because I'm propagandizing to you. That's because deep down inside, you would come to the recognition that I'm not actually this scary person that you've been taught was actually engaging in dangerous ideas. Yeah, my most radical position is that I'm too much of a fucking anti-Nazi. Too much of an anti-fascist. Fascism of any sort, whether it's Israeli fascism in the form of Zionism or Nazi fascism. Damn, dude, you're too far left. You want too many civil rights. You want too much equality. That's not how things work. Can you explain to me a bit more about what happens if we don't course correct? There's already a fucking insane amount of anti-Semitism, like actual anti-Semitism, not like anti-Israeli sentiment, anti-Israel sentiment, but genuine anti-Semitism growing on fucking TikTok amongst the youth who literally listen to what people are saying when they say, you know, Israel's doing this for Judaism, and if you criticize Israel, then you know you're anti-Semitic, and people go, okay, I don't like what Israel is doing. And maybe there's a deep, dark secret here that that it is actually Jews that control American government and American media or whatever. And every time you got the fucking dumbass Trump White House going, Shalom, Mahmoud, we're deporting you for fucking criticizing Israel. What do you think happens to a dude in Arkansas who's never met a Jew in his life? What do you think that guy thinks? He goes, I really like Donald Trump, but goddamn, these Jews do have him by the balls. Okay, that's what he thinks. And it starts right there, and it fucking gets completely out of hand. Americans, especially due to its proximity to fucking materialist thinking, due to its proximity to historical materialism, have this tendency to really, really love conspiracy theories. Anti-Semitism is the OG conspiracy theory. It is at the heart of most conspiracy theories. It is such an easy fucking perfectly wrapped bow to tie around the good-bad dynamic that liberals operate on, the boundaries of good and the boundaries of bad. Bad things happen because of bad people in power. It's not capitalism. It's actually a select handful of bad people. Who are those select few bad people? It's Jews. It's always Jews in every fucking conspiracy theory. Okay? It's super easy for people to fall into this trap. And it's already happening. I see so much of people being like, well, every country that wanted to kick out the Jews, they probably had a point. That's what I hear so fucking frequently on TikTok. That's what I see in the TikTok comment section. That's what I see on Twitter, on social media. Do you not understand how dangerous that is? Do you not understand how fucking dangerous that narrative it is? It goes from reptilians to Jews so fast. Yeah, I mean, reptilians, globalists, all of these are interchangeable with Jews. That's what it is. To be fair, your own algorithm is the reason you see it. No, dumbass. I don't just, first of all, what makes you think that this is just on TikTok? And secondly, of course, my own algorithm shows me this because I fucking track anti-Semites and Nazis. Yes, I do political commentary. I'm on Twitter all day. What the fuck is wrong with you? What, you think that's a big gotcha? You think I'm like secretly actually in agreement with this shit while I'm in the process of describing the dangers of anti-Semitism? How fucking brain broken do you have to be to try to think you can slam a fucking gotcha? Yes, I'm saying that's why it seems more prevalent. No, that's not the reason why it's more prevalent. There's also obviously real trackers that look at favorability ratings for Jews in America. And when you get to Gen Z, it explodes. And it's not just because of Israel. Like, they don't just say, what's your favorability of Israel? They say, how favorable do you see Jews? And Gen Z does not fuck with Jews at all, okay? Straight up, they don't. How do you think that happened? Perhaps it's because their first foray, their first introduction to Judaism and Jews most prominently was this fucking insane 1+ year long, 1.5 year long genocide that Israel conducted while simultaneously claiming it is for Judaism. That conflation is going to set in. And that's precisely the reason why people go, oh, okay, well, you know, I guess they're doing it for Judaism. And yeah, it's not just my algorithm. Been a Minute did a video. Obviously, you guys saw that where the algorithm almost always lands you on far right politics. It starts off with like center right politics from the field of podcasting and podcasters, and it goes firmly into far right politics very quickly. They've also started doing this thing with normal looking meme pages. They do 1 second of a Hitler speech at the very end of the video that gets thousands of clicks because the rest is unrelated, which makes it look like popular content and mixing literal Hitler and funny videos. Jesus Christ. How many times have I talked about how insanely pervasive right-wing commentary is, especially online? I mean, look at Twitch. Over the course of a year, over the course of a singular year, the largest political commentator on this platform became a right-wing guy. Okay, that he was already a very large content creator on this platform, one of the largest, but now he's even larger and doing political commentary and growing as a consequence of political commentary. He's also the largest right-wing commentator in general, larger than fucking Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro ever could dream of. Right-wing sentiment is very popular everywhere online. It gets algorithmically boosted, and then that feeds another cycle of like more people seeing it and more people normalizing it and more people thinking this is awesome, this is good. I think TikTok played a big role in this as well. You take one social media platform, even if it's not the most popular, and you firmly boost the algorithm for neo-Nazi sentiment and make it normal, then yeah, it's gonna fucking have an impact on every other social media platform. This is something that I've been talking about for years. And it's everywhere, and it's seemingly impossible to avoid. You've been making the same point for 2 years. I've been making the same point for not just 2 years, Chatter. I've been making this point for the past decade. I thought TikTok was woke. No, TikTok is just unrestricted. It'll show you what pops off no matter what. TikTok is the only one. TikTok is out of all the social media platforms, the only one that has like some semblance of parity between leftist content and right-wing content. That's it. Anyway, this is precisely the reason why no matter what people fucking say, no matter what dumbasses say about how like I'm more dangerous of a figure than fucking Nick Fuentes because they're brain broken. They're not even a liberal at that point. They're just like genuinely schizophrenic. I will still advocate for the things I'm advocating for with the hopes that people will wake up to that reality. This is what I've done my whole life. This is what I've done my whole political commentary career. First you say, that's not true. You're being hyperbolic. Then you turn around and you go, okay, maybe you had some good points. And then you go, holy shit, it might be far too late, but I do agree with him. Now I'm a fucking fan, but maybe it might be too late. That's the cycle. Yeah, I saw this post. Ex-Asman fan jumping ship over here. I'm officially jumping ship over here. I can't stand Asman and his brain rot community any longer. He should have stuck to gaming instead of the dumb shit he's spewing on this politics arc of his. He has zero education and doesn't do any actual research, but is influencing millions of people every day on misinformation and lies. His audience is becoming radical. This is why Asmongold won't actually have a conversation with me. This is the type of shit. This is the reason why he doesn't want to have a conversation. This is the real reason why he doesn't want to have a conversation. Because he's worried that it's going to make him look bad, like he's not knowledgeable on the issues that he speaks on. It's going to frustrate a lot of these people. He spent an hour talking about you today. Yes, of course. And he's going to continue talking about me. He's going to probably talk about me even more. But this is it. Even other streamers are making fun of him now.
Holy dump! Italy for sure. There's no way. Who just got rid of all their belongings? We might be in northern Italy. Oh, okay. Asmongold's house. Honestly, I could see it.
There's no more soul in his community no more. It's all just racism and extremism now. I came across this on the past couple of weeks, and it's been such a pleasure seeing someone with the balls to call Asman out on his bullshit instead of sucking him off like most content creators. So yeah, I'm happy to be here, and hopefully I'm accepted here. Edit. I'm surprised there are so many other ex-Asman fans in here as well. I feel right at home. That is a reason. That is part of the reason. And it's not my intention to like steal Asmongold's audience or whatever. I would have no issues. Look, here's the thing. Asmongold has always been a larger content creator than me. I have no problems with that. It's great. Wonderful. What I do have a problem with is when you have a prominent fucking community, like a massive community, and you're just like feeding them to the goddamn gills with not only Republican propaganda, but also just falsehoods in general with no care or consideration for the truth. That shit is very frustrating. Okay, it normalizes reactionary sentiment. It makes the platform more toxic in general. It's not good. It's not good at all. If Asmongold was at his size and doing fucking liberal politics even if he disagreed with me, I wouldn't care. Do you understand? As long as he wasn't spending all of his time being like, this guy Hasan is a very dangerous terrorist. We need to deplatform him. And he's not doing liberal commentary. He's doing right-wing commentary and doing that at the same time. He just goes, Hasan isn't an expert in this either. It's an opinion. Yeah, except my opinion is grounded by facts and research. His opinion is not grounded by anything. It's just whatever fucking his chat said last. He knows it too. If he thought that we just had simple disagreements of opinion, he would have a conversation with me every day of the week. He could undermine my position. He could show his audience how wrong I was. He doesn't want to do it because he knows he will look like he's not knowledgeable on this issue and he's just talking out of his fucking ass because that's precisely what it is. But when you're right wing, you can do that because your audience doesn't know too much either. So yeah, I am. The reality is I'm not the smartest person, but I'm certainly educated on the subject matter that I discuss. I did cover Asmongold's video on Khalil, Mahmoud Khalil. I did. It was dog shit. And then I tried to get him to basically turn around and reconsider his position. And at the end, he conceded, and he was like, "Well, if Hasan is right, then he should stay here, and he should actually turn around and even sue the Trump administration." Right? That's what he said. Yeah, I said Asmongold thinks it's a violation of free speech when devs make video game boobs smaller, but when the DHS openly kidnaps a green card holder for being pro-Palestine, he thinks it's awesome and not a violation of the First Amendment. Classic free speech defender stuff right here. This like went viral on Gaming Circle Jerk in a locked post. You're literally invited by Oxford and Cambridge to speak on topics like this? I know. No amount of institutional legitimacy will cause these people to turn around and be like, maybe he does know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, if they cared about that shit, they would look to who I interview, whether it be Bernie Sanders or literal fucking journalists and academics that have spent their entire lives on these issues. They would look to that and go, okay, maybe he does know what he's talking about. But no, of course, they don't know any of that shit. They just think, Hasan is a guy who just reads Twitter, not realizing what I'm reading on Twitter either. It's just a very easy cliche to just be like, don't listen to him. He's a hypocrite. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. They will either say that, all these institutions that rely on my commentary to a certain degree, or at least consider what I have to say to be worthwhile, are woke and gay, or they won't even know about any of that shit. How excited are you to finally see Hamilton in a Ferrari this weekend? What are you talking about? Is that Formula One? The worst part about all this is that it's like kind of turning me back into a fucking debate lord, and I despise that. It's like so many of these slop tubers have decided that like the easiest meta here is to just never actually talk. Never actually talk to me, but talk about me instead. And therefore, it's just like the only way for me to
Hello, guys,
shake away their audience from these idiotic positions is to actively, directly talk to them. And also, Mudahar hasn't made a new YouTube video about me. I don't know why you said that. I looked. Foodahar? Anyway. Literally saw people on Twitter urging others to not watch or engage with the Noah video because he's the last person who's qualified to be talking about this. Is literally just stop, look over here, please. Yeah, I know. I know. That's the funniest way to try to get people to not look at the truth. They're like, please, no matter what you do, this is a bad person. Please. No. Isn't it weird? Isn't it strange how every single content creator who talks about fucking Palestine is just not knowledgeable on the issue? Please don't pay attention to them. Please, no matter what you do. I find that very strange. You know? I find that very odd that all these people are constantly going, hey, no matter what, don't talk. Don't talk about this stuff. Don't look at this stuff. Don't look in that direction. It's scary. It's terrifying. It's cult-like thinking. Be fucking open-minded. Maybe you will be convinced. What's the worst thing? Maybe you'll learn the truth. They were saying Noah wasn't a trusted source because he recommended watching Bad Empanada. They're idiots. Yeah. Not Noah Colwyn chatters. Noah Samson, who made a really good video, which is what kickstarted this like Mudahar shit too. He made a really good video on YouTubers who deny the genocide by way of hitting like a centrist position on it. Did you see that they went after FD Signifier because he commented on the Noah video? Yeah, I know. I did.
A war criminal.
Yeah, this is the new Gatsu video on America's downfall. Have you ever had Noah on? Noah Samson? I don't know if I've ever had him on the broadcast, but yeah, I mean, I've hung out with him. He's great. I like him a lot. I think he's also very intelligent, very thoughtful, and puts a lot of effort into his videos, especially when the ones that I've seen. I can't speak for all of his videos, but certainly the ones that I've seen. Anyway, yeah, Democrats are not going to save us. Once again, Democratic leader Chuck Schumer has announced that he will vote to keep the government open, signaling a path to averting a shutdown. These goddamn fucking cowards, dude. We also got Columbia University, as I was saying, expelling, suspending, and temporarily revoking the diplomas of dozens of students who occupied Hinds Hall during the pro-Palestinian protest last spring. Everything sucks. We have the UN report. We have the UN report on sexual assaults. I have to pee real quick. I'm gonna be back in a second. This is still Mahmoud Khalid.
U.S. green card holder be granted at least 2 private calls with his attorneys.
For the first time, lawyers for Mahmoud Khalil faced off against government prosecutors in New York City Wednesday in a case that has raised serious free speech concerns.
Release Mahmoud! Right now! Release Mahmoud!
Outside the court, hundreds of protesters gathered to demand Khalil's release.
Now are we going to stop?
The Syrian-born activist of Palestinian descent had been a prominent voice in the student-led demonstrations at Columbia University last year.
This is a movement, an anti-war movement.
Ramzi Qasim is one of the lawyers representing Khalil.
He was never detained, arrested during the protest.
No.
He was not charged with a
No,
crime.
Mr. Khalil was never charged or convicted of any crimes. And so what did he do to deserve this? The answer is nothing.
But Trump administration officials disagree, calling Khalil a Hamas sympathizer, even accusing him of handing out the terrorist group's propaganda.
We're going to kick you out. It's as simple as that. This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with.
Documents obtained by CBS News show the government is basing its case against Khalil on a seldom-used section of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which permits the Secretary of State to deport someone if they believe that the person could harm U.S. foreign policy interests.
There are no national security or foreign policy implications here. People are entitled to their viewpoints and they're entitled to express them, and they shouldn't be punished by the government for doing that. They shouldn't be incarcerated or disappeared or moved 1,000 miles away from their home.
The judge has not yet ruled on his lawyer's request to have Khalil moved back from Louisiana to New York. Khalil's attorneys questioned the administration's claims that he ever distributed any Hamas propaganda, urging them to show any evidence if they have it.
All right, Lilia, thank you very much.
Laura, a green card holder, even if I might like that green card holder, doesn't have an indefinite right to be in the United States of America, right? American citizens have different rights from people who have green cards, from people who have student visas. And so my attitude on this is, this is not fundamentally about free speech. And to me, yes, it's about national security, but it's also more importantly about who do we, as an American public, decide gets to join our national community.
That's a lie. It is fundamentally about free speech. Even when you say American citizens have different rights than non-citizens, and then say it's fundamentally not about free speech, where you're basically saying the truth of the matter is that, yes, fundamentally, we want to change free speech restrictions for non-citizens. That's it. That's the entire purpose of this. It's fundamentally about free speech. This entire issue is about free speech.
And if the Secretary of State and the President decide this person shouldn't be in America and they have no legal right to stay here, it's as simple as that.
Do you see more such deportations happening?
I think we'll certainly see some people who get deported on student visas if we determine that it's not in the best interest of the United States to have them in our country. So yeah, I don't know how high that number is going to be, but you're going to see more people.
Ridiculous.
Unless Congress...
Here it is. Senator Schumer is not forcing the Republicans to concede on anything and not using the remaining power, the marginal power that the minority party has at its disposal to get Republicans to concede in order to avert a government shutdown. Insane stuff.
Acts, the federal government will shut down tomorrow at midnight. I have said many times there are no winners in a government shutdown, but there are certainly victims.
Holy shit. That's a good take. So your prediction was wrong? Wait, what? What was my prediction? I said that the Democrats might force concessions out of the Republicans, or at least push this battle seemingly, because they said they would. But I didn't make a prediction that they certainly would not. Like, do you think I'm a believer in the Democratic Party? What are we, crazy? At most, I reported on yesterday, I reported on how the Democrats said that they would not let this go through. I mean, maybe I did. Maybe I was like, definitely they'll fight back against this. Maybe I said that. I don't remember. Yeah, I was wrong, if that's the case. It is shockingly bad. It is yet another instance where the Democrats have, I guess, gone beyond. Dude, look at this. Look at this chat. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? You didn't. Yes, you did. I don't have any confidence in the Democrats, but they did say that they were going to fight back against this yesterday and that there wasn't going to be 60 votes for this and that they would have pushed it into a filibuster and or they would have, pushed the Republicans to come back and bargain with them and get some assurances. I wanted them to do that. I urged people to do that. I thought the Democrats, at least judging by their response initially, would do that potentially, but I have no real firmly held convictions about the Democrats doing the right thing ever. So there's 0%. I don't think I fucking was actively talking about how they definitely are going to do they're definitely going to do a push here. But the reality is, this is the bare minimum, okay? What they're supposed to be doing here, what Chuck Schumer is doing here right now is beyond lower than the bare minimum. It is alarming. Everything fucking sucks. It is truly, we're so done, dude. We are so fucked. We are so done. Every day that goes by, I'm like, I don't know what the alternative is, but god damn, it's like, it hasn't always been this way. It's never been this bad. It's never been this bad. This is a new level of depravity from and a new level of cowardice from the Democrats. Why are you so doomer? We're going to get a fire-ass Dem TikTok dance over this? I'm going to Brian Kill Me. I'm going to become Brian Kill Me. Oh my God.
The most vulnerable Americans who rely on federal programs to feed their families. While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America.
So, Republicans have basically trapped the Democrats in this situation where if they force a government shutdown, the government shuts down. If they don't force a government shutdown, they permanently shut down federal agencies. That is where we're at. All of this
will win. We will win.
Oh, God, stop. It was bad during the Reagan years. Trump is a modern Reagan, but even worse, God help us. We are so fucking cooked. I don't see any way out of this other than Trump triggering the second Great Depression at this point. Like, straightforward, business plot succeeds style, American fascist governance during a Great Depression style economic collapse. And there is no, the Democrats are not going to help us.
That are much, much worse. A shutdown would give Donald Trump and Elon Musk carte blanche to destroy vital government services at a significantly faster rate than they can right now. Under a shutdown, The Trump administration would have full authority to deem whole agencies, programs, and personnel non-essential, furloughing staff with no promise.
They've lost the stencil. Oh
Democrats,
my.
you are being betrayed. It just came out that Chuck Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate, is pushing the caucus to vote.
That's crazy. Will fucking Stancil is shitting on the Democrats. Holy fuck. That's like Matt Iglesias is the one person left out there. Like once Matt Iglesias is like, God damn, Democrats, I didn't think you'd cave this hard. Is done. They got no one left. It's
Vote yes for cloture to close debate on Trump's funding bill. This would allow Democrats to lie and pretend they oppose the bill while taking a vote that would ensure the bill passes. This is their only leverage over Trump, and for months they've been saying they're going to use this bill to force negotiations with Trump to cut Trump's power and Elon Musk's rampage through the government. But now, with the opportunity to do so, they're giving up their leverage without a fight because they're scared to use it. They're not even trying. They are betraying you. Primary Chuck Schumer, primary every last one of them if you have to. This is unacceptable. They're not fighting. They are leaving you to rot.
Promise they would ever be rehired. I believe it is my...
Yeah, someone said, I saw this before you repeated it in the chat. Republicans are school shooters and Democrats are the cops. Unfortunately, Democrats are the cops from Uvalde. Yeah. I saw someone else say this before you, by the way. Don't try to fucking yoink it from another chatter. And I suspect that other chatter probably saw it on Twitter, but it is true. We are the school children. We are the school children. The Democrats are the Uvalde cops and the Republicans are the fucking school shooter. Straight up. They yoinked it from Reddit. It's what's going on right now. Schumer is right. Dems are understandably spoiling for a fight, but this was not it. The idea that there was a leverage and a shutdown was magical thinking. It'd be a gift to Doge. More people would be hurt, and it would have ended in a worse deal. This is correct. All my friends in D.C. are hopping mad about the way we are getting screwed on this bill. I am also mad. So it's especially hothouse environment for Hill staffers and members. A shutdown is itself Doge on steroids. Elon would declare whatever minority federal workers he doesn't want to fire, essential furlough everyone else, and declare victory. You'd end up with the Democrats begging the GOP to pass a CR and bring the workers back. This is what the Democrats' copium was on this issue. No, the fuck they wouldn't. You want to know why? What the fuck was that? I'm back. Hello. I'm here. That was crazy. I just got CIA lasered. I got hit with a CIA heart attack beam. My stream did. All right. We're back. It wasn't long enough. The stream didn't cut out long enough, I don't think. Left us on a cliffhanger? Yeah, I said, you want to know why? And then I got shut down like the government. Okay. Where was I? Oh. the Democrats, a shutdown goes in either direction. Okay. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants it. It's not beneficial to the Republican Party. People are coping when they claim that, like, oh, it would be Doge on steroids. It's a lie. The reason why it's a lie is because the clean resolution, which is not a clean one, or the clean continuing resolution, which is not a clean continuing resolution, is actually going to change your Wi-Fi password. Trust me. Okay. The fuck? What do you know, chatter? Tell us your Wi-Fi password. Dude, I don't even know what my Wi-Fi password is. Yes, DAuth attack. What is a DAuth attack? I can explain. I do it to my neighbors. I do it to my neighbors to get free Wi-Fi. Okay. So you think there's someone in my neighborhood that is doing a 1 second deauthorization attack? Is that what you're claiming is what happened? I'm not on Wi-Fi, but you know, I feel like they would have to be pretty close to my house to be able to do that. But I'm not on Wi-Fi. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, yeah, so what's going on here is Matt Iglesias coping. This was cope coming from some of the Democrats who were like, well, a government shutdown is kind of exactly like a government shutdown is exactly like Doge. You know, they're just shutting down certain government offices that they don't like and keeping others open. The problem is that is not a good position for the administration to be in, which is precisely why there is a very limited amount of time that they will entertain it. Because a lot of federal government workers being furloughed is insanely fucking unpopular, and it will very quickly turn sour. It'll very quickly turn sour for the administration in charge. Having said that, however, allowing this to push through, allowing this supposedly clean continuing resolution to be pushed through will cause permanent damage to those federal agencies anyway. Okay? Especially without assurances. This is unacceptable. And their meta here is going to be that they're going to vote no on the clean resolution, but they're not going to. They're going to vote for they're going to vote for closure, so that there's no necessity for a filibuster-proof majority, And therefore, they're basically saying, yeah, we're not going to fight back. We're not going to actually, we're going to let this pass. It is the cowardly way of letting it pass while simultaneously making it seem like you voted against it. That's it. It's no different than voting yes for it. Okay? DemCR Watch, Michigan U.S. Senator Elisa Slotkin affirms that she will vote no. Said during evening town hall she wants assurances that Elon Musk and Doge won't stray away from Congress. What Congress appropriates has not gotten assurance. There's no language you could add to any bill that would avoid the looming Supreme Court showdown about the constitutionality of the Impoundment Control Act. If SCOTUS says that's good law, then it's good law. If they say it's unconstitutional, no writer changes that. Here is AOC on this issue.
Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
Yep. There's also this part from AOC. AOC later sidesteps questions from Jake Tapper on if she challenged Schumer for a Senate seat. I think that what we need right now is a unified Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment, reconciliation. Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous. It is reckless. Asked if she thinks Schumer is a weak Senate leader considering his reported support for cloture, AOC responds, I think that that would be a mistake. We have time between now and tomorrow, and I hope that individuals are considering that. Reconsider it. Yeah, I saw this already. Call her out? Wait, call AOC out? Why would I fucking call AOC out right now? She's right. What? Are you guys okay? Call AOC out for what? Saying the correct thing? Like what? Yeah, I mean, this is not cowardly. This is a collaboration. The Democratic Party is led by the politician equivalent of the dad who went out for cigarettes and never came back. What do you think it would take to call for an American Morena? The Democrats are collapsing. The base despises them. I think the Democrats have a fucking war chest that they would not even... I've thought about this a lot. And I know where your opinion is. You want a third party, and I totally understand that, especially now more than ever. I think that the Democrats will spend every waking moment absolutely destroying any kind of third party initiative. Like any kind of third party initiative. I don't know if this is the right time. I think that there will be a right time, though. I do. I think it's gonna have to happen eventually. People hate them. Fuck the money. It doesn't work that way, Mike. Come on. Fuck the money. Fuck the money and the power. I mean, every fucking media outlet will. You'll have MSNBC calling whichever third party candidate is out there a fucking pedophile. Like, just like every media outlet, the New York Times, anyone who goes on a third party run will be branded like a child fucker by New York Times. They'll just be like, yeah, these people are radical, dangerous terrorists and pedophiles. I don't have a belief that it's like the collapse of the Democratic Party is here. I do think that there is a time for potentially third-party pushes. You have more viewers than anyone on MSNBC. Bad take. I think you guys are. I just I don't have confidence yet. The media trust is at an all-time low, but that doesn't mean that people like the left. Make no mistake. Yeah, Morena had a clear, popular, tested leader in AMLO. I don't see anyone that can make that in the States right now. Yeah, it would have to be like a Bernard Sanders a coalition, a Bernard Sanders-backed coalition somewhere. But I don't disagree with you on the long game. I just don't know if this is the... I don't see the environment being habitable for that, even though this is the least popular that them has been for very good reasons. I think a lot of Americans are losing confidence in them. Let's see what Chuck Schumer is saying on Chris Hayes. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Executive branch. And so it would be devastating. Why is it that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want a government shutdown? So they can take control of the government and do their vicious, horrible things. They could cut half the government. They could tell employees you're not essential and never bring them back, permanently firing them. It's a disaster.
I'm calling for Bernie to lead the new party. Now's the time. I mean, Bernie's also too old without a successor as well. That's the other problem.
Why did they eliminate SNAP?
I don't disagree with you.
Why did they cut so much of Medicaid? But they could do all that on their own. That's the problem. There is no check on them with a shutdown. That's not to say this CR bill is a good bill. It isn't. It didn't have any safeguards in it. But it would be much, much worse to have a shutdown. And my job, Chris, as leader, is to see things a little bit ahead down the road and see how horrible this would be and alert people to it.
So I want to sort of present two arguments on the other side. One of them is that it was quite, and I hear you on this. This is not an easy call. I want to be clear. I mean, I don't think it is, but you know, the AFG union, which is the largest union representing federal workers, they won a big victory today in federal court about those probationary employees who were fired. They came out against the CR, which really surprised me, right? These are the people that seem to have the most skin in the game on precisely the terms you're enunciating. And they said, the fact that this CR has no protections that will actually be followed means that we can't support it. If the people whose livelihoods are on the line say you cannot go along with this thing, why are they wrong?
I understand why they're so upset with the CR, but I disagree with them because the shutdown would be worse for their employees. They could just eliminate huge portions of government workers automatically. They could eliminate programs automatically, which they can't do on the CR. The CR has certain spending, and they can screw around with it, and they will. These guys are sons of guns. They're going to do everything they can to hurt the government. You know what they've talked about. Elon Musk, this billionaire who cares nothing about taking people's Social Security away, this guy says that he wants to cut $2 trillion out of the federal government. A shutdown would allow him to do it. And here's another point, Chris. There's no exit
No,
ramp.
it wouldn't.
Anyone who wants
No,
to
it
shut
wouldn't.
down, I'd ask them, well,
no, you're making it seem like the Republicans don't. The Republicans want a shutdown. They don't.
So
this is a
it's
lie.
It's too
It would
bad
be
alternatives,
unimaginably
and I
unpopular
respect
for the
people
Republicans to
who
get to
actually
a shutdown without
don't want it, vote for
without
the CR.
fucking
It's awful.
getting
But with the
without
alternative
conceding
being a
at
government
any point to the
shutdown,
Democrats.
That's even worse.
So here's the other.
The president always owns the shutdown.
Democrats don't control any part of the government. So there's not a ton of leverage. The one thing they have leverage is in the Senate, where you need a filibuster-proof majority on a cloture vote. That there's essentially an unconstitutional...
I'm going to be honest with you. Chuck Schumer knows this. This is compliance. They're complicit. They're
Assault on the
complicit.
Constitution.
This is
These
a
guys are the
collaboration.
worst, and we got to fight them every step of the way. As we say in Brooklyn, Chris,
they're
every
saying you're not
step of
fighting.
the way.
But look, Russ
We
Vought is
are
already
fighting.
telling people, but he's telling people on the floor, we are not even going to listen to this CR. This is a piece of paper that we will impound and rip up the moment it's passed. If that's the case, How is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
They're already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay? They did it to the Department of Education. But I can tell you, I've been through shutdowns before. It's not that this CR is good. It's not that voting for it is good. It's horrible. But the alternative is worse. And we have to look just a month ahead and see how bad a shutdown would be for all the things we believe in, and how I'd say Trump and Doge and Musk and Vote, they're like drooling with happiness and desire to get a government shutdown. They've said they want it. Why? Not for doing anything good, I'll tell you that. These guys are authoritarians.
Which is why we're showing our belly to them.
The theory of the case for people that don't want Democrats to vote for cloture is that Americans don't quite understand what's being done to their government. It's being done in this sort of haphazard fashion. The stories are sort of getting out. You know, there's this Forest Service worker who got laid off for no reason, and there's this veteran who's got a traumatic brain injury, who's got a clinical trial. But the shutdown would be a way of actually calling the question. And here's what I would just offer. It seems to me that the demand that makes the most sense here, and I'm not a U.S. Senator, is for the Republicans to vote on a rescission package that enunciates the cuts Doge has done, as opposed to allowing an unelected co-president unilaterally eviscerate the American constitutional power of the purse.
Well, the bottom line is the Republican Senate is in total obeisance to Trump. They're not going to oppose him in any way. But if they allow Trump to make the kind of drastic cuts that I greatly fear in a government shutdown, they'll be culpable as well. And make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Ask yourself again the question, why does Musk and Trump and Vote want this? Vote already has plans on how to slash the government, far worse than slashed in the CR. Much worse. Every program, every part of government would be at their disposal, their wicked disposal. So that's the problem here. It's not that the CR is good, it's horrible. All things being equal, we should have opposed it. But the alternative being a shutdown makes things worse. And I believe this, much worse. And I believe this, I wouldn't have done this. I knew I'd get criticized. But I felt obligated for the country, for my Democratic caucus, to the people, to explain how bad a shutdown would be. And if we went into a shutdown and everything bad happened, I had to give people this warning.
Can I'm going to just keep you for two more questions, if that's okay. One is a sort of question about strategy and dealing what I think you and I and many people watching this agree is essentially an assault on the constitutional order, and that it's this.
Absolutely.
The only thing they understand is meeting conflict with conflict. So if you look at Doug Ford in Ontario, who banged the table and said, "You're going to tariff us, I'm going to tariff you, we're going to put a surcharge on electricity," that the only thing that gets their attention, the only thing that gets them to back down, is meeting conflict with conflict. If you meet conflict with essentially managed retreat or strategic non-engagement, then they roll
Chris,
all over you.
We are going to conflict with them on everything. On the tax cuts for the billionaires, they become a plutocracy, an oligarchy. On Medicaid, we have plans to conflict them with all of that. If the shutdown occurred, we wouldn't be able to do that because they would fill up both the Senate and the discussion on whether we should cut this and not cut that, of things that they want to cut. So to have the conflict on the best ground we have, summed up in a sentence, that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these bastards, these people, which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy. And one other thing on a shutdown. On a shutdown, the courts could close or at least be totally disabled. And the courts are one of the best ways we've had to go after these guys.
Final question about just an issue of intercameral strategy. I mean, the Democrats voted en masse against this in the House. They lost only one vote, Jared Golden in Maine. I've seen a lot of House members, and across an ideological range, interestingly enough, urging the Senate to filibuster this, saying, look, this is existential about whether we control the power of the purse or not. We cannot essentially sign off on this Doge unilateral arrogation of this power.
Yeah, look, I
Do they have it wrong?
I supported what the House did to vote against this bill universally, but that didn't cause a shutdown. It's different in the Senate. And I knew people were going to disagree with me, but I felt so strongly that the shutdown would be the greatest disaster we face with these arrogant autocrats that we had to avoid the shutdown and fight on many of the other things, every other issue that we have.
All right, Senator Chuck Schumer, who's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, announcing he will be a yes for cloture tomorrow. I imagine you will have the 6 or so other votes you need to get that over the hump. Thank you, sir. Come on anytime with late-breaking news, and we can do this whenever you want.
Thank you, Chris. Nice to
Appreciate
talk with you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
I can't
actively hide from their own concerns.
I can't. It's unbelievable, dude. It is unfucking believable. Schumer tells me Republicans might try to jam Democrats again in September, but thinks Trump will be less popular then, and Republican appropriators might be more willing to stand up to him. He said he refused to do so now. Oh my God, he is so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Okay, for those of you who don't understand, can you explain why he's complicit? Just wanting to understand more, not debate. I will. Okay? In order for this continuing resolution to pass, to fund the government, to avert a government shutdown, the Republicans need a filibuster-proof majority. There's one way that the Democrats can stop that from happening, which is to say that they're going to filibuster it. Okay? They need 60 votes in the Senate. They already have the House majority, but they need 60 votes in the Senate. But they don't have 60 votes in the Senate. The only Democrat that has said they would vote for this ahead of time was John Fetterman. But John Fetterman gets canceled out by Rand Paul, because Rand Paul said he would not vote for it. So in this process, the Democrats and whoever the minority party is, like it's sometimes Democrats, sometimes Republicans, doesn't matter. The minority party has the minority Paul, not Rand Paul, Thomas Massey. No, Rand Paul as well. I thought it was Rand Paul. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Rand Paul. No, Rand Paul in the Senate said that he wouldn't. Didn't he say he was not going to vote for it? Yeah, and also Massey is not in the Thomas Massey in the House of Representatives already voted no. He was the singular no vote from the Republican Party. But Rand Paul in the Senate said, yeah, I was right. I don't know why Chad is trying to correct me on this. Okay. Rand Paul in the Senate said he was not going to vote for it. John Fetterman on the Republican side, John Fetterman on the Democrat side said he would vote for it. So there's still Democratic support that they need. Okay. They need more Democratic support to get to the filibuster-proof majority. Now, this is historically the only way for historically the only way for the minority party, the party not in power, to be able to force concessions from the majority party, the party in power. And the Democrats and Republicans both historically have used this, especially Republicans have used this opportunity to, edge towards a government shutdown with the hopes of getting Democrats to back down from certain things they want to pass through a CR. Okay. And they've been fairly successful in the past because no matter what happens, it's always the responsibility of whoever is in charge. It's the White House's fault in the eyes of the American population. So the American population would look to all the furloughs and all the media coverage on, the hundreds of thousands of federal government workers no longer going into work and the economic crisis that is on the verge of happening. And they would blame the party in charge, the Republicans in this regard. This is precisely the reason why the Republicans would inevitably concede on certain issues and make it seem as though, at the very least, like the Democrats are fighting back. Like give him a victory, give him a W, right? If they were to play ball. Except the Democrats right now, backed by Chuck Schumer, are waving the white flag. They initially had said for months that they would use the budget shutdown, the continued resolution as a battle and maybe even force the government to go into a shutdown if necessary to make sure that they had certain assurances. And Chuck Schumer today, up until yesterday, he was saying he was going to not vote for it, that the Republicans didn't have the votes for it. But as of today, Chuck Schumer has waved the white flag. They're going to vote for closure so that this can pass without a filibuster-proof majority, and the Republicans have the votes to pass it without a filibuster-proof majority once that happens. So that's it. That is what's going on here. They're not using the only fucking weapon they have to wield against the majority party, and they're giving it up without a single fucking fight. While wearing these goddamn socks. Why the flop from Schumer? I think in the past I would have told you it's because they're cowards, but I think they're just, or that they're stupid. But I think it's because they are complicit. Like, they don't care. They like the austerity. They enjoy it. They love it. They love that it's like the Republicans doing it. They think that this will ruin the American economy. They think that this will create a lot of anger and resentment towards the Republicans. And then they can comfortably ride that anger into a narrow, marginal victory. They can farm donations for the next 3 years and then inevitably fucking win the election again. I don't even know if that's the case. I don't even know if that will happen, for the record. I don't even know if the Democrats will ever win again because goddamn, they're so fucking pathetic. Having said that, however, this is the case in front of us now. This is what's happening currently. It is insane. It is unacceptable. I don't know. They're not factoring how stupid Americans are. They're not factoring anything. Also, breaking news, American Airlines plane catches fire on Denver airport. Nice. Look at that.
Well, it doesn't look like we're flying out today, Val.
Don't laugh too hard. It might impact everyone.
Yeah. Maybe not. Good. That was quick.
Another vid of the plane. That's fucking... I don't know what to say anymore, man. This, I feel like, is an apt analogy for where America is right now.
Yeah, so that's kind of...
This is where we're at, man. That's America, baby.
That's wild.
The great American downfall, folks.
Oh, what happened? It's on fire. Like that. Oh, what happened? It's on fire.
If the pilot is white, you might switch to flight. That's what happens, dude. DEI or die. Remember, DEI or die. If the pilot is white, you might have to switch to flight. Oh, Jesus. This is crazy. Ay, ay, ay.
It's on fire.
Unless he's gay. If the pilot is white and gay, then it's fine. Or in a poly relationship or something. If the pilot is straight, walk away at the gate. Yes. If the pilot is gay, then you might be okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is so bad. If the pilot is queer, you have nothing to fear. If the pilot is trans, then your plane lands. Oh my God. If the pilot is straight, then you must evacuate. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, all right. If the pilot is cis, that's a flight you want to miss. Okay. We're done. We can't. I was just so stupid. I like that we have jokingly turned this into like reality where people are going to start unironically believing that DEI is what kept the planes up in the sky. I can't stop rhyming, which is the gayest thing you can do. Rhyming is so gay. Fuck. It's not gay, it's thug. It's gay and thug at the same time. Oh, okay. UAW announces in a shocking move, Columbia University fires union president one day before contract negotiations begin and further crackdown on free speech. In the latest assault on the First Amendment rights, Columbia University has expelled and fired Grant Minor, president of UAW Local 2710, which represents thousands of Columbia student workers. The firing comes one day before the contract negotiations were set to open with the university. The shocking move is part of the wave of crackdowns on free speech against students and workers who have spoken out and protested for peace and against the war on Gaza. As the UAW has emphasized, the assault on First Amendment rights being jointly committed by the federal government and Columbia University are an attack on all workers who dare protest, speak out, or exercise their freedom of association under the U.S. Constitution. It is no accident that this comes days after the federal government froze Columbia's funding and threatened to pull funding from 60 other universities across the country. It is no accident that this firing has occurred the day before the contract negotiations begin. It is no accident that the university is targeting a union leader whose local went on strike in the last round of bargaining. It is no accident that this is happening at Columbia University. I'm telling you right now, we are experiencing, I talked about this before. I talked about this before, but it's already happening. I suspected that even under the Brandon administration, with the incredibly slanted Supreme Court, with the Republican supermajority, I noticed the thing that companies were doing where they would openly undermine pre-existing labor law in an effort to draw up a long court battle that would inevitably get to the Supreme Court to potentially overturn pre-existing laws, like the last remainder of labor protections. You know, basic stuff like firing a worker because they unionized and doing it very openly, you know? Stuff that's like blatantly illegal. And I think Amazon and Starbucks kind of were doing that. And I suspect that this is what Colombia is doing as well. Like, they're doing that. They're doing it deliberately. And I think the reason why they're doing it is because they want to test this all the way up in and bring it all the way up to the Supreme Court, where who's Brandon? Come on, chatter, you're joking, right? Joe Brandon, the previous president. Let's go, Brandon. And now that the NLRB's gone, there's even less protection than before. And I think that's where we're at. We are crumbling the ticker tape that held together labor law in this country. We're just gutting it. We're eviscerating it with no end in sight. Terrifying prospect for future generations. Oof. Perhaps this will be a radicalizing moment for a lot of people, a lot of workers, I hope, and cause them to engage in illegal wildcat strikes and the like, and work to unionize even without NLRB protections. Because at the end of the day, there are more workers than there are bosses. This is flagrant, awful, hard not to feel bad.
My job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down. There is nobody in the world, nobody, who wants to shut the government down more than Donald Trump and more than Elon Musk. We should not give it to them. And make no mistake, Democrats will continue to fight what Donald Trump is doing.
Donald Democrats. Yeah, the McDonald Democrats.
Everything that Trump, Musk, and Republicans have done so far has a clear goal. Again, cutting taxes for billionaires, eviscerate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This is the fight that matters most, and the fight we must focus on. All the chaos we have seen, all the lawlessness, all the grift and corrupt behavior. It's all about rigging the system in favor of the ultra-wealthy at the expense of working Americans. This is the fight the American people need to see.
There are signs of hope from the U.S. Senate tonight on a potential way to avoid a federal government shutdown tomorrow night. 60 votes are needed to move anything forward, and it's still unclear if enough Democrats will join Republicans to pass a stopgap deal and what they may get in return. Our Lisa Desjardins.
Sorry if I'm being annoying. This is freaking me out. New letter to Columbia from Trump admin lists demands for continued financial relationship with the U.S. government. Suspend or expel students for Hamilton Hall protest. Time, place, and manner rules. Mask ban. Address anti-Zionist discrimination. Reform admissions. Bro, I'm telling you, this is literally Nazi shit. I don't know why people don't see it. Like, this is, I think people genuinely think that, like, the way it's supposed to happen is by, like, military force, not realizing that there is a lot of stuff that happens before military force kicks in. And military force is already being utilized. Like, what do you think ICE is? You know what I mean? It's already being utilized towards more vulnerable populations to begin with. This right here is a like legal enforcement coming from the federal government directed at institutions of higher learning, specifically to abide by whatever free speech restrictions that they want to apply to these universities. Can you imagine if the Democrats did something similar like this? Like, that's crazy. If they were to be like, hey, you have to fire your fucking professors that I think are bad. You have to shut down you have to shut down certain departments. You have to shut down any professor that I think is like right wing, you know? You said they did? What? The Democrats came out and fucking said, if you have Ben Shapiro on your college campus, I'm going to shut your funding. I'm no longer going to give you grants. Not even Ben Shapiro on your college campus. If the Democrats said that you have Republican students on your college campus, you need to fucking expel them or we are going to stop giving you money. Are you insane? Brother, that's what the Republican fantasy is. Republicans claim this is happening when Democrats don't even do that. What will it take for people to recognize that this is Nazi shit? Like when they wear skulls on their fucking uniforms? Is that what we're doing? They got the Punisher logo still. That's pretty close. You know? No, at that point they'll be like, nah, you don't understand. This is a cool logo. They like the cool logo. MESAS SAAS Department, Academic Receivership. Begin the process of placing the Middle East, South Asian, African Studies departments under academic receivership for a minimum of 5 years. The university must provide a full plan with date certain deliverables. What the fuck? You are a liar? Wait, what do you mean I'm a liar? What am I lying about? They're going to be like, you don't understand. You don't understand. They don't, they're just simply trying to figure out the demographics of the country. That's why they're making me wear a logo that dictates that I'm Muslim. That's the reason. Okay? You don't get it. Like, no. It's not because of any other reason. No, they're just making you wear the pink triangle logo to be like, oh, you're gay. So like we don't say homophobic things around you. Yeah, they're just sending us on trains to these camps. But it's like a fun camp, you know? It's like a weekend away. Is that what you think is going to happen? Academic receivership is like outside control over an academic department. Here. This is from Departments in Academic Receivership, Possible Causes and Solutions. Academic receivership occurs when control of an academic department or program is removed from the faculty and an outside chair is put in place by college or university administration. A literature review is supplemented by a small survey to assess how common receivership is and how it's administered. They are saying we want to put independent outsiders that they probably select in control over these departments to take a look at what they're really teaching. Yeah, they're going to be like, hey, Jews, you have to wear a yellow Star of David. But that's only because we want to make sure that you're not victim to anti-Semitism. And people will be like, no, you don't understand. They're pro-Israel, so it's fine. Like, they're pro-Israel, guys. Stop. They're not Sig Heiling. They're not. They're just autistic. Yeah, it's for your own protection. Everybody has to wear, it's for the census. Everybody has to wear a marker that designates what they are. Why are white people not wearing it? Because there's a lot of them. You couldn't print out enough for white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, obviously. And see, there's a couple of Republican, black, and Indian dudes that aren't wearing them either. Obviously, they're not racist. Come on. It's fine. Segmenting the population on ethnic boundaries and sexual orientation is normal. Duh. Another streamer beating around the bush. What? Beating around the bush? Bitch, I'm beating you in the head. What are you talking about? I'm telling you exactly what the fuck is going on. Some history regarding Nazi Germany. Facinghistory.org, resource library, controlling universities. The new Nazi commissar wasted no time on the amenities. He immediately announced that Jews would be forbidden to enter university premises and would be dismissed without salary on March 15th. This was something that no one had thought possible, despite the Nazis' loud anti-Semitism. Then he launched on a tirade of abuse, filth, and four-letter words such as had been heard rarely, even in the barracks, and never before in academia. He pointed his fingers at one department chairman and another and said, "You either do what I tell you or we'll put you in a concentration camp." There was silence when he finished. Everybody waited for the distinguished biochemist physiologist. The great liberal got up, cleared his throat, and said, "Very interesting, Mr. Commissar, and in some respects very illuminating. But what point I didn't get too clearly. Will there be more money for research in physiology?" Oh my God. Brother, this is insane. This is actually fucking insane. This is... Oof, this is so bad. I don't know how people don't see it. Do people not see it? Are they not covering this stuff? Is that what's going on? Are people simply not covering the issue? Like, what? We have the internet. We have more access to information than ever before. Oh. Yarvin believes that modern society is so ironic that it was sleepwalking to dictatorship takeover. I mean, it's literally happening. As long as you can like masquerade it a little bit, as long as you can like sauce it up like with a little bit of liberal language, and you mask it under like legal authority and legal jargon, then most people go, it is what it is, you know, it happens. All right, I can't do this anymore. All right, we'll do the... We will do the UN report tomorrow, but I'm going to move on to some fun shit now. Or not fun shit, but just like some other reacts.
Once said, "It may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal." I'm not Balkan, so I don't usually agree with war criminals, but this one was saying the truth here, because we all saw on video what unfolded between Trump and Zelensky, where an American ally literally at war with America's enemy for like the last 100 years and the biggest country in the world was shouted at and scolded by Trump, the vice president, and this guy as well. This whole argument was so artificial, it was crazy to see. Zelensky literally didn't do anything disrespectful or wrong, and they started yelling at him. Now, I'm from the hood, so you know sometimes people come up to you on the street just to start fucking with you and making up any reason to get into an altercation. This is exactly what happened. Demanding an apology, demanding a thank you, so fucking stupid. Especially because this was all on video and we can see the entire argument beginning to the end. And by we, I mean the entire world saw this unfold. And everyone saw how America treats its allies. And this live TV argument was so bullshit that even Americans think that Trump or JD Vance were guilty of starting everything. The thing is, America is legally required to protect Ukraine because they made Ukraine give up their nukes in exchange for protection from the US in the Budapest Memorandum. Let me start off by saying I absolutely hate the current American rule. America has never been the good guy or anything like that. No superpower really has been, but this is too much, man. We watched America literally curse out their ally on live TV. Everybody knows I've been supporting Ukraine very hard since the war began and after Ukraine started getting...
Is it $2 trillion to Ukraine now? Wait.
Everybody knows I've been
Russia's pretending to be
Ukraine
Americans. $2 trillion to Ukraine now.
very hard since...
It's been 3 years since Russia started their genocidal war against Ukraine. Ukraine had to endure direct war from Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and they're still standing. Fuck Russia, Slava, Ukraine.
The war
forever.
began, and after the
He said $2 trillion to Ukraine.
Ukraine started getting foreign aid, it became a populist move to shit on Ukraine. And all people who know nothing about the dynamics of post-Soviet countries have wanted to say their objectively incorrect opinions about this. Like I'm sure Theo Vaughn really understands the dynamics here. He then deleted his post because he's a comedian and can't even fucking point to Europe on a map. And other people who are constantly on Trump's like Lex Friedman, you piece of who would interview Hitler just to hear his side of the story.
Yeah, he'd be like Adolf Hitler. Is there anything nice you can say about the Jews? He'd be like, Adolf Hitler, if you had something to say about the Jews that's nice, what would it be? He is I used to say he's an extreme centrist, but like after the now deleted tweet of him just like glazing Trump and being like, I want peace, but Zelensky was really disrespectful. That's when I was like, come on. Okay, dude, you've fallen off on the right side. Like, he is not a centrist, okay? I used to maintain that he was the only true centrist. He was the last true center. And that tweet was when I was like, all right, never mind. Yeah. He'd be like, Adolf Hitler, what is the meaning of love?
And call him a friend whom he bonded with over their shared love of Russian literature or some shit. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment fucking sucks. If I wanted to hear a Russian guy whining about being poor, they're right here, I would just go and fucking visit. And while Zelensky says that he doesn't think that his public humiliation was planned, I think he's low-key saying it to not fully ruin relations between him and the US, because there's this one Marjorie Taylor Greene who is extremely anti-Ukraine, and her boyfriend somehow got one of those rare Oval Office interviewer spots and decided to ask Zelensky this.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level.
This was so disrespectful, dude. Imagine having this monkey over here fucking be the guy that shits on you. It's like JD Vance is one thing, okay? But this dude is like, are you serious? Like, you brought in the court jester. You brought in like a monkey in a suit to come in and just like throw his feces at you. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. It's just insane. This guy gets pegged by Marjorie Titan Green.
In this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems. First of all, country leaders who are at war with a much larger empire don't usually wear suits. They don't really have time for that shit, you know? It's only the motherfuckers who don't care about this wearing suits because it's not a life or death situation for them.
Okay, bro, come on. It's not like I think it's a disrespectful question, albeit a funny one. But also, no, he's visiting America. It's not like he has to be he has to be combat ready at the White House. No, it's a deliberate choice that he's doing. It's fine. It's not like the end of the world. I think bringing it up is stupid, but the entire point of him being like, why aren't you wearing a suit, was to belittle him, undermine him. But let's not act like he has to be in the fucking fatigues. He's in the front lines.
Such as Bush during all the Middle Eastern wars and more. You think if you're at war with the US or Russia, you're gonna give a fuck about wearing a suit? This is a talking point that has been propagandized from people funded by Russia or being a useful idiot that supports them for free. And also, Elon doesn't wear shit either. So these are clearly double standards. Elon Musk is in the Oval Office looking like one of those child predators they catch on YouTube and then beat up, along with a fucking chainsaw, and they're demanding Zelensky wear a suit and tie and make fun of him. So now a country's leader who is defending an aggressive war from the biggest country in the world is being made fun of from a guy who's famous for fucking this woman. And their whole argument was very disappointing to see. They're blaming him that he wants to start World War III, not the country that invaded them. You ever scroll through the news and feel like people are living two completely different realities? One headline is like, Zelensky just doomed Ukraine because he is bad. And the other says, Zelensky is amazing. So which is it?
Ground news. Oh my God, ground news ad. I've seen too much ground news ads.
Did he get cooked? And also glad their sponsor. So check a source's bias, fact holes. Right now, there's a ton of noise around the source. It can save you from some truly deranged rabbit holes. Right now, there's a ton of noise around the US-Ukraine relations. One side says Zelensky fumbled the bag, the other says he didn't. He actually did a good thing. I can also compare Ukrainian sources' reports on this versus how Western sources are framing it. And if I want to dodge the most unhinged takes, I can filter by factuality and location. Because, you know, InfoWars isn't really gonna give you some accurate information. I started using ground news because the internet is a minefield, especially after the rise of the far right. Every story feels like and you don't know if you're getting news or propaganda, and ground news actually helps with that. And with everything going on, wars, elections, and whatever, now's the worst time to be clueless. Right now, you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to everything for only $5 a month. Just go to ground.news/Gatsu or scan the QR code on screen. Thank you a lot to Ground News for sponsoring the video. And I agree with Zelensky completely here. I cannot see one thing he said that was wrong, and I'm not even meat riding here. Russia has shown time and time again that they cannot be trusted with a ceasefire. Russia has been at war with Ukraine since 2014, and they have violated the ceasefire not once, not twice, but 25 times, until of course fully invading Ukraine in 2022. So obviously Zelensky is asking for security guarantees because there have been at least 25 other cases with Ukraine alone where they have violated their ceasefire agreement. Do you think they became the biggest country in the world through diplomacy and not violating their ceasefire agreements? And right after this, Elon, who holds a significant amount of power since he's always with Trump and always keeps cutting services for normal Americans because why does he care? He's a billionaire. He can cut Medicaid. It's not like he's gonna give a fuck. He doesn't need it. Elon said he wants to leave NATO and the UN. So then all of Europe is just undefended. Fucking North Korea is in the UN. This is the easiest way to destroy your global hegemony, and they did all this within a month. Literally, if Xi Jinping himself was on the phone with Trump and telling him what to do to destroy America in the fastest way possible and bring about the Chinese century, he would not be able to come up with all of this. Like, fuck you mean leaving the UN? What can I say? Good job.
Yeah, can't help but feel like, you know, JD Pondon is just doing the dang thing. You know what I mean? Let's go, baby. Chinese century of prosperity, American century of humiliation.
Job, man. USA replaced Gulf of Mexico's name with Gulf of America, and China built 96,000 miles of rail. And after this clownery, Europeans went like, okay, we knew America was cooked and could not be trusted, but let's actually start doing shit about this. But you guys have to realize that Europeans are pussies who cannot do anything except waste paper through useless voting resolutions. As always, it's up to the European people to do stuff since their politicians are fucking useless. So Tesla sales have nearly halved in Europe. Europe is actively looking for new allies such as India, China, and Canada. One of Norway's largest companies have announced that they will stop supplying fuel to the US Navy, and every American ally ever is actively looking for new allies now, including Canada, which is insane. Who knew that threatening to annex your neighbors, tariffing them, and threatening to leave their defense alliance would make them act this way? And motherfuckers were like, oh, you're meat riding China. Motherfucker, I have yet to see the CCP policy.
What? Did you see this? The stat that a single Chinese shipbuilding company in 2024 alone built more ships by tonnage than the entire U.S. shipbuilding industry since World War II? I did not see that stat, but god damn, that's good. It's a good stat. Yeah, big ups to China. I'm ready President Xi, fire at will. As a white Chinese, I already have, you know, I already have a familial lineage with Xinjiang as you know, my on my mother's side, our last name is literally Uyghur, okay? Please let me at him. Okay? What about Taiwan? Oh, you mean Chinese Taipei, dude? I'm telling you, I'm the regime enjoyer. I will do the propaganda. Let me in. Let me fucking in. Okay? I just want to enjoy high-speed rail. I want to live in a tier 1 city. I'm down bad. I'm down fucking bad, dude. Oh my God. By the way, what's funny about this is like the way America's been moving, Taiwan itself is going to be like, actually, we are Chinese. We are Chinese Taipei by the end of this decade. Bro. This chatter is so funny. Taiwan belongs to China. Fuck the KMT. Dog, the KMT is the fucking unification party now. Wake up, okay? No, you mean fuck the, what is it, DPP? Those are the anti-Chinese party. The KMT is now the unification party. Yeah.
Politicians are hiling on the fucking stage. I don't like Nazis, therefore I'm getting paid by the CCP. Aight, bro. My grandpas were CCP shills as well for fighting against the Nazis in the Soviet Union, you fucking idiot. Just like me. And the
Top G, you are neither white nor Chinese. You are a traitorous Turk. We will not fire at you. We want you to live long enough to witness your capitalist empire grounded in the dust. I know this motherfucker is a white leftist dude living in like Iowa, because this is a typical white leftist attitude to have, which is like, my closest ally is my greatest enemy. Okay. This is the classic, like, oh, you agree with me on 99.9% of shit? Guess what, dude? You're not gonna be spared. The revolution will not spare you. I do love his LARPing though. It's very funny.
The thing is, they're treating Zelensky so harshly and abandoning the biggest country in Europe, Ukraine, so harshly that they showed to the world they do not give a fuck and will sacrifice anything and anyone for money. They're like trade offer. I get to mine your entire country's minerals and keep them for myself as a profit, and in exchange, you get no security guarantees and nothing really. Maybe we just stop bad-mouthing you in the press and calling you a dictator, but that's about it. Maybe. The stupidest thing is that of the money that they sent to Ukraine, which wasn't even that much, Europe sent way more. 70% of that money gets reinvested back into the US military companies because they send their old stuff to Ukraine and then they need new ones, right? So they order new ones and then those companies pay taxes and grow the American.
It's so funny because like Gatsu, obviously being Georgian, as in weak-willed about restoring the glory of the USSR, despite the fact that one very famous Georgian did everything in his power to make the USSR glorious, is like outwardly much more pro-Ukraine than someone like myself, who has been called an Adolf Hitler lover over and over again. And yet, regardless of the aesthetics from the outside, especially because I'm not like Mr. NATO. I don't like NATO at all. I think NATO is awful. He also sees this. He's recognizing the truth. This is what I've been saying, which is like America offloaded his old-ass weapons. America offloaded its old-ass fucking weapons and then, you know, had to re-up, get more taxpayer-funded, more money from the American government to be like, oh, look, we've lost so much of our inventory, and in the process didn't lose anything else.
American economy, but they resorted to making Zelensky seem like...
I'm not sure about why, but Georgians are some of the most lived up motherfuckers you ever see online. Russia, that's why.
a fucking beggar and humiliating him live on stream. არა, ეს ავად მყოფიერი არა, ამათ სანამ დააჯავ თავზე და სანამ დედას არ მოუთხნავ. Also, destroying USAID was the funniest thing ever because I saw a tweet. What if we create USAID to fund right-wing revolutions in countries instead of this leftist, the gay?
What the fuck?
If we create USAID to fund right-wing revolutions in countries instead of this leftist, the gay stuff. My brother...
Yeah, the number one USAID appreciator, me.
Revolutions in countries instead of this...
Coward, why didn't you post the full meat pic? You fucking coward. Typical Georgian.
Except waste paper through useless voting resolutions. As always, it's up to the European people to...
Yeah, there's nothing funnier than thinking that the USAID actually... there's nothing funnier than thinking USAID... Well, I know Gotts was making a joke, but there's nothing funnier than dumbass Republicans thinking that USAID actually funds gay shit. You skip back so far... Oh, yeah, I did. How the fuck did this happen?
The gay stuff. My brother, that is exactly what USAID does. What the fuck are you talking about? It's used for American influence in other countries. And yes, America does fund right-wing revolutions. That's why they have overthrown literally every single socialist leader or tried to. Don't forget that they've tried to assassinate Castro 634 times with methods such as an exploding cigar, the skin disease diving suit, making him high on LSD in his broadcasting studio so he'd start saying bullshit and ruin his public image, and they sent him a white woman. And this is what she said. He leaned over, pulled out his 45 and handed it to me. He didn't even flinch, and he said, "You can't kill me. Nobody can kill me." And he kind of smiled and chewed on his cigar. I felt deflated. He was so sure of me. He just grabbed me. We made the love. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! USAID was genuinely one of them.
It's true. That is one of the best. That's one of the coolest stories of all time. They want you to hate that man, dude, for the crime of fucking pulling off a successful revolution against a psychopathic fascist dictatorship that was aligned with the United States of America. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
America's biggest soft power weapons to gain influence in the countries it operated in, and America does fund right-wing revolutions. They've been doing this shit since like the 50s. They would overthrow a good socialist or a social democratic leader for an extreme capitalist that they themselves have trained, and then privatize absolutely every resource in that country and all the state-owned companies, and then get money for it, growing the American empire. And if you don't believe what I said, this whole strategy has a term for it called the shock doctrine, so you can look it up yourself as well, get a bunch of examples on where it has been used. It's genuinely so evil because they are playing with people's lives here, only to satisfy their egos and their capitalist money mindset. And this isn't the grind harder mindset, this is a loot people harder mindset, because the more Trump refuses to help their ally out, the more people will die. And they are pulling this stupid stunt of...
Yeah, to be fair, the thing that they did in all those other countries, they kind of did in Ukraine as well. Originally, just none of it matters now because, you know, Russia invaded Ukraine and that was unjustifiable. But we kind of, you know, we kind of did do that in Ukraine a little bit too. Just saying.
Arguing and actively trying to embarrass their ally and treating him like a beggar. And the thing is, because Trump basically has a cult, his supporters will be like, "Oh, he's so cool for doing that. Take that, man who's trying to defend his country from the biggest country in the world." Because these people don't realize that they are in a cult following literal billionaires who do not care about the working class. They're literally shock doctrining themselves, where they're privatizing and getting rid of these essential human services under the pretense of saving money. Like, yes, man, I'm sure the richest country in the world needs to save money by dismantling the Department of Education, while literally every other country in the world has...
Why you keep defending Cuba, yet you cannot do the same for the DPRK despite them being similar? I'm a Western chauvinist. That's why. No, I think that the conditions in North... Oh, my God. The conditions in North Korea are significantly worse than the conditions in Cuba. Having said that, however, there is a reason for that, and I described the reason for that yesterday extensively. You must have not been here yesterday when I made this exact comparison. I literally went through this for about an hour. As far as I understand, I know where this chatter is coming from, but the local governance structure, I'm more confident in the one-party structure where elections happen and local democracy, not dissimilar to the Chinese process, like the Chinese political process and the Cuban political process, than I am with the North Korean one. I just don't know enough about how the North Korean government works. What I do know, however, is that it is a rulership that exchanges hands from one person to the next of kin. It's not like, it has almost like a monarchy structure. You could say Cuba has something similar, or you could say that Cuba has something similar as well. But at least I know confidently what the Cuban local democratic process looks like, which is, like I said, not dissimilar to the Chinese structure, where it's one-party rule, but all of the decision-making, like the important decision-making and the hands-on stuff happens at the local level. You go and you vote through a democratic process at the local level, and then your local representatives go and work within the party structure, the one-party structure, to make changes. And they do. They make those changes regularly. Same with the Chinese party structure as well. It's one party, but regardless of it being one party, there is a lot of local feedback in the process, which goes into a committee system. I think the DPRK has a similar structure. I'm just not confident about how that works, if that makes sense. I found that a lot of people from ex-USSR countries even got to are fond nostalgic of the USSR, but absolutely hate Russia. Similarly, I met a 70-year-old Armenian guy that said he hates the Aussies, but that relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan was really chill in the 80s. For what it's worth, I think the USSR made huge strides in erasing internal ethnic strife like Yugoslavia did in the Balkans.
That department. America already is extremely privatized to the point where when healthcare CEOs are getting capped, everyone is like, it had to be done. And these people still want to privatize everything more, so it becomes even more capitalist and they loot even more money from normal Americans. Of course, they fired a ton of people because they needed to save money, and also they want to cut Medicaid to pay for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and mass deportations. The GOP plans to roll back the federal healthcare insurance program. This translates to make Elon Musk and other billionaires richer and deport working people. We need to cut the healthcare insurance for normal people. And because of America abandoning their allies and abandoning their people just to be literal oligarchy, everybody is losing hope in the US, including Americans and including GDP forecasts, where they forecast the American economy is going to plunge nearly -3% in the first quarter. It's just crazy to see all this, and it's only been 40 days. We have to be here for the next 3 years and 10 months. Every morning, breaking news Donald Trump, breaking news JD Vance, breaking news Elon Musk. I don't want the news to be breaking anymore. Can it just be Trump making McDonald's or something for once? Please, instead of abandoning their allies? What the fuck even is the strategy here? Also, they're like, yes, Ukraine is bad for wanting money to defend against the biggest country in the world, which is also a nuclear power. But Israel? No worries, man. We'll cut healthcare for our citizens, fire workers, and cut aid to Ukraine. but you're fine because you're just an extension of the US. Oh, and also, on top of shitting on Ukraine and leaving it, he's talking about removing sanctions of Russia. So that is just plain evil, man. Trump's administration just loves fascist dictators. You bet your ass if Trump was with he would be talking about removing sanctions of him and that he's a great guy and like that Czechoslovakia and Poland.
I mean, yes, he would. 100%. Yes. Ideologically, he is literally aligned with Adolf Hitler. 100%. Instead of an FDR figure, if there was a Donald Trump style figure during World War II or leading up to World War II, we would have joined. We would have joined World War II on the side of Hitler. We would have never stopped. We would never stop sending gas or sending oil to Japan. And we would have absolutely fucking aligned with Adolf Hitler. 100%. The American-German Bund movement would have won. Henry Ford as president. No, Henry Ford would be the Elon Musk in this situation.
Poland want World War II, and America abandoning Ukraine like this reminds me of the words of Georgia's first president.
Between the West and the Soviet Empire, there have always been deals. Yalta is known. Munich is known. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is known. Yes, Malta is known, and many other things are known as well. And let's not be on the side of the empire. Be on the side of your own nation and not on the side of deals with the West. Be on the side of our nation and serve your nation. This is the duty of the parliament and the duty of a deputy. And not play a double game between the empire and us.
And the egg prices are still going up. TLDR, don't trust billionaires. Like and subscribe, and goodbye.
Am I going to be allowed back in the country after my trip to China? Bro, why do you want to come back in the country after you go to the main country? Dems have lost Neera Tanden. Oh my God, Neera Tanden is reposting fucking Bernard Sanders. Bernie Sanders, I'm going to vote no. I think the American people are sick and tired of Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world, running around slashing Social Security, veterans programs. Republicans are moving for massive tax breaks and cutting Medicaid. You got to draw a line in the sand, I suspect, is what he's saying. What's the Geopolled video? The Democrats have lost Neera Tanden. Center for American Progress is back. Let's see what the Geopolled video is. There is a video that I wanted to watch that it showed up on my For You page the other night about the if you think the Chinese attitude towards Israel, and I thought that was very interesting. And then I saw it in my subreddit as well. After the Geopoll video, I'll watch that. How Cuba Works by Bad Empanada. This fucking guy. That's such a funny way to start the video. All right, let's watch.
I think this land was promised to the chosen people 3,000 years ago by God. You are wrong. I think you'll find it was actually promised to the Trump family, which obviously includes Donald's chair, addicted daddy Elon Musk. Yup, the illegal African immigrant who's
a dude with an accent like this is not allowed to make a video on Israel. He's gonna go to jail, dog. What do you mean? If there's one nation that is more like firmly planted in the existence of Israel and will aggressively persecute you, it's fucking England. Like, this dude his life is not saving him. No, more than Germany. Bro, yeah, dude's got a Balfour accent talking about Israel, dude. Listen, dog, your ancestors did this, okay? No, more than... Dude, Turf Island structurally is almost as rigid as Germany, okay? And also historically more responsible for Israel. They made it happen. I will never forgive and I will never forget. Yeah, Balfour accent, exactly.
who's fixing America's immigrant problem.
I'm just living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening.
Trump will set you free. Yeah, that's right. As any good-hearted, moral, God-fearing isolationist president would do, Trump has taken some inspiration from his father's habits. Ethically cleansing Coney Island, New York, turning it from this to this, for example. Who's the president? And yesterday, the oligarchy's pocket pussy, more commonly known as Donald Trump, took to his Instagram to announce the plot of land he has his eye on developing next. The new addition to his real estate empire, Palestine. That's right, after their unwavering support for Netanyahu's regime and his swarms of militarized OnlyFans models and TikTok dancers, wiping out realistically hundreds of thousands of Palestinians.
If you don't kill those supposedly innocent kids, what would happen later? This one will kill 50 kids. They will become conflicts one way or the other. So that's what the Torah says. Someone is on the way to kill you now or in a year from now. You can kill him even now, a year before. You don't have to wait a minute before. But the point is right here that Hashem said, do not have mercy on the children.
שאישה שם היא אויב. תינוק שם הוא אויב. עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור. אגב, בתקופת התנ"ך גם היו שוררים את האדמה במלח. הרמדאן זה הזמן הכי טוב להרוג אותם.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
And obviously doing much worse as well.
To this actually of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in Moscovia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity.
Yeah, you know who else did that? The American government. That dude is a former State Department guy explaining that process. But yeah, America followed suit. Bro, oh my God. The Democrats still shamelessly send me text messages that ask me for money. I fucking hate this goddamn party so much. Oh my Lord. This is from the 1948 Nakba, the 1948 documentary. This video is from, I think it was, he's describing the, I think it was the is it the Tantura documentary? I thought that this was from the Creation and Catastrophe, 1948 Creation and Catastrophe. It might be from the other one, my bad. But he's this, like, they describe Deir Yassin, and I think they describe Tantura as well, but it could be one or the other.
Finally, out of all the Western leaders supporting this, including the nasal, greasy, grey, half-assed piece of shit I pay tax to.
3 reasons why conscription is actually a good thing. First, conscription would allow us to...
What? There ain't no way there's people making TikToks in the UK about conscription. Are you fucking joking? Bro, what is British Mischief doing? Why are there 2 of them? Why is there 2 British Mischiefs? That's how you know England is worse than America. At least we have 1 Mischief. These motherfuckers got 2. America on top. Once again, England blew a 13 colony lead. God damn. Britkiff, dude.
Improve diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the military, allowing us to increase representation from different gender, racial, and socioeconomic statuses, thereby challenging.
Bro, he's rad-libbing conscription? Are you fucking insane? Oh, he's a comedian. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I took it seriously. This guy's joking, right? Like, this is a joke. This is not real. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I was so scared. Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought he was like a NATO guy. Like he's like a crazy NATO guy. Holy shit.
Traditional military demographics. Secondly, a more diverse and conscripted military would allow people from marginalised backgrounds to have better access to mental health and educational resources that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get. Not forgetting environmental and social justice initiatives. With millions more young people conscripted into the army, those resources and that manpower could be used to help fight irreversible climate change around the world and help people in need who have been affected by climate change. It would also allow young people to spread awareness and positive change throughout the globe. So Keir Starmer has said that he needs troops in order to protect Ukraine. And that means all of us may well have to band together and volunteer to be in the British Army to defend Ukraine from Vladimir Putin. Now, I myself will be the first to volunteer, but everyone should think about the benefits of conscription and all of us joining the military in order to defend our country and make the world a better place.
Finally, someone's come forwards with a plan for Gaza's future and rebuild.
Can you explain what is conscription? How do you not know what conscription is? Is fucking everybody joining the military, okay? Is a draft. Mandatory draft. Mandatory draft. Mandatory draft. Mandatory draft over a certain fucking age and under a certain age.
That's right, Trump a couple days ago unveiled his...
I'm sorry for getting upset. Maybe it was an XQC watcher. I apologize. I'm so sorry. You know what? I should be nicer. You're just asking nicely. I'm not American. Dog, America doesn't have conscription. Ukraine has conscription, for example. Turkey has conscription. America is one of the few countries where we have a concept called the poverty draft. Okay, I'm still being upset at this person, and I shouldn't be. This is an educational moment. I am going to be nicer. I apologize. It's perfectly understandable that you don't know what it is. It just means a mandatory military draft. South Korea has one. Israel has one. Turkey has one. I'm actually sorry. I shouldn't have fucking popped off. He left, you scared him off? No, I didn't. He's just...
Grand proposal for the rebuilding of Palestine, aptly named Trump Gaza. Yeah, you've heard of Trump Village, you've heard of Trump Towers, you've even heard of Trump Shoes. Plus, we've all seen the triumphs of his current leadership of the US, handing all his...
To be fair, I just realized I've been doing fucking 9 hours right now. It's almost 7 p.m. That's probably why I fucking...
power over to an unelected, heavily autistic guy who likes to LARP as his own admirer on Twitter. He's fired most the federal workers responsible for America's most important assets, including their nukes. He started rolling out all his tariffs, which makes being a normal American business owner or consumer 8,000 million% harder. He's caused insulin prices in some states to go up from around $6 to around $80 fucking dollars. This is whilst being on Medicare, which you pay upwards of 200 quid every month for, on top of that, in a country where everyone's fat and diabetic. So boy, am I excited to see what Trump Gaza has to offer. Let's take a look. So yeah, here I have the entirely AI generated Instagram reel, which was posted yesterday on the USA's president's official account. Yeah, it's through this medium that Trump has decided to show us all his grand plans for Gaza. Let's get into it. Yo, firstly, why is this in 280 pixels, bro? Are you telling me the president of the USA couldn't even afford the premium OpenAI subscription to export this in HD? Even the audio sounds like it went through a pair of fake Indian AirPods whilst exporting. These stingy motherfuckers will cut costs any way possible, bro. Man, he should have just used the open source Chinese AI for free, man. I don't know though, the CCP might actually be too ethical to allow this insane fucking video to be generated on their app. Okay, first off, I guess he's portraying how terrible it is in Gaza right now. Honestly, a pretty good start here. At least he's got the integrity to admit the horrors unfolding in Gaza, unlike the previous president.
Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. For I am.
You
Bruh, for all you Americans here, this is like, imagine if someone went to the site of 9/11 and proposed building a floating strip club spaceship or some shit.
Ground Zero. So this is where the first guy got AIDS.
Peter, this is the site of the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
Oh, so Saddam Hussein did this?
No.
The Iraqi army?
No.
Some guys from Iraq?
No.
That one lady who visited Iraq that one time?
No, Peter, Iraq had nothing to do with this. It was a bunch of Saudi Arabians, Lebanese, and Egyptians financed by a Saudi Arabian guy living in Afghanistan and sheltered by Pakistanis.
So you're saying we need to invade Iran?
You probably are Shia, innit? You probably are Shia, innit? They're all kuffar. They're all kuffar. What? Who could do anything about it? What? What? Shia and kuffar. What?
You probably a Shia, innit? Oh, that's hilarious. The old kuffar.
Although like 60 times the amount of people were killed in Gaza, and instead of being treated with respect, they get the absolute opposite, obviously. Anyway, as far
Israel did this shit for so fucking long, and then they're like, why are we a global pariah? It must be anti-Semitism. It's just like... It's so insane.
As far as the AI slop goes, this is very, very reminiscent of Netanyahu's Gaza 2035 proposal, which was another AI-generated utopic delusion presented to the Israeli people about a year ago. You know, some Dubai-esque city, which the Israeli government said would be connected to fucking Neom. Neom! It's also the same technique Akon used to scam people out of billions of dollars with his Senegalese futuristic Akon City project. It really does make sense that Trump would resonate with this, you know? Him and his wife are both literally crypto scammers now, aren't they? So yeah, adds up. I wonder if this Gaza 2035 proposal will announce Melania coin as their new currency or some shit.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see.
Oh, I can't believe it. Donald.
You know what's crazy about that fucking AI video, dude? It's the song, every time I hear it, gets stuck in my fucking head.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. I assume this is like a religious reference, since Trump has presented himself as this godly Christian dude. Sure, bro, sure. Which is kind of interesting, considering there's a lot of Christians in Gaza. Also, these guys are genuinely the descendants of the OG himself, Jesus Christ, JC. Like, dude, you're never gonna believe whose great uncle you just bombed.
I just want to say this to our Christian friends, you know, just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you know, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us, because we all die for your sins every single day, and that's exactly what's going on here. We're all God's firstborn, and we're dying for your sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs.
Yo, it's so fucking, it is so, oh my God, bro. Using Judaism and Jews this way is so insanely fucking nefarious. It's just like, every day we move further and further away from the grace of God, okay? Holy fuck.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see.
Alright, well, let's see what holy light you're bringing to the table then, Mr. Trump.
No more tunnels, no more fear.
No, it's fucking fucking Elon, bruh. All roads lead to Elon with this fucking guy, I swear to God. They're in love. They're actually using that Oval Office for one thing and one thing only, man. Also, what the fuck is he eating here, man? Is that a bread bowl? Is that a Hungarian goulash bread bowl? Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if Israel claimed this as their own food. Oh, yeah, the traditional Israeli dish, hummus. Oh, yeah. The traditional Israeli spice, za'atar. Oh, yeah, the traditional Israeli dish, full English breakfast. Yeah. Goulash, hey, invented in Tel Aviv.
Okay. I don't think even Israel is claiming the traditional English breakfast. Hold up. Hey, yo, let me tell you, okay? I don't think even Israel's like, nah, this is the English breakfast actually is the Israeli breakfast. Ain't nobody claiming that.
Bro.
We're reclaiming the watermelon. It was always ours. Israel invented the seedless watermelon. It's Israeli. So eat your watermelon because it's Israeli.
Where does it end, man? Where does it fucking end? Ah!
The late great Israel.
No more tunnels, no more fear.
No more tunnels, you say? No more tunnels. Hey, I don't know about that one, man. I don't know. I'm joking. Obviously, I'm talking about the tunnels America is going to dig to get to the oil that was coincidentally found under and offshore Lebanon and Gaza. Coincidentally, right before the war. The war.
Gaza is finally here.
Yo, hold up. Run it back. Roll that back.
Gaza is finally.
Are you kidding me, man? What the fuck is going on, man? That's right, guys. Don't worry. Trump is going to save Gaza by placing bearded women in bikinis on their beaches. You know, if this issue actually meant something to him, he probably wouldn't be making a mockery of it in like an AI video. Not only is this a mockery of the mass grave site that Gaza is right now, this is also just an open mockery of his own country's people, his own voters, and his own policies, because this is the same guy who made it his entire priority as president to sign executive actions against trans people.
I know how to fix the Middle East. 2 words. Trump, Gaza. Gold everywhere. Clubs, casinos, Elon Musk eating hummus on a beach. And last but not least, smoking hot, bearded belly dancers.
Hey, yo.
No, not in a gay way. More in a...
In what way?
They used to be terrorists, as you can see, but now they're like hot belly dancers.
Nah, man.
Nah. No homo.
Anyway, I like the golden Trump balloon, man. That was a nice touch. Just gobbling your own meat all the way down to the balls, huh?
Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright. Golden future, a brand new life.
The funny thing is, Israeli cities don't look like this. Have you seen what most of Israel actually looks like? It was built so hurriedly and so unaesthetically, and just so badly as well. Like, don't Israeli construction companies literally use this one illegal building technique that means floors in Tel Aviv just occasionally fall through? Yeah, this is called the pow-cow construction method, which leads to a disproportionate amount of Israelis falling through their floors and dying. This is what the quality of Trump Gaza would be. I mean, look at Trump Village, man. It's not exactly paradise, is it? I don't think anywhere would ever end up looking like this unless the UAE develops the entire thing. But Toomey probably looks closer to this than any Trump development ever would. So Trump is here portraying himself going non-verbal in the club. Look at this guy, man. So awkward. No motion in them hips whatsoever. Why are you just touching this girl, man? Why are you feeling this woman? Oh yeah, forgot about that one. Now, if we're being real though, we all know Trump has way too dark of a skin tone from all that fake tan to ever get let into an Israeli nightclub.
To be fair, I think Trump has the perfect complexion of an Israeli dude who's been out in the sun for too long.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. This is for the full too. This is the working. No, this is full. Okay, thank you. Wow, it's beautiful.
Here we have an accurate description of the US government's spending right now. They can't pay basic federal workers, but just overjoyed to continue throwing the American citizens' hard-earned tax money into Israel's open arms.
Trump Gaza #1.
Ah yes, the Trump Tower in Gaza, second only to the Trump Tower in Greenland.
I'm ready to see gas prices under $1.50. I'm ready to see Trump buy 1 million Bitcoins for a strategic reserve. I'm ready to see inflation go down to 0. And I'm ready to...
Was that a Stone Toss meme? Ugh. Gross. Stone Toss is a Nazi. Puerto Rican Nazi.
See inflation go down to 0. And I'm ready to go to Greenland and have a nice hotel stay at a future Trump Tower that gets built there. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, you know Greenland is like -30 right now, though.
Well,
Nah, what is he eating now, bro? Is he dipping fucking crinkle cut crisps in pizza? This fucking fat ass man. Oh my god, this is actually an American's idea of utopia. Crinkle cut Lays dipped in Domino's pizza. Man, if we can't kill civilians with our AI drones that target any moving creature, we'll just have to kill them from morbid obesity instead. Do it our own way. Hey yo, new US Army technique for killing innocent Middle Easterns just dropped. High fructose corn syrup.
Golden future, a brand new life.
This shot is so funny to me because you know how America...
They got real mad at that one. The Christians got mad at that one. Trump's own fan base was really mad at the golden statue. What is the religious significance of this, chat? Apparently there's some shit about the golden statue where they were like it's sacrilegious or something.
Is so funny to me because you know how Americans call Kim Jong-un or Stalin or Xi Jinping evil dictators for making these crazy grand propaganda like statues of themselves? Bro, look, literally look. If Kim Jong-un made this exact AI video about North Korea's new beach resort, Americans would start crying so hard. But dude, your own president made this and posted it on his main IG. At least when Kim makes propaganda videos, he actually puts in some effort. You know, he gets out of bed, shows up for a hard day of filming, does like 100 takes of his sunglasses coming off.
True.
Actually launches...
It's fucking badass. It actually is bad. He's a bad bitch.
Badass missiles and shit. You know what Trump did? He typed a prompt into ChatGPT and he didn't even bother exporting the video in HD. This shit 360p max. Lazy, fat Americans, man. You can't get them to do anything well.
Golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance.
That selection of shots describes America's current situation pretty well, I think. All these endless piles of gold and riches, and Elon Musk is literally the only one getting money rained down upon him.
Yeah. American conservatives want to be a Gulf chic so bad. Like they want to be a Gulf state, especially Donald Trump. No wonder he loves Saudi Arabia so much. He just has like the same exact fucking aesthetics, I swear to God.
Oh, well, yeah, no, this is what you guys voted for, man. Congrats.
The deal is done. Trump Gaza #1.
Fucking yes, mate. Just a couple Benidorm geezers right there. Matter of fact, I think I met these guys in Marbella. All I can hope for is that skin gets to these guys like it gets to the Brits in Malaga. Even better, they get the Marbella balcony treatment. I wonder if these guys will enjoy their new beach resort the same way Trump used to in his heyday at Jeffrey Epstein's island, huh? I don't know why people were shocked that Trump did a Rickroll meme with the Jeffrey Epstein files, since he would be literally peppered all over those files. Like they were, bro, they were bros. They were in their You know, if you connect the dots, it starts to make a lot of sense why these guys love Israel so much when you think about it.
Can I get a selfie?
They don't have an extradition treaty. Have we fact checked this? I mean, yeah, I know this is the UK, the Labour Friends to Israel guy. He got recently outed as a pedophile. This is marginal far right lawmaker, not that consequential. Israel doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States of America, so a lot of pedophiles do go there for sure. Like Brian Singer, I think, this is literally Israel becoming a refuge for pedophiles, warns advocate for child sexual abuse victims, is I think a Haaretz article. What else? 75% of sex offenders in Israel are released before the end of sentence. Yeah. There's a couple of like very famous high profile incidents, including famous directors and stuff. You know, ones that don't go to France. Roman Polanski.
Can I get a selfie? Sure. Free Palestine! Maybe?
I dated a 17-year-old girl when I was 38.
God can strike me right now. I do not like little girls.
I just think we need to kill them, every one of them, and that's it. And if not that, because the country will not let that happen, the government. Just, the least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Anyway, yeah, fucking hell, that's about it. I don't have much more to say in terms of Trump specifically. I guess this is just the next 4 years now, huh? Unless... Anyway, considering my employer is Google, this is a pretty crazy video to make. I had to cut out a lot of the stuff I wanted to put in, which is really annoying. But I also don't want to go to Google Gulag.
Israel is a incredibly far-right fascist country. A lot of this stuff is normal. Like this, what do you think happens? Also, look at America. America is also a very far-right country as well. Hello? Look around. Israel and America are analogous. Israel and America are very close to one another. I mean, aside from the fact that Israel is an extension of America, but like, look at everything I fucking complain about on a daily basis, every single day for 9 hours a goddamn day about the United States of America. Shit is quite similar in Israel in that same vein. It's just, it is what it is. That's what happens when your country is just like dominated by right-wing sentiment. And slowly but surely you normalize all different sorts of right-wing attitudes.
Like forever. But give it a like and a comment anyway, you know, because we
have a fucking rapist felon president. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? The only difference is because Israel ties itself to Judaism as a defense mechanism. These sorts of criticism is often associated with anti-Semitic criticisms as well. So it's like I'll admit, like there's parts of this video that made me uncomfortable too. You know, maybe it's a little too touch and go, a little too close. in terms of zoomer editing. This is Geopol's channel. Like even when you know you're adding on like a Stone Toss comic and stuff in there too, it's just like, yeah, Islam L. The fuck does that have to do with Islam, bro? You're so stupid. Why don't you just say like Saudi Arabia is like this too? You know what I mean? You can't. You don't want to say that. You just want to fucking be Islamophobic. That's the problem. Like, because the reality is, if you were to single out a country and talk about their problems in a similar vein, like a reactionary country that operates in a way that is like that's completely unacceptable, that's fine. Yes, I would be like, okay, you're correct on this. We don't disagree. Except you have to fucking say what you truly mean. It would be like if I were to talk about Israel, but instead of talking about Israel, be like, oh, Jewish L, like common Jewish L. That's the difference. That's fucking anti-Semitic. You are Islamophobic. You probably also don't really mind Saudi Arabia. Let's be real.
I have a sneaky suspicion it might be demonetized completely and also hidden from people's recommendations a bit. Thank you, Sundar, my G. Anyway, my next video will be edited in a lot more depth. It will also be ridiculously long, so bear with me for a bit. It will be worth the wait though. Thanks to my Patreons. Sign up through the link in the description if you want your name right here, right now. Peace.
Yeah. Islamists love women, I heard. That's so funny. Yeah. There's no fundamentalist that loves women, you dumb fuck. There's not a single one. Which fundamentalists? Dudes who want women to stay in the kitchen, not get an education, be barefoot and pregnant, hate it when it's like when they imagine a Muslim guy advocating for the exact same thing. You know? It's so funny. All right, I'm done. I'm so tired. 9 hours and 30 minutes. I'm fucking dead. I'll be live tomorrow. No funny stuff. No early gaming like I did today. Even though I will admit I kind of like doing the early gaming because you know, for the first time ever in my life, I saw people actually coming in and watching me game, and then that number growing instead of doing the exact opposite. You know, we started off at like 10K, got all the way up to almost 20K while I was gaming, so that was sick. I'm a gaming channel now. I might be just a permanent gaming channel. Who knows? Just kidding. All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. No funny shit. I'll be doing news and politics only. No more gaming. No more video games. Peace, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on a at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning